the world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Hello from Nysum Barnland in Denmark. It's Sunday and we're getting ready for our final day here. 2 days in Denmark, of course, followed next weekend by 2 days in Germany. Looking back at the highlights reel there, great to see some of the incredible action. And Hal Ridge, yesterday was another day of pretty wild storylines at RallyX.
Yeah, all through qualifying, there was all sorts of championship permutations going on. Semi-finals weren't the most exciting we've ever seen, but certainly set us up for some great finals, and then chaos ensued.
Yeah, it did. We could have done with Noah's Ark, to be honest. The rain was absolutely intense. We lost the signal for you guys who weren't able to bring you the finals, but we are able to bring them to you now. So let's take a look back at the 3 missing finals from Saturday afternoon. Here we go then, finals time for open 2-wheel drive. The rain is absolutely pouring down. Couldn't be worse timing for these guys. Johansson and Gabrielsen locked in that championship fight on the front row. Bleasdale, Neyens, van der Warrenberg. Oh, an absolutely terrible start for Victor Johansson. Goes backwards on the line. Once he gets away, look, he's done okay, but it is his rival, Gabrielsen, who's out in front now. How we get to see the standing water. Look at Jensen on the outside. There's just no grip at all. He's almost into the bank, but at a standstill.
This is where you massively rely on your windscreen wipers, isn't it? Often an afterthought in a rallycross car, but really they're the most important element, because when the conditions are like this, that's the thing you need most. You can see that inside Gabrielsen's car, it's already missing up a little bit. His chassis is so short, isn't it? It's going to be difficult for him in these conditions with it being... Johansson has a look up the inside. Johansson now is sideways.
Oh, look at the sideways now. Looks just standing water. And look at the time he's lost. Victor Johansson was on his boot lid and he's absolutely gone. Gabrielsen's making corrections in a straight line.
I really felt that Gabrielsen would be the one struggling most.
Please down the background, Jensen as well.
Van der Warrenberg up the middle of the pair, Neyens as well. Bleasdale's got going again. Bleasdale really doesn't have the ride height for these conditions with a little VX220.
Isn't it a tub, the VX220?
It is, yeah.
At least he'll float if it gets any wetter. See Gabrielsen on the brakes and into the corner at the end of the straight.
The Stoller's such a short wheelbase. You'd expect him to be quite nervous in these conditions, but he's so compliant on the suspension. Look how much standing water there is towards the end of the lap. Victor Johansson is really, really struggling here.
Look at this. Oh, he's on the lock stops. He's gone round. Johansson goes round, almost puts it up over the curbs. Is there anybody coming? Has he got to wait, or can he just gun it back round? That's how far. I thought I was going to say that's how far in front they were, but 3 cars through and Victor drops down to P5. This will be an absolutely massive lead now for Gabrielsen.
Absolute chaos in pre-grid before this race. These cars were actually in the grid when the downpour came, and as usual, Andreas Eriksson was the first man to run to race control and says you have to let these drivers change tyres. What a clever decision that was. Bleasdale's now dropped it.
Same place that Jensen went round on the previous lap, so the braking zone must be awful. You can see the flashing lights at the side in the gloom. They're in place of flags. There are flags out there with the marshals as well. Thankfully, look at the wipers, flat out.
This would be impossible on dry tyres. The Nova wet tyre dispersing the water. Yeah, it'd just be impossible to run the race.
Great decision by Andreas. Okay, admittedly helped by the fact that we had big delays here on site. And so he was able to go and do it, but I don't think you could have, in good conscience, started these guys on slick tyres. How not in this? This is as bad as Hollier's World Championship was a few weeks ago. It's horrific. Absolutely. Look at this, look at this.
And that puddle's only increasing, isn't it? Lap by lap, that puddle in the final corner is getting worse. And Victor Johansson, this could be critical for his title challenge here. He's in a title fight with Gabrielsen, who is clearly making the most of these conditions and absolutely flying out front. Johansson is struggling badly.
Do you hear Gabrielsen short shifting? So he's short shifting almost to put the car into understeer, so he doesn't have that peak of revs. Coming down the straight, here's the braking zone down into the corner at the bottom of the straight. Standing water everywhere, but Gabrielson's just drive. I mean, with a gap like this as well, surely your spotters on the radio going, mate, you've got about half an hour.
But at the same time, one small mistake is going to cost you a lot, isn't it? So you need to...
You've got to stay on it,
You need to stay in your rhythm as well, Andrew, because if you start hesitating, that's when you start locking up wheels, and you start seeing very slow moments then, don't you, where you just sail off.
Clever
to
driving.
the side.
Oh, see, still there, even with the early upshifts, it's still sideways as it goes into that dip just before the tunnel for the crossover. Up now into the right hand with a couple of laps to go.
So with a look at the lap times, last time around, Gabrielson did a 52.8. For reference, Nick Nayans did a 58.2, Van der Warren did a 57.7.
So they're 5-6 seconds a lap
Wild.
slower.
You will never see that in normal conditions, ever.
No. Brilliant run by Gabrielson so far. I think we'll wait surely and Joker on the last lap. It is so dark. Look at it. You can see the brake lights glowing. Here's the puddle. Look down in the final corner. In fact, he's running wide of it now, and
so sensible, yeah. Just stay out of it. He's not hard on the throttle anywhere, is he? Very, very delicate inputs, not to let the rear slide around. It looks so slippery.
It's this bit here, the dip, just there. Do you see?
But this is the first time you see that straight as a 3D section, isn't it? Because of the bumps where the water's sitting in the hollows.
I've never noticed the dip.
It's not actually a straight, is it? It curves around to the left just very slightly, and that's accentuated here in these conditions.
There are no straights in these conditions, are there? I can't imagine. If you looked at the data, and I don't think that style would have steering angle data, but yeah, Gabrielson would. He's gonna go to the last lap. No, last lap. Last lap? Our graphic says last lap. I think he must have one more to go then.
No, I think it is last lap, isn't it? Yeah,
Did he
it's very
joker?
difficult to know.
Well, Gabrielson coming round, checker flag is out, so Gabrielson takes it. We didn't see his joker, but he must have done one. So Gabrielson takes it. It's a horrendous weather. We've lost cameras and all sorts. Timing is proving very difficult for us as well, so apologies for that. And we're still waiting for P2 to come through. Where is Nayans? Nayans is under a bit of pressure from Van der Warrenberg, but I think he'll hold on. Look, there's tape flapping on the front right corner, so Nick Nayans comes through. He gets P2, Van der Warrenberg gets P3. Bleasdale has recovered for P4. And then here comes Jensen through at the back.
Hear the rain as well on the cameras.
Wow. Lucas Gabrielson takes it from Nick Nayans and Niels Van der Warrenberg. Bleasdale gets P4, Jensen 5th, and in fact Victor Johansson ended up in 6th, so must have had further problems. Straight on to Supercar Live's got to get these races done as quick as we can before curfew here. Anderson and Mounier on the front row, then it's Darback and Vitals. The second Darback on the back row, and Larsen on the outside. A good start, he'll be absolutely crucial. It's a better start again from row 2. I reckon the rubber on row 1 is causing problems. Vittles gets alongside, Anderson drops back, goes to the inside line. Look at the mud, 3 cars wide. One of the Darbacks trying to come up the inside, gets contact from Anderson in the background. Mounier's the only one with a clean screen and a clean front hood. He gets away and Vittol's right in behind. Anderson can finally see where he's going. Then it's the 2 Darbacks and Larsen at the back.
Larsen almost rolled on the outside there, just as we saw one of the open four drives earlier.
Over the gravel. Oh, Vittol's through. That is a full-on water splash now.
It has not been long since the open two-wheel drives, has it? But look at the amount of standing water. Mounier looks to the outside of Roberts Vittles. Up the first of the straight. Vittles gets out of shape. Look at the brake lights flicking on as Mounier as they disappear into the haze.
Side by side. Vittles comes out in front. Side by side. Vittles now with a full handful of opposite lock. Desperately gets the car in and does get it into the apex. And in the background, one of the Darbacks is going round. Just hangs on. It's Tobias with the yellow strip across the top of the car. Anderson stuck in behind him. On sideways again on the throttle.
Even more difficult to tell the 2 Darback cars apart in these conditions. Before the open two-wheel drive final, Andrew, when the rain started to fall down, all the Supercar Lights teams were already in pre-grid, so they were jacking up, changing tyres. Eric Ferrand, the owner of the team that Roberts Vittles, the race leader, drives for, ran from the spotters area to pre-grid, dived under the car and started making suspension click changes.
Brilliant.
And that is where the value of running with an experienced team is, because he'll have set that car up.
Oh, Mounier sideways on the straight but holds on.
Okay, these are extreme wet conditions, but we've seen extreme wet in the past, and they'll all have data on how the car works best. So you'll know roughly where you want the dampers to be.
even if you're 5 clicks out, if you've made a 15-click change, you're going to be way nearer than you would have been if you just sent it out in full, hard, stiff setup.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. You're wanting to make the chassis much more compliant. You're trying to soften it up so it's much more pliable in these conditions.
Look at the standing water on the outside of the straight, handling the braking zone. Then the actual braking zone itself's not too bad.
I'd say this is where Vettel's extreme
Joker,
experience.
Meunier. So Meunier goes Joker. I must admit, I didn't even notice the Joker laps in open tool drive. I think we must have been looking at various different incidents while people went in. Oh wow, that is unbelievable. The water.
Meunier can't see, Andrew. Look at the mist on the Frenchman's windscreen. He's got a little hole. I wonder if he can reach forward
Wipers are
enough.
on, yeah.
No, that's where the fan is. He's really struggling to see.
Oh, now he's sideways, as is Darback, as is Vitals on the brakes. It's literally just driving around, hanging onto it. Gabrielson made this look easy, but the rain is continuing to fall.
There's so much more standing water now,
isn't it? Conditions are getting worse, aren't they? They're getting worse. 5 more minutes of rain, and it's absolute carnage.
Look at the tiny inputs that Vitals is making down the straight. The front wheel is just moving left to right as he's feeling for the grip. Also,
he's late on the brakes out.
He's running really late into the corner.
Joker, sorry, Howley's gone Joker. That's to respond to Meunier from the previous lap. I think this is a good move, especially with Meunier being in traffic. I don't even know if Darback has gone and Vitals is out in front.
Vitals also struggling for visibility a bit, but he's avoiding that puddle. Very sensible. Darback straight through the middle of it. Meunier also running that a little bit wider. I would say Vitals is using what we often refer to as the karting line. At the end of the straight, watch next to Moraine, brakes in a very, very straight line and then turns in very late, waiting for the grip to be there, rather than being aggressive with the steering and forcing the issue and risking the car moving underneath him.
Just feeling. The other thing I wonder if he's got the classic wiper on a stick in the car. Remember Pastrana and Gelsomino in the Subaru when they made one, didn't they have half a broomstick and a bit of anything? If you look, he's got a tiny patch of clear screen on the, you'd see on driver's side, but it's not even at all.
That's also where the fan sits in the Supercar
Meunier's fans are cross on the other side because Meunier's got like a little bit, it looks like he's in a right-hand drive car. I bet he wishes he's on the other side of the car. It's the only clear bit in the screen.
Meunier all over the back of Darback here. Darback's going to Joker this time around. That's going to release Meunier into this fight.
Oh, look at Anderson. Anderson's going slowly. He's going to get lapped. So Anderson's obviously got some sort of could be anything. In these conditions, it could be water in the electrics. Anderson is lapped out on the outside.
He can't see, Andrew. Look at the visibility in the JC machine. He's obviously got some sort of problem perhaps with a fan. I reckon race leader Vitals can reach the screen there because it's got really like swipey marks.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. It looks like he's got a homemade device in there. You wouldn't bet against Eric Farr and have him made him something in the 5 minutes they were on the pre-grid, would you?
Or New Mountain, #1 mechanic for Hanson Motorsport, who's here with Team Farr this weekend. That's exactly the sort of thing you'd have created 30 years ago in European Rallycross that's still useful today.
Vitals coming into the final corners. We said earlier it was his sister spotting. She's actually studying this weekend. It's his dad spotting for him, and he couldn't have to spot in more atrocious conditions, but the family have got the job done, along with Eric Farr and squad. Meunier looks to the inside, but Vitals avoids the big puddle, comes around. The checker flag is there. The checker lights are bright in the dim. And over the line, he takes it. Vitals from Meunier and Darback. What a performance in these conditions. Wow. Look at that, absolutely filthy.
No grip to part firmly either, is there? And that's a great indication as to how difficult it is.
Is that a celebratory donut, Hal?
No, that's dropping it at the end of the race. And
Anderson, look, he's there and can't even capitalise on the half spin. Yeah, that's mad, isn't it? Wow.
Could have such implications on the championship with Vitals getting such a strong result and Meunier, Anderson dropping a few points. We'll have to see how that plays out when we see some championship tables.
There's Park Ferme. I think all the cross-car drivers have run away, haven't they? Or they're sitting in their tiny cross-car looking for anything. Vitals takes it from Meunier, and it's Kevin Darback who got P3, Tobias P4, and DNFs for Anderson and Larsen. Larsen, we didn't even see where he ended up, but Anderson, a DNF due to being lapped. The last final of the day then, on the front row. Local man Ulrich Linnemann and Fraser McConnell, who won the FC2 final earlier. Then it's Ollie Eriksson, Casper Janssen. Martinson is there, but Turenne is missing. And the front row gets another bad start. Ollie Eriksson either side with Casper Janssen on Fraser McConnell. It's an FC2 1, 2, 3 into the first corner. McConnell runs incredibly wide. Can't get it turned in at all. Was looking for the move he's made twice today and it didn't work. Casper Janssen leads from Ollie Eriksson and Martinson. Who's going to go joke? I'd go joke here just to get out of the weather. Linnemann goes. Great call by Linnemann.
Had no option, Andrew. Yeah. I think when you're stuck up behind the pack like that, he wants to win this final at home in Denmark, doesn't he? It's no good being fourth in the train, because then you risk McConnell going in and getting that clear air. Well, it's not clear, it's just slightly less muddy, wet air at the moment, isn't it?
It's a brilliant description. It's not.
Oh, Martinson, contact!
And McConnell sideways too. Martinson up behind Ericsson. Look at Casper Janssen taking the wide line in. Again, a man with a load of karting experience, just super smooth on the turn in. McConnell's still there, and look at Linneman's on the back of the group already.
But McConnell's there as well, having been so wide in the first corner. It really shows that the leaders here are really having to search for the grip.
Look at Janssen moving across from right to left, trying to find a braking line that works. Does anybody go Joker this time round? I mean, McConnell's, Kevin will know, won't he, that Linneman's there already in the background. Does anybody gone? They're running wide of the puddle. Nobody's going Joker.
The puddle's a little bit less than it was, largely because the Supercar Lights drivers have consumed most of it.
Yeah, I think it's sitting inside their cars, isn't it? I noticed Janssen's car on the way out for this final. They actually taped up the door because obviously they're not. It's not based on a road-going chassis. It's a space frame with the panels on it, and let's be honest, it's not subject to quite the same as your Ford Fiesta would be at home in terms of wet weather testing. McConnell's still there right behind Martinson. Linneman onto the back of them. Where do you pass? You're waiting for a mistake, really, aren't you?
Someone's got a misfire, Andrew. You can hear it. I wonder if it's Martinson, because he's really fallen into the clutches of McConnell.
I thought that on the first lap, that it sounded odd, but I wondered if it was just wheel spin.
Classic.
McConnell's there, look, he's on him.
Classic
Surely.
Wet conditions to have a misfire. Just a tiny bit of moisture in an electrical connector can do you a lot of harm.
Trying to see in the background if anybody went Joker, Hal. We've still lost timing, I'm afraid, with the conditions here.
What a brilliant leveler the wet is. Linneman's now on the back of McConnell.
Martinson's gone. Linneman looking to the inside line. So, Linneman looked inside to pass and get sideways in the supercar. So does Fraser McConnell as they go through that dip and into the gloom. Casper Janssen still leads from Ollie Ericsson.
Linneman's got issues as well here, Andrew. He was all over McConnell there out of the final corner, and then he dropped back a lot down the straight. I know they were both out of shape. Let's try and have a look at the windscreen to see how the visibility is. It looks like Janssen's a little bit missed up. Ollie Ericsson has a moment coming down the hill. It's actually quite fortunate for the drivers here that there's not a big bit of standing water in that heavy braking area.
For Ericsson. Joker for Ericsson. Will he get out in front of McConnell? I reckon he will. Look at there are stripes on the front of Casper's car, practically reflective in this. He comes through, so Ericsson does get out. I didn't see if Fraz went in behind him or not. Oh, Casper, steady now. You got a decent lead. I suppose this might be a push lap to respond to Ericsson's Joker, but I don't fancy pushing in these conditions.
Either way, we look
at the line, Hal, that he takes up at the end. Everyone else is coming in tight, and Casper's running. See, look at Ericsson's line compared to Janssen's.
With Ericsson having been in the Joker, regardless of what Janssen does, FC2s are on the verge of taking a historic victory here in open four-wheel drive.
Exactly. No FC2 has won. They've been trying. That was the idea. This concept was to be a cheap supercar. Janssen got to go now. He does. Look how tight he takes the exit again, looking for grip. Ericsson on the standard lap now. Look for the merge. Where's Casper Janssen? I think he'll have enough of a gap. He comes through now. The barrel on. Ericsson's closer than I thought he'd be. Ericsson right on the rear pod of Casper Janssen.
Very, very good friends and teammates. And Ollie Ericsson wants nothing more than an FC2 to win this final. So I'm sure there'll be no lunge, but he also wants to win it for himself. So if there's an opportunity,
you might have a go,
he will take it. All I can really hear is Martinson's car misfiring in the background somewhere as he passes every camera.
Rain on every single one of our cameras. Massive thank you to the camera crews. Fraser McConnell drops it on the brakes. He's in a lake. That's the second time in his career he's parked it in a pond. Nitro cross, of course, before. This time, though, it won't be coming out. Wheels are spinning. Fraser McConnell is stuck. So the 1, 2, 3 for the FC2 is gone, but still Casper Janssen has just a couple of corners to go. He creeps around the left-hander, tiptoes over the crest into the right. Watch for the water splash on the inside of this left-hander. It's going to be a historic first open four-wheel drive win for the FC2. Casper Janssen takes it here in Denmark in atrocious conditions from Ollie Ericsson. The Ericsson family worked so hard to get this concept working. McConnell is parked and stuck. Fraz will be going no further. Casper Janssen takes the win from Oliver Ericsson. Ulrich Linneman gets P3 at home. Martinson with a misfire. McConnell and Torrent are DNFs. What an end to today. The glorious sunshine of northern Denmark. This is a bit different to yesterday, isn't it, mate?
Those finals were extraordinary, weren't they? Just the gaps at the end, even though Ollie Ericsson was quite close at the conclusion of the open four-wheel drive final to Casper Janssen, but the rest of the gaps, Lucas Gabrielsen in open two-wheel drive just just disappeared in Supercar lights. Robert Vitals behind us really seemed to have the measure of the conditions as well. It was extraordinary. And
Go on.
just how any of them kept it on the circuit really vindicates the quality in this championship, because it's that was wetter than we've seen for some time in this championship.
I thought you were going to say kept them on the straight and narrow, but there was no straight out there at all, as we said.
Quite narrow.
Yeah, it is narrow. It is narrow. It was wild, and they were kind of unlucky because the event was on hold, of course, for the issues we were having. And I think without it being on hold, actually, I reckon the only final that would have been wet would have been the open four-wheel drive final at the end. But it was torrential rain. Imagine sitting in that, Gabrielsen and Victor Johansson sitting down there when Andreas Eriksson came down there. Was like, thank God for that.
Yeah, I mean, the cross car and cross car junior drivers must have been sat there thinking, unlucky.
They would have been running back to the paddock. So a brilliant job by Vitals, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, like I said, during the race commentary, I think it was a great job by Team Farron as well to. Not that anyone else didn't make a good setup decision, but clearly the knowledge you get with running with an experienced team, those minor setup adjustments can make a big difference in those conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick look at the Nova tyres, because it was so relevant
this
yesterday.
This is the tyre you would not want to be on, and this is what the open two-wheel drives largely run on, is an absolute slick, so that would have been...
That would have been a disaster.
Catastrophe.
This is the standard rallycross tyre, and then this one, the wet weather tyre, is what everybody who had the chance to change was on. Well, everybody was on yesterday in the wet finals. So yeah, Nova would have luckily, I think, had quite a few of those mounted up. Everyone was across the weather forecast here. It was the first time that we knew this year it was likely to be wet. It did look like it was going to hold off, but it
was quite wet in Alspin, but it didn't have the same outcome on the finals as here. Looking back before the rain came, though, Crosscar Junior, great recovery from Carl Svedland after his problems in Q1 being in the wall to win, and that championship fight is now within a point, which is...
Likewise from Pira, who he's up against. Pitu Pira had, to be honest, not great pace here all weekend. Even in the semi-final, I was like, wow, he's struggling. Both times he got a start in and went round the outside. Svedland was our money man coming into the season, and then suddenly it was like, oh, Pitu Pira's here to spoil it, because you always get those new drivers come in, and when he came in at the top, I bet Svedland was thinking, oh, this sucks, but now we've got a battle on our hands. I
think what's been impressive about Svedland, that he's driven with his head for most of the season, and he's taking results when he can. He's had a few niggles along the way, but yeah, great result, and that championship is super close.
Fraser McConnell took his first victory of the season yesterday, which I think he was quite relieved about. We know how good he is, but he wanted a win, didn't he? Got it in FC2. I think he would have liked it in open four-wheel drive, but that final was a lottery. One thing I would say is in wet weather conditions, the front row was a terrible place to start from with the rubber on it. Everybody went backwards.
But when it's as warm as it is today, if that continues later on, that will actually be the best place to be. Yeah. So it's interesting how the conditions change. I actually love watching the FC2 final, because the four drivers in it all give each other so much racing room and respect while pushing so hard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drivers testing FC2s here on Monday. There's a lot of interest in the series for next year, and I think while I'm sure we'll see some dramatic racing in the future, the proximity that these guys race at, I think we really have to enjoy while it exists, because I don't think you're going to see people not going for the tiniest of gaps, perhaps, when there's a lot more entries.
Martinson yesterday with the misfire. The team still with the bonnet up actually this morning. I didn't notice whether it was out in free practice or not, I have to say. We had another busy morning here. The Darbacks over on the left-hand side. I mean, the cars, they've spent some time in the jet wash, haven't they? Because nobody's really looking quite as muddy as you think they might. This is typical rallycross look. What's that? How angle grinding? Angle grinding a spanner look.
Yeah, classic. That'll be to make the spanner fit.
It won't.
Never intended for.
Yeah, we need a 13mm spanner that's only 4mm thick. That's fine. Get the angle grinder out and we'll crack on. Svensson and Anderson here too.
Yep, Svensson had a great result in the FC2 final. We'll be pleased about that.
Anderson obviously shocker.
Did have a visibility issue in the end, and they were worried about some other stuff, but. Very sensible from Lucas just to keep going. He did get lapped, but got to the end. Supercar Lights is also fantastically close. I actually think the two most open championships at the moment are open four-wheel drive and FC2. By that I mean there's like 8 points separating the top runners. Everything else is within a couple of points, and that is absolutely perfect.
Well, you said yesterday in commentary, look, it'd be nice. We never wish any ill on anyone. We don't mean that. We just want to see great racing like you guys do. Like, it'd be nice if some of the guys who are leading don't have a perfect day, and some of the guys who are behind do. And it was like, yep, that's pretty much what happened.
Exactly what happened here with Jonathan Yulalami, third win in a row with the JC squad, having switched to the speed car Wonder chassis. I think there's like 4 points separating the top three or something mad, and it was a bad day for Martin Ugar, who came here with Pace Motorsport leading the championship.
Here's are these the two that confused us yesterday, Hal?
They are, yeah. The Norwegian Vettel, the regular driver there,
And
with JC and new teammate for this weekend, Spilling.
Yeah, we were like, so which one's which? And now I look at it, I'm like, yeah, we'll have to have a word with Yol about that, won't we? Turan over here didn't start the final, and we're getting up towards the RC car track, so we might as well wrap things up about... Oh, Victor Franks, of course. Victor absolutely smashed it at home at Valkenswaard, destroyed everybody. 2 wins. He said to us yesterday after all the finals, he was at the commentary box. He's like, oh, I'm so disappointed. He had a can of Coke and a massive bag of crisps. I was like, is this the the disappointment? He's like, oh, I'm so annoyed. He said every time I'm in the semi-finals, something breaks, something goes wrong. He said, I think I used all my luck in Valkenswaard.
So what happened yesterday was a drive shaft joint broke on the second jump landing. He then basically had no brakes because the wheel wasn't engine braking anymore, and he actually did a pretty stellar job to stay out of the rear of McConnell.
Yes,
Hit the
he
rear
did.
of Fraser, didn't he?
Yeah.
Grabbed the handbrake, threw the car in. There was no malice in that. He was just desperately trying to get the car stopped, and I think he was quite lucky as well because it hit right in the middle of the door, and quite often you can get some more significant structural damage from that. But yeah, just another bit of those fortune things that don't go your way. The chance of a drive shaft breaking like that over a jump, it could happen today, it could happen in 3 weeks, you just don't know. And that's why the team spend a lot of time trying to life the parts and stuff. Difficult for him.
It is indeed. It was a difficult end to yesterday. Looks like a beautiful day today. The weather might still be iffy later, but I don't know. I'm seeing blue skies and sunshine. I'm definitely seeing a great day of racing ahead. So let's take a look around the Nysum Bahn and then get cracking, or maybe straight down to the grid. See how much time we got.
So we are on board with Oliver Eriksson, Chase being teammate. Casper Janssen ran this fantastic Nysum circuit down that long straight, which looked very different in the wet and slippery conditions yesterday. Both drivers run a bit deep there at the end of the straight, so difficult to judge the braking. And now climbing the hill, which actually looks much steeper on the onboard than it does from the outside camera. Look at the dust as they go over the first of the jump, the second of the jumps. The FC2 cars hopping around, carrying so much speed, and then into the most difficult braking area on the entire circuit, where all the loose gets dragged down into that corner through this technical tarmac section into the rear of Janssen there. They're both tucked up behind Fraser McConnell to cross the finish line and set another lap. Oliver Eriksson is one of the drivers who will be very keen to be at the front on this second day in Denmark.
Brighter, better weather.
Just it has rained this morning, though, hasn't it?
So. The printing. Need to wake up. We're all good. Yeah, we're excited for it. Has it rained? Not much, though, did it?
It drizzled, yeah.
It's a bit grey, isn't it?
And it's on the horizon again as well, I think.
Okay. Well, we're looking forward to it. Either way, literally a couple of minutes away. What's that on our timing screen there, Hal? Some sort of a warning about something? Oh, exciting. Okay, we'll need to fix that as well. And we're going to get the printer as... we need our printouts for crosscar. Do you want to get the printouts? Can you reach around to the printer around there? Marvellous. Hope you're going to be with us for the rest of the day. What's going on? Is it Hungarian Grand Prix today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
WRC Finland.
Oh, yeah.
Autograss Nationals in the UK.
Yeah.
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah. European Championship for radio control cars. That finished yesterday, actually. Is that all we've got? Do you think the printer's run out of ink? I've printed
Paul
about,
Workman
I've
pains
printed
their
about
tools.
9 things.
Did you, though?
Drivers, but yeah, I did, genuinely. Oh, dear. Okay, well, it is what it is. We'll figure it out in a minute. Yes, we are excited to go racing. Hal, what's going on in the comments? Everybody joining us, hopefully?
Well, I said hello to everyone, and then there was a bit of a conflab about whether it was actually me or not. So that bit we do before is a pre-record. That was earlier, and now we're live. What we do as part of this broadcast is we build a package. Normally, it's just the paddock walk, but here we... played in the finals from yesterday, then we had a look around the paddock to sort of kind of update on the championship situation, which is going to be mega today. That's going to be the talking point of this weekend because it's got so tight, hasn't it, in all of the championship battles.
It has.
And now we're live. This is reality as of now.
Yes, we like to fake things occasionally. Championship standings. P2 Pira leads Junior Crosscar, did lead Junior Crosscar before, but now Svedland is only 1 point behind. Matala Mackie is probably 30 off there. Crosscar is led now by Thomas Inc. Merstead on 124. Yola Lamy is on 122. Only 2 points between them and Martin Ugar, who I saw yesterday was desperately disappointed He's on 116. He said, I've spoken to my dad, I've spoken to the mechanics. They all just say I've got to forget it and get on with it. And he looked really down. I was like, you've got to try and enjoy driving the car.
Still young, isn't he, as well, and has moved into the pace team.
Yeah. He said, I've got to stop thinking about the championship. And I said, just get out and do it. I said, just get out and enjoy driving the car. You forget when you're that young how fun it is. But when you get a bit older and you look back, you're like, oh, I wish I'd enjoyed it more. Because at the time, you're putting yourself under so much pressure to get results, and you don't realise it's maybe the time of your life you're out driving racing cars.
Well, I think that's. We were talking to someone in the hotel bar last night, weren't we?
Yeah.
About that's anything in life, isn't it? It's,
yes.
You never really appreciate what you're doing in the moment until it's too late.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Victor Johansson and Lucas Gabrielsen equal on points, 132 each. There's nobody else in that fight. Jensen's back on 67. Leading Supercar Lights Mounier 145, Vitol's 143, Anderson 139. So that is absolutely wide open. And then open four-wheel drive 134 to Maiko Tam and 124 to Linneman. So the gap was closed by a few points there. And then it's 106 to Martinson. So really it's a two-horse race. Linneman needs a good day today to try and close that gap down. And finally FC2 is 85 points for Casper Janssen, 78 for Oliver Ericsson and 77 for Fraser McConnell. So that's your championship update. And we're going to bring you up to speed with what happened in Crosscar earlier on today as well. So they've had their second qualifying session. And we're going to take a look at Junior Crosscar in a moment, and Crosscar as well, while people are warming up their engines in the background. Are we ready? Let's go.
So this is the first run of Junior Crosscar this morning. Q2 highlights, as it says at the bottom of the screen, and that is Sebastian Ease, etc., taking the race win, followed by Fredriksson. This is the second of those races. Hukar on the outside, trying to go around the outside of Matlamaki, who gets in the rear of Compatriot Hukar several times there. Loses out a little bit. Hukar takes the race win in this one ahead of Nilsson. And this is where some of the fastest drivers from yesterday sit in the fastest race in Q2. Carl Svedlin, yesterday's winner, on the outside. And Thiele was so quick, having switched to the Speedcar Extreme for yesterday. But championship protagonist Pete Tupira did a mega job to just cross the line, millimetres ahead of Svedlin come the end. And it was indeed... Svedlin had a terrible time, actually, only 10th fastest, so that's when the rain fell. Sebastian Ease, etc., sits top of the order, having been in that first race and setting the fastest time in Q2, and Thiele and Hukar at the top of the order. So we were talking about the rain. It really did affect those early cross-car runners in the junior category in Q2.
Let's take a look at cross-car. Dry conditions for them as Q2 got underway. Gotherson here with a zebra-coloured car getting out in front, but contact for him as well.
Still pretty greasy, isn't it, with the sun out, but you can still see the tarmac's quite a different colour. It's rained through junior crosscar, and I think it will really affect these early runners in crosscar as well.
Kong, of course, continued to use Robin Grana's car, which was loaned to him, still with Grana's name on the side of it, which I think is a nice tribute after his car burnt in the back of a bus on the way back from Portugal. Absolutely shocking for the team when something like that happens. It's awful. Yeah,
amazing. I'm sure when that incident was happening, they never expected to still be competing at this end of the season. 3 of the Pace Motorsport machines in this one, along with Alex Lindqvist. I talked to Alex last night. Well, the finals for everything else was ongoing. He was so disappointed to pick that puncture up and drop out of contention, because he was right there in the mix, wasn't he? Another disappointed driver there, Martin Ugart, who, as you say, just needs to focus on enjoying driving and get the pace we've seen so far this year. Had a good run then.
Hopefully we'll see a bit more of that. Yul here in the purple car, taking the whole shot down towards the first corner. This was Q2, of course. They'd already had Q1 earlier on today. Vettel and Yul getting stuck into it. So close between the top cross-car runners, it really is. Brilliant racing from them. Right, we're going to head straight down to the grid, I think, get ourselves started on Q3 for cross-car. Q3? No, open two-wheel drive. Q2, first of all. Wake up, Coley. Wow. Thomas Eekmerstad, full sender. We were just talking to Fraser McConnell about him, and he said, I love watching Eekmerstad. I just love watching him throw the car around. I also saw Riku Hukar earlier on today, who's sitting in P3, and Hukar says he's aiming for the win today. And that was after a P2 for him yesterday. Pentonen's right up there in the mix. Pentonen had a bit of a shocker in the final yesterday, but Eek Murstad is, of course, in the championship fight, needs to take that title. Has been on the podium the last 3 years. He's in the lead now by 2 points from Unitin Yulalami. So Eek Murstad out-qualifying Yulalami at the minute by quite a few points, and that would be a nice way for him to start his weekend. So Bleasdale, Liskowitz, Wallach and Morgan in this. Great start by Wallach, blows everyone on the way on the run down to turn 1. Track cycling's been fairly well watered, nicely re-prepped. Good to go. Hal, you were saying one thing earlier on, which is about the amount of dirt which is out on the circuit from yesterday, from those muddy conditions.
Yeah, and it still hasn't cleaned, has it? So what happens in those muddy conditions is the tyres get full of dirt and that gets dragged onto the tarmac, and even with the amount of running that's taken place so far today, that still hasn't fully cleaned. It was interesting talking to the FC2 runners, wasn't it, after their final yesterday as well, because the way the order of the finals works with the separate FC2 final and the open four-wheel drive final is that the FC2 final follows cross-car rather than open two-wheel drive and supercar lights, and Casper Janssen was saying the lines were very different, which is shows how astute these drivers are, that they were very aware that the line was much narrower, having only followed cross-car rather than following two categories of cars. Even if there's only 4 races yesterday between open two-wheel drive and supercar lights, it's enough to clean the racing line. Bleasdale all over the back of Wallach. There's lots of history between Wallach and the Bleasdale brothers racing in the UK.
Wallach chucks the BMW back the other way, and the Vauxhall VX220 is in hot pursuit. What was he found out yesterday, Hal? A couple of people messaged me, I've forgotten what it was called already. Was it a Speedster? Opel Speedster. Yeah, I don't know whether it's Speedster or VX220. Let us know in the comments. What do you prefer, Speedster or VX220?
VX220. Anyone else who says otherwise?
There you go. So Hal's told you he likes VX220 and you have to as well. Yeah, good stuff.
Bleasdale into the Joker this time around. That will release Wallach. And Bleasdale will now get his head down to try and close the gap. Wallach does the fastest lap of the race so far on a 45.5. Of course, Bleasdale can't match that, having been in the compulsory extra route, sideways up the straight with a little left-hand kink in it. But so far, nobody in this encounter is anywhere near the best time of Wallach, but we have to assume, given how much pressure he was applying to the rear of the BMW, that Bleasdale can do something about it. Looked slow there through the hairpin. Wallach just massaging the brake pedal on the way into the hairpin.
4.9 is the gap.
I think Bleasdale's had a slower run than he would like for whatever reason through this last lap.
And now he's going to go round in the background, so looks like he's, hang on to it.
Definitely got a problem. I thought he was so at the hairpin down the bottom.
Way too sideways. So Wallach takes this one from Bleasdale. And Liskowitz. So it's lap here, Wallach 252.8, Bleasdale, Liskowitz and Morgan. Race number 2 coming up. Van der Warrenberg on the inside, Roy Rass with the Wankel engine in the Citroen, and then Nayens and Jensen on the outside. Jensen P3 in the standings, but as I said at the start of the show, quite a long way back. 67 points to 132 of our 2 leaders, Gabrielsen and Victor Johansson. It's Roy Rass who gets down to turn 1 first of all in the Zara. I do like the Zara, to be fair, but I think probably I like it because I also like the Zara kit car and the Zara WRC car, Hal.
But not the Zara supercar.
I don't mind. Well, no, I just said, oh, sorry, it's the Zara supercar. Yes, No, not as much. No, it doesn't ring bells for me like the kit car did. I'm a massive fan of the kit car area. Did we ever mention it?
I don't like that shape of Zara, the previous shape. So
fair enough. Fair enough.
The end.
Yeah, we like the variety.
That's one of the best things about open two-wheel drive, isn't it? Is the wide variety of machinery in the field. Morgan returning in the previous run, having been a bit absent yesterday, has meant we're up to 3 races in the category. And Nayans was, it was in this corner when Nayans ran into trouble yesterday, wasn't it, after that contact that he was penalised for. Look at the flames from the back of Roy Rass's Zara with the rotary engine, as you say. Yeah, total lottery, isn't it, in those conditions?
Yeah.
While wet racing is dramatic, it's never as exciting as people suspect it's going to be, is it? And yeah, it's a total lottery who does well or not. You'd assume that Victor Johansson would have a good run, wouldn't you, given the length of the wheelbase in his car and the stability, but actually it was the short, rather more nervous Toyota Starlet that was much better for it, so it's so difficult to tell.
What would you have out of the current cars if we were going to go to the grid now and ever, or having to look up the inside, but it's quite a hopeful one and a bit of a side race one. Jensen holds on from Van der Warrenberg. What would you go for?
Franks' Peugeot.
No, I mean open two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
You'd take Franks.
That's what I meant. Well, it was 3-wheel drive yesterday, wasn't it?
So you bring a gun to a knife fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. Oh, yeah, that's cool. No, if you had to use one on the field today, what would you have?
Well, it's hard to bet against Gabrielson's Starlet, isn't it? Given that's the, I'd say that's the pace setter at the moment. I love Wallach's BMW, so probably that.
I'd go with Starlet.
I do think. Well, I'm baffled by it really, because it should be more nervous than it is given the length of the wheelbase. But clearly,
like a 106 max.
Clearly, they've got it absolutely sorted. So
yeah. Okay. There we are. Lovely follow drone work from Vigo. I did ask him why he didn't go under the bridge yesterday when we dared him to, and he said he's got too much going on with the audio here, so he's listening to the direction, and then we're on a 1.3-second delay or something. So he turned it down, but I will dare him again to go under the bridge at some point today, and we'll see whether or not he was listening. He did it first time of asking in Holland earlier on this year. Roy Rass takes it 2:48.8, is faster than Wallach, went by 4 seconds. See, that's a proper bit of rallycross, isn't it, Hal? Look, tank tape. They do at least have 2 colours of tank tape. Look, the red bit on the left is an attempt to match the paint job, but the silver is no bueno. So, Roy Rass takes it from Van der Warrenberg, Nayans and Jensen. So this is an interesting one, because we saw Kenneth Kong last night, didn't we, arriving with wheels and tyres on a trolley, seemingly with an awful lot to do to get done. He wasn't even here yesterday, was he? And he's just turned up last night and basically gone, go on then, we'll get the BMW back out.
And has been very quick around here in the past. It was a regular in RallyX for a little while, so...
and he's on the pole in race number 3, meaning he was quickest in the previous heat as well. So, so Kong ahead of Johansson, Gabrielson and Bleasdale. Right, come on lads, let's have a decent race. Let's go. Wakey, wakey. Gabrielson's launch was epic there. The car just sat down twice up through the gears, sat both times, found the traction and went. Victor Johansson loses the start to P4, which is unusual for him. We still haven't shown the Victor Johansson Lego set, Hal.
No, we'll have to do that at some point.
We do need to do
today.
that. Yeah, if we get some sort of an incident where there's a recovery going on, we'll run you through his incredible Lego set.
Please
like
do.
Lego, you can't watch.
Jokers, for the first time of asking, gets out of the traffic. Johansson is just not with the front 2 just at the moment. In the big Merc, sideways through the left kink up the first of the straights.
It's weird, isn't it, for him? If you think about it, it's a 2-horse race between him and Gabrielson. The points effectively, Hal, are reset now with 3 rounds to go. They're both on exactly the same with here and 2 rounds at Estring, and that doesn't tell the story of a whole season of hard work and travelling and all the rest of it, but it's equal points right now.
Yeah, and what he really doesn't want is a load of other drivers in the mix. While Johansson has been the advocate of the category, and I'm sure he's delighted that other drivers are turning up to take part. He could do without the likes of Kenneth Kong getting involved and taking points away, but at the same time, Kong could take the points away from Gabrielson as well. So it's tricky. I think what they won't, neither of them all want really, is to end up in the bun fight next weekend with a massive entry in Germany and not be in a position to challenge at the front. Imagine you don't make the semis because of the big entry, and then that becomes a bit of an issue, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kong's all over the back of Gabrielson here. Out of the hairpin, but Gabrielson's got a lot of legs in that little starlet, hasn't he? So managed to pull away up the hill. Kong closing on the brakes at the end of the straight. I think will Joker this time around. Looking at the attitude in the car, yes, indeed he does. It's a nice clean line on the inside there, on the entry to the Joker.
Johansson, I think he will.
Comfortably, I'd say, yeah, based on the times. Johansson some 7 seconds off the back of this pair last time around.
Look at the side race up the straight. You said actually how you clocked in the wet conditions. We saw how three-dimensional it is in terms of the ups and the downs, but actually it's not much of a straight. It's a very fast sweeping left most of the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I think you see a bit more with the rear-wheel drive car. So this time there, and then Gabrielson will go Joker. Roy Rass is the target time for 2:48. Looking at the clock, I reckon that's pretty much on. Maybe easily on. Kong and Johansson come over the crest. Gabrielson through that final corner. Oh yes, he's going to destroy the time. So Gabrielson crosses the line, and it is a 2:43.4. He goes 5.4 seconds quicker than the current session leader was, and in fact everybody in that race goes quicker than Roy Rass had gone. So these four cars move to the top four of the standings for their Q2. Gabrielson wins the session from Kong and Johansson, so it is advantage Gabrielson at the moment. Kenneth Kong with the TQ at the moment. Lucas Gabrielson is in P2, Victor Johansson P3. Bleasdale in P4. So remember, it's Gabrielson and Johansson who you're looking at in terms of championships, and at the moment Gabrielson would take the lead in the standings by 1 point. On to Supercar Lights. Tobias Darbach 1Q1 from Mounier and Anderson with Vitols in P4. The championship guys are round about there, and Darbach, of course, as the local here as well. Norlander and Oscarson. Smoke still coming from the back of Norlander's car on the run down to the first corner. Phoebe Kate drops down and moves to the inside. Larsen looks for the outside line, but not committed enough to get around these two. And I don't think anybody's gone Joker on that one. They have not. Phoebe's going with the rest of the pack. So Norlander leads.
Norlander had his best day of the season so far, I'd say. Yesterday was third quickest in one of the sessions, largely helped by some drama for others, but still improving with every event is the Swede. Oscarson had all sorts of issues, didn't he? But has had an impressive first season, and it's all over the back of Norlander. Looks to the inside now. Another one of the debutants this year. Oscarson is all over the... Larsen has got past Oscarson now. Up the hill, Larsen, who spent half his weekend up that big bank on the exit of the first corner. Like a lot of the locals do. A lot of the locals run very, very wide,
Who
don't
else
they?
was up there? Ollie Eriksson was up there. Was McConnell up there almost in the wet yesterday?
Linneman loves a bit of a bank ride around there as well, doesn't he? Of course, Linneman, who runs the team that Larsen drives for.
Vigo, if you can hear us, under the bridge. Come on now, entertain the crowd.
Larsen closing a lot on the brakes on Norlander at the end of the first of the straights here. Norlander runs a bit wide up the hill, gets near to the barrier. Larsen's all over the back of him.
I'd say they've done a good job of dragging the gravel back out over the track out at the top there, because there was a very clean tarmac line there yesterday. Larsen goes Joker, good decision. I hope he gets out in front of Oscarson.
Well, Oscarson had gone last time, and I think they've both been carrying a lot more pace, haven't they? So good job from the Linneman squad. Larsen with the fastest lap of the race so far, still on a 42.9, the only driver to be in the 42s. based on what we saw yesterday, that's about par for the course at the moment. Norlander now with a 3.7 second margin. Needs to take his compulsory joker on this final tour.
In he goes. Let's see if that's going to be enough. I think he'll be quite close at the merge. Yeah, it is indeed. Norlander does get there though. So Norlander gets a big old, that's unnecessary.
Exactly what Linneman did yesterday in the same team in the rear quarter. All that really does is harm your own lap time. Potentially breaks the car.
Exactly. You have to be halfway up the inside to even ever think about trying to get the merge. Otherwise, it's just contact and you're just damaging the car.
I'm risking a penalty.
Anything?
I haven't looked for a little while.
No?
Can't do everything, mate.
Ask us a question. Come on, people. You know, we're printing grids, doing a bit of commentary, but here comes Phoebe still. Norlander takes it from Larsen and Oscarson. Phoebe crosses the line there as well. Continuing to learn. She's only 15, remember.
Someone's saying this is semi-live. This is yesterday's and Friday's racing. This is all live, actually. The only not live bit was the finals in the opener, but this is all today. There wasn't any racing on Friday, just a bit of free practice. We are fully live.
Oh, is it a conspiracy? Darback on the inside, Tobias that is, Mounier, Anderson, Vitals and Kevin Darback on the outside. Anderson with lots of space in the middle at the moment, squeezes Vitals out. Vitals now jumps to the inside, but there's nowhere to go there either. He's in a Darback sandwich.
What a move from Lucas Anderson around the outside, move wide to force Vitals out of the picture, then threw the car in. Great job from the Swede, who took both of his debut wins here in a doubleheader in 2023. And yesterday's winner, Vitals, at the back of this train of the top four, really needed to get out of the first corner better than that. I always think a Supercar Lights car's got a puncture with how heavily they lean on the rear tyre with the rear engines out of that hairpin, but it's just the deflection in the sidewall of the tyre.
Anderson ran wide there as well, didn't he? To the dirt where they dragged it on. He's definitely pushing everybody just a little bit wider, carrying this momentum still. Mounier goes joker. So this will partly be to cover off behind. I don't think he's done it either. He comes out behind. So Darback has managed to get the position there, I think. Yes, indeed. So Kevin Darback into P2, Mounier third.
Both Mouniers here this weekend, Julian and his brother Damien, who've both been racing each other in the French Championship lately as well in the headline supercar category.
Yeah, how did Mounier get on? He was making his debut, wasn't he?
Brilliantly, yeah, done a couple of events, was third in the first one in the older Polo. Vitals jokers this time around, as does Anderson, who's got a healthy advantage at the front. That's a brave strategy, but that's to cover off Mounier, isn't it? And now they're on the back of Darback as well. I mean, based on the fighting in the previous one and their ultimate pace over Norlander as a rule of thumb, they're not too worried about overall time here, because all of the drivers here are usually in the second and the fastest race this year in Supercar Lights.
The gap's big enough, isn't it?
So they don't really need to worry about being held up in terms of the overall time. It's more about defending from your championship rival.
If you had 15, 20 cars and Heat 3 was quick as well, but Heat 1 is significantly slower than Heat 2 here at the moment with these drivers in it.
Anderson very good on the brakes down there. A lot of rotation in the car from Darback. Mounier looks to the inside of Anderson, but no way through at all.
Anderson's going to take this one then from Mounier over the line. Anderson on 139, Hal, he's only 6 points off Mounier, so really every single point counts. Yeah, nick a point here. You nicked 1 point in qualifying at each of the next 3 rounds. You're halfway there, aren't you? One win and you'd be in the lead.
As an example of the pace we were just talking about, Anderson's lap time was over a second quicker than that of Larsen, who set the fastest lap in the previous run.
Right, we move on then to open four-wheel drive. Three cars on the grid, Svensson, Tanovic and Ostring. Good start by Svensson on the inside line. Ostring, though, has got the better of him, but a little nudge for Ostring. Is that going to push him too wide, or is he going to manage to hold on? Does hold on.
Oh, tap in the rear for Ostring as well from Svensson. Svensson, who had that third position in the FC2 final yesterday. Just looking at some questions in the YouTube comments at the moment. At Harridge, I have a question for you and Andrew. What year and or track has had the worst weather you have commentated on?
Collier's 2025 was pretty close. Yesterday afternoon was a good one. I'm trying to think, really. You did the Riga in the floods, didn't you? That must be pretty bad.
Yeah, but that wasn't that wet, I don't think, Riga. It was wet during the event, but you don't get the standing water or the mud, do you, at that circuit? So the World Championship race there in 2016 was pretty wet as well.
Where was it in Norway, in hell, when it absolutely smashed it down? We all had to hide under the TV truck, literally under a truck from the rain. It was when the spotter truck was up above the hairpin up at turn 1. I can't remember what year it was, but it rained, it just caned it down just before the semis.
Finland 2014,
oh,
I
yes,
think would be my...
Tanner, with the branding on the front of the car.
Or was that 13?
Not sure. I think it rained in 13
It was 14,
and 14.
It was 14. I think Kovala 14 was probably the wettest event.
What year was the year Liam had the shunt in turn 1? Was that 13? I think it was
14.
Euros. 14.
Prior to that, Estering 2008, I think. Was it 2008? No, 2009. Estering 2009 when Stecker won. Stecker didn't win, sorry. Stecker won the C final, the B final, and finished second in the A final on Nobblies, gravel rally tyres. Andreas Eriksson won that day, from memory. No, he didn't. I think Sverre Isaacson won. I'm getting myself all confused. I think Eriksson had a couple of punctures, classically, like Mad Max.
Svensson about to do the merge with Ostring. I think Svensson will get there first. Yes, it does. So Svensson's going to take this and set us our time for open four-wheel drive.
Someone says they miss Howman. He'll be back next weekend at Estering. Tommy Howman, that is, in the FC2.
Howman is in desperate need of budget, as are a number of young drivers. But if you wanted to back a young driver, give Tommy Howman a shout.
And arguably the most talented of the young drivers of this generation,
yeah,
based on his ludicrous form. There are lots of young drivers with lots of talent, and I'm not suggesting he is alone in that, but he is very, very talented indeed. Someone says, would you like to participate in one of the races as a driver? Yeah, for sure. I've been lucky enough to do, speaking for myself, I've done quite a lot of rallycross racing at different levels, and yeah, it's always an itch you need to scratch. Anyone who tells you otherwise, whether you're Reinus Nittis or Kevin Eriksson or Andreas Eriksson, is lying, frankly, because once you've driven in rallycross, it's a very difficult bug to get over.
Yeah, my background was rally, and I often think I'd love to do some more rallying, but also think I might have lost my nerve being a bit older, and so I'd rather do some more rallycross. Done a few rallycross races only as a guest, really, so cross car in the UK, Suzuki Swifts, a couple of Super 1600 races, I'd get in anything. And I wouldn't care what it was, I'll get in it. In fact, a good indicator of that is I did the most dangerous race I ever did was the Van Prix, and the one I was the most scared of hurting myself in because the car had absolutely no safety in America.
I would not have done that.
No, yeah. They were like, would you do it for TV? I'm like, well, I suppose. We had good fun spray painting the outside of the car, but yeah, it was danger. Martinson, Tam Janssen and Turenne. Casper Janssen, yesterday's winner in open four-wheel drive. Remember, the first time the FC2 won. Michael Tam leading the standings in the championship, but didn't have a brilliant day yesterday. Well, it's a good launch from Tam this time, though. Gets in front of Martinson. Casper's going to go for the round the outside. Gets on the wand, gives it a good old send. Tam, though, will be on his inside down at turn 1. Janssen, look at that, tucks the brakes in, still shuts the door, gets up the inside and takes the lead. Tam going deep. That's brilliant driving by Casper Howell to have the awareness to know he's not going to get there and won't go around the outside just to tuck in, and then he took advantage of Tam's mistake.
Yeah, Tam driving with the attitude of a driver. He's leading the championship, and he's trying to hang on to that lead today, going into the final doubleheader at Estering next week. Janssen very pleased to have taken that victory yesterday, and clearly, even if he knows his own ability, you just have that extra element of confidence, don't you, when you know you've won at this level. It's not possible. None of these FC2 drivers previously knew whether it was possible or not, and now they know it's achievable, and they can push on. Tam's in the Joker this time around. That's to try and cover Martinson, but Tam definitely has some sort of a problem because he has dropped a lot of time. Not ideal at all for the TT Motorsport driver. Car moving around a lot there and not at full pace. I wonder if we can see the red Fiesta at some point, see if he maybe has a puncture or something. Couldn't quite hear through my headset the engine note. Maybe it might have a bit of a misfire or something. Now it's just Janssen and Philip Turenne who are still yet to joker. Martinson loitering in the background as well. Both of those drivers elect to go again. Martinson with a new diff set up for today in the rear of the car. They changed the rear differential from
Not happy with the handling?
The previous round in Owlspin, trying to find some more performance, and I think they were a bit at sea yesterday, especially with the wet conditions and the misfire later on, so they've gone back to what they know because he was so quick
Janssen.
in Owlspin.
Sorry, Hal, Janssen backing it in big time. Still holding on to it. We saw Oliver Eriksson do that yesterday in the wet. It was the onboard, actually, wasn't it, Hal, that you looked at, where Eriksson came in hot into the hairpin and then just lit it up and fired it straight through the apex. Into the Joker goes Janssen. Love that shot. It's a steep downhill drop and then bring it into the barrier on the exit. Look, lovely stuff. Janssen gets out in front of Martinson. Target time 2:30.9. It'll be close. 2:29.3, not as close as I thought. So he goes to the top of the table.
Someone asks if we would like to race an NGK Masters this year, or at least have some English commentary. I've been invited to do NGK Masters lots of times. It's always a clash.
I've had 2 invites and never been able to do it.
Yeah, they do a great job at that event in Karlstad, and I would love to be there one day, but it's always a horrible clash. It's a busy time of year. This period of the year is very, very busy, isn't it, with events generally. The sort of the start and middle of the summer, and then it sort of quietens down a bit, you find, and then that sort of September-October period is also very busy, and of course that's when NGK Masters is. Another driver, I think Casper Janssen and Philip Martinson have maybe both competed in the past. All sorts of big names have done it, and it is very competitive indeed. There is the result for this one. Janssen is fastest so far, comfortably. Martinson and Turenne. Michael Tam really needs to settle down, doesn't he, with clearly a technical issue there, but this is not going as he might wish, is it, with that championship lead?
Well, this is where Linneman, Hal, needs to really take advantage, and this is where you have to have your championship head on. He was 3rd yesterday. Tam didn't make the final yesterday, so the gap closed down a little bit. Still 10 points in between. If you can steal something qualifying, bearing in mind this is Q2 now, and Tam's just had a terrible result with a tech issue, as you say. Linneman really needs this, but outside him, he's got some proper weapons in Franks, Eriksson and McConnell. McConnell pulled off the round the outside twice yesterday. I reckon he's going to go for it again. Is it going to be 3 out of 3 for the Jamaican? He's becoming a bit of a specialist at this. Gets back to the apex, blocks Linneman tidily, and that is 3 from 3 for Fraser McConnell. Brilliant driving.
Not the perfect launch for Franks, but actually very sensible from the Belgian, because he was waiting for everyone to run wide and then tuck back in. Didn't quite work as he might have wished, into the rear of Linneman through turn 4 or 5, but what actually turned into be the final corner on a running lap. The Peugeot getting showered with dirt at the bottom of the hill, carrying a new livery for Victor, but actually the livery that Peter Hedstrom used in the European Championship at Julius a few weeks ago. But Fraser McConnell is on an absolute charge this weekend. He won his first ever Supercar, now open 4-wheel drive event here a few years ago. clearly feeling very comfortable in the FC2 now and at this circuit.
He is indeed. Ericsson went joker on lap 1, so we need to watch Ericsson's lap times to see if he can do something. And indeed, Linneman responds to Ericsson's threat. So watch for Ericsson. He's not there. So Linneman's edged Ericsson. So that's good. Good tactics from Ulrich's squad. And now it's a case of whether or not Franks is going to go, because Franks, I think, will feel like he was faster, Hal, with a tiny little bits of contact. The reality is it's maybe only 1 or 2 corners. What was the lap time?
Franks has got to go again, I think, at this stage. Franks did a 39.6 last time around, a 39.3 for McConnell, but Franks was in that battle. You can
what
see
about Linneman, though? I was wondering if he'd respond to Linneman.
Didn't he? So
yeah, it's whether he'll respond to him or not. So
no,
you don't think
definitely
he will?
not. No, he's not close enough to McConnell. I think you've got to go again.
Late on the brakes. And Franks stays out. He's tidy in the hairpin this time round.
You can't joker when it's that close and you're in that fight. I think you always got to go again at that stage to try and increase the margin.
I think Linneman's going pretty quickly in the background, but we'll see when they come over the line.
38.7 for Victor Franks. That time around 38.8. So Linneman's not doing enough. Franks just needs to stay in the rear of McConnell here. He's not going to get the race win, barring disaster for the Jamaican, but it's all about, as you say, both of them trying to get ahead of Ulrich Linneman.
Franks is around 0.3 quicker than Fraser on that one, but Fraser got the start and kept the door shut. Casper Janssen's right behind us in commentary, having a little look over our shoulder to see if he hangs on to the position of session winner. Into the joker lap then. Fraser McConnell drops the FC2 in. Right behind him, or a few car lengths back, is Victor Franks. Linneman slots into P2. Where's Franks gone? Franks made a mistake in the joker and goes way back. So McConnell's going to take this. Is it enough to win the session? It is. 2:28.2. Fraser McConnell wins Q2. Ulrich Linneman with a 2:28.4 will drop into P2, and Casper Janssen gets P3 in the session. That is a great drive by Fraser, and that is capitalising, Hal. That's what we're saying Linneman had to do when Tam had a bad run, and it's a good drive. That's Linneman's sort of fans and sponsors who are down alongside the fence by the tower. And we can see here Fraser McConnell again pulling off around the outside. A bit more rotation maybe than previous laps and using all the dirt and grass on the outside, but beautifully controlled to get it back to the inside line. You saw Linneman do similar yesterday. It came back quite aggressively, holds on to P2.
This is the sort of run Linneman needs, though, as Vigo loses another drone lens at the end of the straight. But Linneman just needs to be there or thereabouts, doesn't he? And be right at the front for the semi-finals, try and capitalise, move forward to the finals and get the strong points he needs.
Oh, he hit the barrier on the inside. He hit the barrier on the inside and then very nearly hit the barrier on the outside. I think Fraser was pretty close if he didn't tap it already himself. So super tight in between them. But Fraser McConnell takes Q2 for open four-wheel drive. Fraser McConnell wins, as we said, from Linneman, Franks and Ericsson. We should have standings after Q2, so we can take a look and see where they are. Their fans are down there with their little drinks. Look, I think there is a bar in what becomes the last corner. I remember from last year. Oh, look at that. So Ulrich Linneman at the minute, P1. Maiko Tam, P9. That would close the gap by 8 points if it remains like that. Linneman ahead of McConnell by 5 points. McConnell having won Q2, Linneman Q1. Victor Franks is third. Ericsson, Janssen, Martinson, Svensson, Turenne, and as we say, Maiko Tam, the championship leader, down in P9, Hans-Joran Ostring and Tom Daniel Tanovic complete your top 11 in open four-wheel drive. So there we go, that's Q2 finished with. How Tam needs to respond to Linneman now, and Linneman obviously needs to keep that consistency up if they want. That's the only title that's not that close. I'd love to see that close going into Estering as well.
And FC2, I think Fraser McConnell will be hoping that Linneman has some sort of drama in the next one. McConnell can win the session again and get to the TQ spot because he wants to be on pole for the FC2 final, because the FC2 gap is also reasonably big because there's not enough cars to make a big difference, is there? So
that's a tougher one to close down, isn't it? I think because of the lack of entries in the category.
Still possible, especially with how the intermediate works. So I think, it's going to be critical at the top of open four-wheel drive to see who can get those grid positions for this afternoon, because that's so important.
There we go. Join us in 20 minutes time, 2 p.m. local time. We'll continue with the final qualifying session from Nysum Barnet in Denmark. See you in a bit. Welcome back to Nysum Barnum. We're getting ourselves ready for the final qualifying session of the weekend here in northern Denmark at this fantastic track. Junior Cross Car is down there on the grid. Svedland, Antila, Manisto and Schnack. Svedland, remember, 1 point behind P2 Pira after a win yesterday. But obviously not having a good Q2 to have ended up down in this one. He's on the inside line, but I don't think he's going to make that work. Manisto gets there from the outside. And now Schnack's gone up the inside as well. Manisto comes back, so it's Manisto, Schnack and Svedland. Svedland would do well to Joker, but probably can't afford to, because Hal, I'm imagining not everyone in this is that quick.
I think actually this is a quick race, isn't it, with Alex Antila, who was top qualifier yesterday, I think the first to go into the Joker.
Yeah.
At the opening opportunity, so Svedland did have that option, I think, and maybe you ought to have used that. Svedland to the right of Schnack going down the straight. That's a great move from the JC driver. Poor junior runners getting the worst of the conditions as normal because the track's just been watered at the start of the session. Great move though from the Kazmat pilot, and now he's all about trying to chase Manisto for the lead.
So got a Joker then surely on the next one, because Alex Antila has already gone, so he knows he's in a good position to go this time. Late on the brakes, trying to close down on Manisto.
I think I'd go again because...
Would you?
Yeah, because you've lost that time making the overtake, haven't you, being in the rear of Schnack. So I think I'd go again, hope I can affect the same move on Manisto this time around and then get your head down until the last lap of the race. But equally, Manisto's been quick and he's right up there in the championship, so not necessarily going to hold you up too much.
I didn't feel like he lost a ton of time with the pass, but I must admit I was sorting out my grid at the time. Luckily you were looking at the screen. That's the rule we have here. One of us is always looking at the screen if we can. We had a question, Hal, about the track come in from one of our friends in Hungary who said, why are they allowed to take the Joker in the first half lap if that half lap doesn't count towards the lap count? I mean... Oh,
Svedland's carrying so much pace down the hill. Very, very gentle on the brakes, not to even consider locking a wheel. Manisto's the first of that pair to Joker. I suspect that's a wise move, actually, from the Finn to try and cover off Antila. 2.8 seconds the gap, so it's not going to be anywhere near enough.
So that, for me, is a perfect example of why it's allowed on the first lap. It means we get 4 opportunities to Joker in a 3-lap race. I think it's quite nice.
I've been at events where they've not allowed the Joker on the first lap. That was part of the World Championship rules a few years ago. When the Joker's in turn 1, you couldn't take it, and just made it horribly confusing. It's already reasonably difficult to explain a rallycross race format as it is. There's been lots of different variants, and largely they've been made more complicated, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just add another. For me, it's about making things as simple as possible, and yeah, not allowing it would just make it more confusing for no reason at all. There's no reason not to, in my eyes.
No, we were saying as well, dear Antila, sorry, Svedland doesn't get there. Antila's going to get there first. Yesterday's TQ, as Hal said, as they cross the line. They didn't see the checker flag. Our graphics are saying finish, and I would suggest that's a mistake, but I might be wrong. 2:51, it is a mistake, so they've made a mistake here at the venue because there's no checker out. Reynes is shaking his head, so the junior cross car drivers are going to do an extra lap, Hal. That makes it interesting for them, doesn't it?
And without a spotter, you've got to go again, haven't you? If you don't see the flag, you've got no choice. And
luckily,
what you don't want to do now is damage the car by having a lunge.
Yeah, we do. For me, I would now red flag the race because you've got the times already. So you could have red flagged them after the finish line from race control, and then just say, no, you've already taken the checker. So we've got the times on screen.
Move for Svedland up the inside, despite it not actually being a race. What a brilliant move from the young Swede. Unfortunately, it's going to count for nothing because the race is already finished. But a brilliant example of what can be done, and he'll be hoping he can pull it. Who knows that can happen now?
What a mess,
so he can potentially pull that off later on again today.
Unusual. Unusual. Another look at the start here. It was a great start actually from the outside from Schnack, had a brilliant launch, but chuck it in towards the inside line was Manisto. Decent race and an extra lap. Our timing screen's showing the same as what you've got there. That was the finishing positions on the previous lap. And of course, everybody had jokered, so no drama. They can be given a notional joker time, by the way. Though if they don't joker, they'll be given a 30-second penalty normally. But if you don't joker because the race has been red flagged and they don't rerun it, you can give drivers a notional joker time as well, which is an average of the other drivers' jokers. On the outside here is P2 Pira, who's leading the standings by 1 point now from Svedland. Paramäki Yillalami, Kangashaho in this one as well. P2 Pira with the best start, moving to that inside line. Now just got to keep it in on the barriers and not let anyone come through. Good awareness there to know there's nobody threatening and just to use the full width of the track anyway, and then back into the apex. So perfect start for Pira, and now has got to get after the time at least of Svedland. Antila won't be such a big worry. Where's Antila in the standings? Not in the, basically it's these two, and then Matalamäki's on 116, so it is a two-horse race, but it's a nice close one.
But you do also need to get ahead of Antila to get the points, don't you? And when it's so close, every point counts so much. So
and they're both doing badly, Hal. Looking at it, P2 Pira's in P7 overall, and Svedland's in P9 overall. So we had a fifth and a 10th for Svedland, and a fourth and a 9th for Pira.
Great little battle with Paramäki here, applying the pressure in the pink machine with another fantastically large number on the front. Just doesn't quite have the legs down the straight. But yeah, not ideal for the two championship protagonists this weekend. Paramäki jokers this time around, gets all out of shape on the way in.
That's untidy, isn't it? And then almost a barrier tap on the inside. We did ask Fraser if he tapped the barrier in the last one. He said no. He didn't, as you saw Ranks did.
I do feel for the junior drivers always getting the slippery conditions, but I guess they're used to it. With that's being how the order of the race normally runs. They don't actually get the slippery conditions for Q2 because Q2 for juniors is right on the back of open four-wheel driving in Q1, but thereafter they usually get the water track.
Good learning process for them though, isn't it? You know, coming up against tricky conditions every time as a junior puts you in a strong position for when you move up through the categories. This is a demonstration run from Pira, pretty much.
Fastest lap for Pira that time around, a 45.6. Let's have a look what everyone else does as they cross the line. But they're not even there yet. 8.8 seconds the gap now. 12.1 to Yillalami at the back of the order. So Pira's on a 45.6 and no one else is anywhere near the 45s or indeed the 46s.
Going on, look. Paramäki.
47.4 is the next best time from Paramäki. I guess this won't be the fastest lap though because of that overtake. You can carry so much pace into that corner, can't you, when you've just got a narrow little crosscar at the front as Pira crosses the line miles ahead of everybody else.
And at the top of the timesheets as well, so P2 Pira goes quicker than Antila and Svedland.
I think that gives a good indication of how topsy-turvy the order was with the wet conditions in the previous session because it rained, and that really upset the form because really Pira has done a 250.4. Everyone else in the previous race did a 51.5, a 52.3, a 52.3, a 53.7, whereas everyone else in this race is much further behind. So actually it works out nicely that Pira was the only quick driver in this run, and that's been perfect for him.
And his track time, okay, I know the track time changes, that would have been enough to win in either of the other sessions. What's really interesting is Isak Setra, who's in TQ at the minute, at a 10th and a 1st. P2 is Antila with a 1st and an 11th. So nobody's Hukar.
But that was the rain in Q2, wasn't it, that made the track so slippery and really affected the later runners.
Yeah, sure, with their own performance. Yeah, what you mean for the previous session? So they were, was it mid-session?
Yeah, it was during the session too.
Right, there you go, that makes sense then. Yeah.
Which is why it's a bit topsy-turvy, I think.
More rain, liven it up. I enjoy a bit of rain. I'd be in favour of water in rallycross tracks, not to a crazy extent, but I really would. Especially if you're somewhere where the circuit sucks and you need a bit more, you need a bit more slippery stuff. Isak Setra, Hugard, Nielsen, Matalamäki and Fredriksson. Best start on the inside for Isak Setra, down to turn 1. Matalamäki trying for the round the outside. Etc. going to get there first, but might have left the door open. I thought there Fredrickson was going to have a look up the inside, but didn't. Fredrickson, oh, that's a shame. Hookar and Matalamaki have got hooked up in that first corner, and that's really going to let Etc. get away. Oh dear, someone's still gunning it in the background.
That's the cross-car tyre cleaning, I think, for
it's
the
off
first
the
of the
start
next
line.
sessions. Yeah. They're at that part of the track.
A few too many RPM for a junior, wasn't it?
Yeah. About 10,000 too many.
Yeah. These guys are limited, if you're wondering why they're on the rev limiter down the straight, they're limited to 9,300 RPM, and that is just because they can be as young as 11 years old, and nobody wants to see an 11-year-old with a motorcycle engine in 6th gear at the end of the straight. It's there is a learning process here, and that's not part of it. Here's how to be terrified.
As a parent.
They are very, very fast, aren't they, Hal? Again, another conversation we had with Praz this morning. He's never driven one, and he kind of wants to. And they can be supercar fast in the right conditions.
Yeah. Especially around a circuit like this, which doesn't have the
slow speed corners.
The kind of niggly slow speed corners. You need to carry the momentum, don't you? And while there are some slower speed corners here, they generally are followed by a quick corner. So it's in the slow nadry bits where you tend to lose out. Although the nimble chassis does help you as well. So it's always specific circumstances.
Yeah, if you can be so late, so terrifyingly late on the brakes in these machines as well. It really is. It's quite a mad adjustment to make when you first get in. When you get on the brakes, you think, right, this will be nice and late. You're like, ooh, it's nowhere near late enough. You're getting to the point where you feel like you're a couple of seconds past where you wanted to brake before you get on the brakes, and it still stops. You're like, right, okay, now I've got to consistently do that. By the end of the day, when you drive your road car home to the track, you're like, wow, this is boring. It's so boring compared to driving one of these.
Sebastian Hughes, etc., having his best performance of his career so far, I would say, this weekend. Started with a great time in free practice on Friday evening, and that's continued. Wasn't quite able to turn that round into a result yesterday. Fastest lap of the race so far, and a 45.0. I think that's the fastest lap of the session so far.
Yeah, wasn't it a 45.6 for Pira?
So going very well indeed in this final tour. Still needs to take the Joker, so he won't better that lap time, but this could be very close indeed to the fastest time by quite some margin, depending how good the Joker is.
Oh, look at the send into the final corner. He does make a mistake, gets understeer mid-corner, might even lose this. He does. Nielsen gets him at the line. The tiniest of mistakes. Nielsen with the 2:49.7 goes quickest as well.
And these Etcetra's faster
than
Pira went in the previous race.
Yeah. So it was good. That lap time was quicker then. We said, didn't we? I think it was 45.6 that Pira was doing. Brilliant pass by Nielsen as well. Obviously needed the tiny little mistake, but maybe the send in was just a bit too much from Etc. into that final corner, and couldn't quite get it turned in. Great racing from the juniors. Beautiful scenery here in the north of Denmark. Hotel we're staying at full of hikers and ramblers. We saw some people heading out for a walk early this morning on the way to the track. One of them was in a huge, what looked like a pink Cadillac from the 50s. Very cool. We did wonder why you would be taking it off for a walk in the morning, but I suppose why not? Jonas Hegeland Nielsen takes the top qualifier spot in the final session by 1 qualifying point. So that's the pass in the final corner from Etc. has given the TQ to Nielsen. That's pretty epic, to be fair. 1 corner at the end of 3 sessions is the difference of 1 point. Antila, yesterday's TQ, is in 3rd. P2 Pira, who's in the championship fight, is 4th, and Carl Svedlen is 6th. So they both managed to move up in this session. Navari Manisto splits them in P5. 2 semi-finals of 6 cars in each. Odd to go one way, even to go the other, so we'll figure out what ones they're in very shortly. End of this session, Q3. The cross car coming up now. Patrick Kohn, Kalle Gotherson, Ola Spilling and Eric Steintolt on the outside. great start by Kong. Look at that, got brilliant traction, great reaction time, a tiny wheelie and still got away with it. Gotherson on the inside line, lets everybody else get sideways in the background. Kong slides out wide for a little bit of contact. Now Gotherson gets a bit of a tap as well.
Steinsolt came in so late on the brakes there into turn 2. 3 wide through turn 1 and then absolutely sunk one at the inside of Gotherson, just couldn't quite make it work, tiny bit of contact. Perhaps would have gone Joker in a different race, but if you're not too aware of what the pace is going to be around you, best to stay out.
Spilling in third is the car which is almost identical to Vettel 3, which we'll see in the final race, in fact. 3 having a great Q2. Much more consistency here, as Hal was saying. It had rained in the middle of the junior cross car session, so that had mixed things up. Looks like cross car was pretty similar. Merstad is currently in the TQ spot. Yesterday's TQ was Yulla Lamy. Yulla Lamy is down in P8 actually with a 7th and an 8th.
Just about being there in cross car though, isn't it? And if you can get one good time and climb onto the front rows of the 3 semi-finals, that's good enough to try and progress. You really want to be on the front row of the final, so you want to be in the front rows and then ideally be in the, it's quite complicated how the 3 semis work, but you want to be on the front row of the final, ideally.
Yeah, I think the thing is, for me, when there's only 2 that go through from a semi, that's even more crucial, isn't it? Being on the front row in your semi gives you the best chance of at least making the final.
But sometimes you can be on the front row of your semi, finish second, make the final, and be last on the grid for the final.
Yeah,
so that
does suck.
That is then tricky to progress. At least you're in. Sure.
Got to make it, haven't you, to get the points. So yeah, it really does count. You want to be top 6, basically, is what we're saying. You want to be top 6 after qualifying. We'll see you on the front row in one of the semis. And that gives you your best shot of making it. Yesterday, only 1 person didn't make the semis from the front row. So 5 of them came from the 3 front rows, and the 1 driver that missed out was from, that did make it was from row 2.
Yeah.
Don't think anybody made it from row 3 yesterday.
And we rarely do. Such is the gap in pace between the front and the rear of the field. I think it's unusual, unless it's one of the A-listers who's had a difficult day and then ends up on the back row of the field.
Yeah, really fair. Gotherson gets out, he's a little deep, but somehow gets it back to the apex. The tyre never actually touches the apex, of course, because he's on 3 wheels through the whole of the final corner. Calla Gotherson with a 2:36.7, and to give you an idea, that is 13 seconds quicker than the juniors were going. So that's the difference between the 9,000 RPM, or 9,300, and whatever these guys are running. Much, much more, 6,000-7,000 RPM more than that. Brilliant start, it just sat and went. Even with the wheelie as well, he didn't have to give up any space. This was the late breaks, wasn't it? I think Gotherson probably lucky not to get taken out there. Gotherson takes it from Kong, Spilling and Steinsolt as you are looking at the grid for the next one already ready to go. That's one of the nice things about these tracks, where the grid is off to the side. We can get it loaded and get the next race underway. Pasi Penttinen second in quali at the minute. Riku Hukar is third. You'll see Penttinen and Nick Merstad in the final race. Cerner, Niemi, Christensen and Hoffman. Romet Cerner on the inside doesn't get a good start. Margie Niemi does. She gets to turn 1 first. 1 big stab on the brakes. Is Cerner getting up the inside? Though he is. Good recovery by Romet Cerner. Niemi going to try and go all the way around the outside. Cerner on 2 wheels. Saves that as well. Shame for Niemi, because not a lot wrong with there for either driver from my point of view. Just a racing incident. But yeah, good save by Cerner. How that was a 45-degree job.
Yeah, that was a fortunate save. Great job, but you've got to ride your luck a little bit in that scenario as well and hope it lands sunny side up and pointing approximately in the right direction. But good job from Cerner in the pace machine, getting after Hoffman. I love the livery on the Hoffman and Lindqvist teammates. It really pops, doesn't it, especially in the sunlight.
I think it's been updated. I think it looks different than when I last saw them in Finland. I know you saw them in Sweden. That's one of those oi, 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 oi moments where you're in the car just taking a deep breath. Cerner thinks he's got better pace. Cerner drops in. This will be partly to cover Victor Christensen from behind, and Cerner is on the lock stops and does not cover Christensen off. So Christensen gets through. Obviously, Cerner losing time with the two-wheeled moment.
Some more questions coming in the YouTube chat. Are junior cross cars expensive as senior ones? I'd say not, only in that I think there's two different tyre sizes, but also you're not stressing the car as much on the engine side, so in theory it should last longer. That's an assumption really on my part, but I would guess it to be like that. Is it FIA regulated? Yeah, well, this is the FIA cross car category, or these are FIA regulated chassis, which is a big movement in the concept in the last few years, and now you can use these types of cars all over the world, which has been one of the biggest steps for rallycross, I think, in quite some time. There's lots of different championships all over the place with different cars.
That's one thing we could have done with, isn't it, over the last few years, is a bit of unity, with the regulations being different for the World Championship, Nitro Rallycross, RallyX. RallyX, I think, firmly aiming itself at the not the factory teams, and we had a few brilliant years where we had the very top drivers here around COVID, but unity of regs, was great when you could cross the Atlantic and compete in either series. There isn't even a series, of course, in America now, but it's hard work trying to bring everyone together, and Crosscar's done a good job of that. Yeah,
absolutely, and it's a great entry point that's regulated well on the regulations and the safety point of view. Victor Christensen is going to cross the line here and take the victory. 2:37.4 is just
7/10 off.
Not enough. Fastest lap of the race went to Cerner, who had a bit of red mist after that drama in turn 2, did a 41.4, so a couple of attempts quicker than the fastest lap from Patrick Kong in the previous run, but not enough to take the race win with that time loss in the first lap.
Margin Niemi put some rotation on that, but I can't help thinking it might have been better just to put a bit less rotation on and hold the inside line. Oh, look at Cerner. Wow, that was so close. Here's another look at it from a different angle. Look at the steering lock he gets on there. Whether it's luck or judgment here, look, he gets fired. That's got to be luck, Hal.
Yeah, I think what's happened there is he's been so sideways, and the car's been on its side against the ground. Is the wheel's probably been ripped as the front wheel just been pulled over by the contact with the ground.
Christensen 2:37.4. Niemi a DNF after the contact in the second corner, which is a shame as she won the start. And that is the lesser used part of the spectator area, which is right over by the motorhome. Should we have a motorhome next year and have a barbecue?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Someone says, Andrew, how old were you when you started racing? It's not all about us, so not big long stories. I was 17.
I was about a week before my 21st birthday. I went to a rally school on my 19th birthday, and I absolutely loved it and started saving up for a rally car. So, yeah,
someone says, was there an announcement on what's happening with RallyX America Series for 25? There is going to be some news quite soon on that sort of stuff, but there is a lot of work going on in bringing Rallycross back in America, especially from the people that are working around us here in RallyX. So expect news on that soon. I think it sounds pretty exciting from what I'm hearing. Yeah, people saying they forgot they were planning to do stuff in America. That's a big part of the plans here in RallyX, is some stuff in America, and yeah, there's a lot of effort being put into that.
Yeah, I think we're hopeful, aren't we, of there being a future there. Whether it's going to be right now, I think is only Andreas Eriksson knows that at the moment, doesn't he? With the meetings that are ongoing, so we hope. But they're also already planning next year's calendar for this series. And as Hal, you were saying, there's big interest in FC2 and a test going on Monday.
Yeah, lots of drivers looking to FC2, so that's cool. And I think there's a potential in future to see FC2 and open four-wheel drive actually split up at some events if there's enough entries.
Yeah, you may have heard me drinking there. Sorry, louder than I thought. Never mind. Got to stay alive, you know. Any more questions, Hal, while we wait for the bikes to drag people out of the gravel trap? I could have done one of those to drag my cart out of the gravel trap on Friday. What are we doing? Eric Nilsson, Espanese, etc. Alex Linderquist, Frederick Martin and Tanel Terraping in this. The two Pace Motorsport cars on the outside of the grid. Frederick Martin is the one further in. Marco Martin's son, Linderquist in the middle, we know is a sender. Linderquist is actually the driver who the full send medal is based on this year, and he gets a bit of contact from Martin and from Terraping on the outside. Meanwhile, is it, who's got to the front? How is it?
It's Eric Nylsum at the front of the order.
Yeah.
The two pace machines at the back split the strategy. Martin, of course, making his debut in the Estonian squad this weekend. Tomo Terrapin having a good run through Q2. Cerner we would normally expect to see further up, but obviously had a poor run in Q2 and then an equally poor run here in Q3, really, with that moment in the second corner.
Yeah, Cerner's had 2/16, doesn't he? Terrapin 2/15, so they're not pulling up trees, I think is the phrase you've used before, Howard, which I very much enjoyed. In fact, you used that phrase in your first ever commentary. Remember, Barcelona, what year was it?
17.
17. Was it really? That's mental, mate. Wow, I didn't realise it was so long ago.
That was in reference to Timo Scheider in the Fiesta.
Was it really?
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I remember you saying it and thinking that's a good phrase there. I liked it.
I've said nothing good since, but there we are.
still here though, mate. Keep at it.
Someone says, when is Ireland RX happening? That is a great question. And
well, we've got the decals.
well, yeah.
But that's
it's basically done.
Yeah, we've got some Ireland. Well, I've got one Ireland RX sticker left.
I mean, if we can't get a rallycross event in Jamaica, then we may as well all give up. Because
well, that's the thing. But we yeah.
Have you got any contacts?
Yeah, let us know if you're a millionaire. If you want the Euro Millions, I entered, but I didn't win, and that's not winning either. That is ended up in the gravel trap for East, etc. That is a disaster look. Can't get it out either, so East, etc.'s race is over there. Eric Nylsum runs the car all the way out to the barrier on the outside. Nylsum will be watching the gap back to Lindqvist. Lindqvist is only 4.5 off on the previous one. Terrapin 2.6, but Terrapin hasn't jokered. So where Lindqvist is of more importance, as both those front two drivers will have to joker on this one. Here we go. Nylsum needs this to be decent. 4.5 should be enough, really. Yeah, easily. Terrapin drops in as well behind. Terrapin's going to get swallowed up here. Lindqvist and Martin come through. And the time of 2:36 might go here, you know. I think it has. No, 2/10 off. So Eric Nylsum misses the top spot by 2/10 for a second. Kalle Gotterson's run in the first heat race was good.
And no one in that run bettered the fastest lap time I'd seen in the previous one either.
Right, we'll drag this out and we'll be back in a moment. Actually, we might have some replays to look at first. Yes, we have.
This is where it went all a bit contacty with Martin.
Martin had nowhere to go there, really. If you watch here, look, he gets the door shut on him from both sides. Do you see? Lindqvist is trying to claim a bit of space. Terrapin's trying to come in, and they just look. Do you see? He's got nowhere to go.
So classic, isn't it, when two cars either side have made a better start than the one in the middle, and they get turned around the front.
Actually, did a good job to get back to the inside, but with four cars in front of him there, and Nylsum hanging on to that inside line in the first corner. That's what Niemi would have hoped to have done in the previous run. That's the fans up in the area over the grid, and the spotters tend to stand up there as well, although they can't see the far end of the circuit from there, so some of them will go up to the very far end of the paddock and stand up where our TV studio was the very first year. How that was misery, wasn't it? Do you remember? It was an open-sided tent, wasn't it, in high wind?
Third year that was.
Third year?
Yeah.
Where was it the first year? In the tent now? We did one from London.
Tent at the bottom, remote the second year, third year on there.
There you go, look at how always remembers. I can't really remember yesterday, to be honest. Everything's fine. Any more questions, mate?
No.
I think they've dragged that car out already. They have. Good work. Orav, Hukar, Yulalami, Jensen and Ugar in this one. Now we're getting into full grids of exceptionally quick drivers. Hukar used to be the master of the start wheelie. Little one there for over on the inside. Hukar drops back one place. Yulalami to the whole shot. Ugar trying to come around the outside. Brilliant move by Hukar, getting underneath Orav and slots into P2 behind Yulalami. tidily done, getting a stay out. I'm sure Orav goes Joker, and Jensen goes in with him.
Bit of a push for Yulilami through turn 2 there from compatriot Hukar, but actually didn't lose out at all. If anything, gained a bit of momentum from the shove in the rear. Sensible from Ugar as well, staying out wide and trying to get the positions he needs. Needs to drive a little bit less with the championship in mind, as you said earlier on, and just focus on trying to do the best he can in every single race. On the back of Rico Hukar, looks to the inside, going up the hill. Great move there from Martin Ugar. If he wins the championship next weekend, it'll be largely thanks to moves like that, because that was a fantastic
pass. That's more like
pass.
it, isn't it? It's assertive, but it's not stupid. That's still got a championship head on, but it's taking every opportunity. Hukar doesn't go Joker. Rico Hukar, by the way, if you're wondering where he's been, I saw him this morning. He's got his finished national service. They all have to do a year. He's got 137 nights left, he told me. I don't know why it's done in nights, but he knows what it was. He's, what did I say he was earlier? How was he a colonel? I can't remember.
That's what you said. Whether it's fact or not is
I can't remember.
That's what you said, yeah.
Such a nice kid. He pointed at his haircut, which of course is grade 2, and he goes, military. I said, where have you been? And he just pointed his hair and goes, military. I was like, of course. Because Gronholm had to do it, didn't he? Nick Glass, all the Finns have to do it. Tommy Howman did it in the middle of his career. He is also running this weekend a brand new engine, a 3-cylinder Yamaha, which has, and he runs deep. Yulilami's made a mistake. That's an uncharacteristic mistake. Drops it off the side. Ugar might be able to take advantage here. Ugar's going to try and come out in front of Orav, but Orav is there just in front, so Ugar's pass on Hukar wasn't quite enough. Hukar at the back of the pack now. Hukar say new 3-cylinder Yamaha engine. He says it's got more torque. He said it's not a massive advantage here, but he thinks with the hills in Estering, it could be a real game changer in cross car.
Quite a few people running that motor now, aren't they? And that evolution in the class is fantastic, even at this level. Everyone trying new things all the time. The NT09 engine that has been used is getting difficult to source and expensive.
So Yulilami with the mistake on the previous lap here, Hal, is probably going to lose at least 1, if not 2 positions, goes into the Joker. There are 3 cars that are going to threaten him. Yulilami coming around the outside, has done a great job of recovering here. He's going to get down to P2. Is it going to be third? Ugar's around the outside. Can't get it through, though. So Orav wins. Yulilami ends up P2 after 1 mistake on the brakes. It is that close between them. 2:36.6 is also the quickest time of the session. So finally, Kalle Gotherson from the very first race is demoted to P2. Yes, he is, just.
Important for the championship as well, from Yulilami's point of view, to get ahead of Ugar in the run to the line there, to make sure that Ugar's not taking more qualifying positions away from Yulilami.
Look at this pass here. Hukar was just a tiny bit wide, and Ugar just opens the steering up, finds a bit of traction. To be fair to Hukar as well, he turned out there as soon as he saw him inside him. Maybe turned out a tiny bit too much, but here's the tiny mistake from Yulilami. Doesn't put it in the dirt on the outside, because as we've seen from the previous race, that can end your race immediately, and Ugar just not able to get around the outside here of Yulilami. So Orav takes it.
No one has bettered the lap time of Cerner yet either, which shows just how out of position the earlier running Cerner was. There's the confirmation of the result from Q3 race 4. Orav, Yulilami and Ugar the top 3.
The Belgians are starting to rival the Jamaicans with the flags, although that Jamaican flag, top left, is still the best placed one of the season. Thomas Eekmerstad on the inside from Pasi Penttinen. They were P1 and 2 in the last session. They're also P1 and 2 overall. Vettel 3, Schnack and Jensen. Good start by Vettel 3 for sure. Maybe going to get down to the first corner, but Eekmerstad turns it in. Knows Vettel 3 will go for the outside line. Eekmerstad looks to the inside. Penttinen's in P3. Tidily done by everyone. Just brilliant reactions to what everyone else is doing. Is that who's gone Joker from P3?
Penttinen, I think.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Pasi Penttinen's gone in the Joker lap straight away.
I love that fan of cars you get through the first corner as the leaders run so wide and everyone else is sort of one place back a little bit further in, but you can carry that momentum and get back to the inside. Vettel Tree having a great run this season. Didn't get the job done yesterday, but overall has had a massive step up this season, and to be leading Thomas Eekmerstad in the last race of Q3 and the RallyX round shows just how far that performance has come.
Flames from the back of Eekmerstad's car. He goes Joker now, so Eat Merstad has responded to Penton, who, remember, is in the fight with him for the top qualifier spot. That drops Eat Merstad out of traffic and back in. I think he's in front of Penton, and hard to tell from the drone. Yes, he is. So Eat Merstad here has covered off effectively the top qualifier spot. There were 8 points in it, so he's in a good position anyway if Penton had beaten him, but the best place to defend him from is by being in front.
And Nysum's lap time has been bettered by both Tree and Jensen last time around. A 41.3 for Tree and a 41.2 for Jensen in pursuit.
Hooking wheels over the inside of the curve up at the far end of the circuit. The top heat drivers are. The joker lap goes Jensen and Schnack, so they both go in, but that's going to be too late to respond to Eat Merstad. They might get Penton in or might sandwich him, yeah, either side of him. So Eat Merstad here, the leader of the joker drivers, and has managed to gap the cars behind as well. So it's all about now up to 3 at 3.7, whether or not that's going to be enough.
That's going to be tight, isn't it? But Tree's on the fastest lap of the race so far and the fastest lap of the session. The first driver into the 40s with a 40.901, absolutely flying. He's the young Norwegian.
Good response then, isn't it, to that pressure coming from Eat Merstad. Eat Merstad will get the TQ here, whatever happens. Into the joker lap goes Vettel 3. Nicely done. Let's see the merge. Whereabouts is Eat Merstad? He's not there. So Vettel 3 is in front, but this will be enough to get Eat Merstad the top qualifier spot. So Merstad takes TQ with P2. Vettel 3 wins the race and the session as well. 2:33, yeah, 0.9.
First session win, I would say, from the top of my head.
You might be right. No, he was top qualifier. Actually, he was top qualifier in Latvia, second day in Latvia.
But did he take a session win?
Don't know. I don't know what his results were.
Let me look.
I've got qualifying position, but not the heat wins.
Yes, was fastest in Q3 in Riga on day 2.
Nicely done. So second win then. There's Eat Merstad with that wonderful car control. Look at the rotation through there. Is just almost the same the whole way through that first part of the corner. And every centimetre of the track on the way out of the last turn as well. Vettel 3 wins Q3 here in Denmark, but it is Thomas Eat Merstad who will be in the top qualifier spot. Eat Merstad is in the title fight with Martin Ugon, Uniten, Yulalami coming into this. Well, we're going to have a look at the overalls in just a moment. Actually, here we go. Let's take a look at the points. So yeah, Eat Merstad is TQ, Vettel 3 second, Penton and third. Yulalami's down in 7th. So what's Eat Merstad taken there? How 6 points? And the gap was Eat Merstad was on one. He was only 2 points ahead. So Eat Merstad has extended his lead to 8 points just with qualifying here. Good job. Romet Cerner, unfortunately, was third in the standings coming here. He's down in P15 in quali here. Marjaniemi doesn't make it after that little spin after the contact. That's a shame as well. %100% going to the Estering at least. Everybody will now, won't they? There won't be enough of a gap in any of the classes. Pretty sure. It was open full drive was the only one that we weren't sure about. Jensen, Bleasdale, Liskowitz and Morgan. Darren Bleasdale in this one. Jensen with an amazing start in the, I think it's fair to call it an old Volvo. Obviously the technicals inside it won't be old, but as a chassis that's got a few years on it. I wonder how recent the build is, whether it was built long ago, whether he's just picked up a Minter recently and reshelled it. What do you reckon?
I can't remember the specific history of that car, but I think it's, trying to remember, failing at my own game here, aren't I? But yeah, I think it's quite an old car. It's got very warm and sunny all of a sudden, hasn't it? That'll dry out what remains of the watered loose sections, but it has been cleaned up a lot, hasn't it, through the cross-car runners.
Liskowitz over the jump, coming down off the top of the track there.
Isn't open two-wheel drive an incredible category for the diversity of cars and the different applications used? a whole array of makes and models in this class, and it's going to be absolutely amazing to see such a strong entry next weekend.
30 of
Out
them.
the Estering.
Yeah.
Bleasdale looks to the outside of Liskovitz through the final corner, can't get it done.
Oh, and in the background, it's Morgan has had an issue as well. Morgan wasn't out yesterday, couldn't get the car fixed in time, which went down to 2 heats. But up to 3 again today. 6 next week as Howell's done. Oh dear, and that's game over as well. So
that's going to be a bit of an issue there in the final corner, isn't it? It's going to halve the race time for these guys compared to the later runners. But they're keen on getting these races done, aren't they, in RallyX? So it's very rare we see any sort of race stoppage for that sort of thing.
I think good decisions as a general rule on red flag. It's not the easiest thing to decide on, is it, when the marshals can give a bit of feedback on going out on track. Jensen still out front, look. Sideways.
I'd say there's a lot of oil on the water
yes,
down
there
there.
is. That's going to need a big old clean-up, because that's 2 sideways moments, well spotted, Hal.
So then as a driver, I'd feel a bit grieved by that, because as a car stopped on the outside, you've lost a lot of time, now you've spun because you're on someone else's oil.
No, that sucks.
I guess at least in this scenario, everyone's making the semis, and then you can try and progress from there. But yeah, it's tricky to make those decisions from race control, of course.
So Jensen with the very stone damaged front to the car. Let's see how he gets on in that final corner, having joked earlier. So watch for the grip changing here. What's he going to look for in terms of line? Comes into the inside. Yeah, he's very. Yeah, look, it crosses the track. So I reckon has something maybe gone on that car before he's put it in the wall, Hal, because it crosses from the sort of Joker exit line right the way across the outside. I don't think it has been in
the wall. I think it's just.
I thought he hit the wall in the background. Maybe I'm wrong. We saw a shot of it. Maybe it was just sideways as something broke.
Possibly. I don't think I didn't see that. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just think maybe it's gone a bit wrong and spewed a lot of fluid out. We'll find out in the replay package, I'm sure.
Well, Rainis is saying there's no oil on the track, Hal, so maybe there isn't. Captain Morgan, do you think he's really sponsored by them?
No.
It'd be fun if he was.
And if he is, it's a shame we didn't know about that sooner.
I don't know if it would be a rival to Worthy Park, would it?
We'd have to try him.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Right,
let's
so
give
what
it
goes
so
on
close
here,
to the wall there on the Joker.
So these two are good. Look, everything's fine here. I figured we might have some. Let's have a look in the background. Is there? What does he hit the wall, or does it just broken? Something breaks, doesn't it? Smokes up, and it just misses it. So something has broken, though. It's now a question of whether or not there is anything on the circuit.
I wonder if Bleasdale spun. There's definitely something down
have
there.
They spun? I think what we're suggesting is that, yeah, there, look, do you see?
Maybe, it could be water, couldn't
right
it, rather
side.
than oil.
No, that's.
Yeah, I'd say that's oil.
I think it is too. I think something's gone boom on that slightly earlier, but we'll see. The marshals will get down there and get it fixed up, and we'll get ourselves back racing as quick as we can. Look at that! Look, loads of it. Judging by the smoke, Hal, that wasn't water either. This is where your man went viral, isn't it? On the quad bike. Do you remember he had a big bag of cement dust and rode up and down? So they're going to get and they are getting the clean-up granules out. So the clean-up granules are out. They get a tow rope on the car and get it cleared up. We'll be back with you just as soon as the track is open again. So that's the track cleared up. Let's see how Roy Ras, Van der Warrenberg, Nayens and Wallach get on. They'll have been warned, I'm sure, by their spotters that it might be a bit trickier in what is, what, 1, 2, 3, turn 4 off the start. There's actually 2 crossovers on this track, so I was thinking yesterday about the bridge being a good one, but actually we got the other crossover of them crossing over the start-finish line on the way in. Sequential gearboxes clunked into place, or dog boxes at the very least. Fairly low RPM off the start. Roy Ras, though, howls the rotary engine down towards turn 1. Wallach gets in there, Nayens gets turned around. Not sure what to make of that, really. Let's go another look to see replays on that. I wonder if he's going to get away again. Van der Warrenberg. Clark can go Joker, I thought he might.
I'd say that was just the first corner scrum, really.
Yeah.
Collateral damage, Wallach with a bit of understeer and drops it, so perhaps the oil clean-up
in that corner. I did think it was, oh dear, this isn't a great start.
God, I'd be frustrated if I was in slab shoes now.
Cross, yeah, I would be too. I thought, considering how long the clean-up's taken here in the past, I thought it was fairly swift for the amount of oil that gone down. But there we go. The track clean-up crews do their best. We've got lots of volunteer marshals, and we're not knocking that. It's just the way it goes sometimes. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Wallach.
I love diff clatter when you're on the brakes and you can hear the car going.
Yeah, the transmission clatter is great, isn't it? Let's have a look in here again. So watch for the greasy line. Yeah, you've just got to stay off it, haven't you? It has pretty much gone, to be fair.
It's just on the entry more where the rear wheels of a rear-wheel drive car will sit. They've done a great job of cleaning the latter part where the car was. Roy Ras all out of shape at the bottom of the straight. Flames popping from the rear of the Zara.
Trouble Wallach's got as well, of course, is that car's absolutely massive. So you're not quite so able to keep it on a cheeky
were basically in
inside
Sweden,
line.
weren't they, by the time
Yeah.
he got it rotated in. Nick Nayens driving livid at the back of the pack, the 42.9, fastest lap of the race, only driver in the 42s.
Go on, Nick, send it.
After that first lap spin.
Yeah, angry driving does produce some lap times. I wouldn't recommend it all the time. Look at that, side race the entire way up the straight. There was a nice little transition there from Roy Ras from a drift one way to just a tiny drift the other. Looks nicely balanced, that car.
So experienced Roy Ras in rear-wheel drive machinery. Wallach now going quickest at the back of the pack, so also frustrated, I guess, the UK-based pole.
And there's that clatter again, showing that Roy Ras is right on the limit. Last lap drops into the Joker, flames from that engine as he comes off the gas in. Look at that, barely a movement of the steering angle. Little dab again, more flames, keeps it inside the oily trail. Fires it on the gas over the line. Checker flag for Roy Ras. 242, is it? Yes, 242.3, fastest by 4 and a bit. Still close for the back of the pack. Look, Wallach and Nance, who I think would both be fair to be feeling a bit hard. They've had a great race on their own, haven't they? To be feeling a bit hard done by after what happened in that one. From the drone then, look, Nayens just gets a tiny tap from the back from Van der Warrenberg, but I don't know, maybe that wouldn't, I don't know, it's centimetres. It's a Rainish job. I'm not even going to attempt to call that one. So Wallach here, look, and his rear right is on that greasy patch, and round he goes. If you watch Roy Ras's line through the rest of the race, Roy Ras is, if anything, he's more patient on the throttle than he would normally need to be, and just keeps it inside. Maybe compromises his exit speed a bit, but that's less compromised than driving through the gravel trap. Magna Roy Ras takes it from Niels van der Warrenberg, Slavomir Wallach and Nick Nayens. Right, onto the quick drivers then. Gabrielsen, Kong, Johansson and Bleasdale on the outside. When I say quick, that's from the previous session. Of course, the quickest drivers from Q2 make up the grid of the last race in Q3. And again, Johansson's been beaten off the line. Look, he's got so much pace. He's able to drive around them after he gets away. But just being beaten a little bit to the jump here, and he is now in the outside and on the dirt, and he's going to drop down, whereas Gabrielsen and Kong get away nicely. If Bleasdale doesn't go, I would have thought Johansson might, but he doesn't. Got clear air, and he'll make use of that if he can.
I wonder if Johansson struggling for tyres here today, and is just managing it through qualifying, of course, compared to Bleasdale and Kong. His allocation will be different given the amount of events he's done and the tyres to carry forward and that sort of thing. So
4 used tyres, isn't it? 4 new.
That'll be interesting. Kenneth Kong, interesting story. Chatting to Nicholas Dubernard in between the sessions that he was here watching yesterday, 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. He thought, wish I was racing. So
he did.
Came and spoke to Andreas Eriksson, sorted his entry out, applied to the Danish ASN for his race licence, went home, got the car prepared, came back, had a massive stress on, was sorting out tyres and fitting tyres to rims and all that sort of stuff you have to get done, and today he's racing and went quickest in Q1, so what a great result.
It's absolutely brilliant.
That's very Rallycross, isn't it?
Was it when we were leaving the track last night, when we saw him with the tyres on the back of the truck, the little
I think so, yeah.
truck?
I don't recall seeing him, but you do. I don't know.
I thought it was when you and me left the circuit, so it would definitely be, it wasn't raining, so we're talking probably, what, 7 p.m. maybe? And he was like, but the tyres, I've got to do this, the licences, I've forgotten how much all this was stressful, but obviously, as you say, I would have been feeling a lot less stress when he took the win in Q1.
And immediately, Lucas Gabrielsen smashes the fastest lap of the race so far, last time around, a 41.1. Wallach had done a 42.1 last time as the fastest lap of the session to date, so just shows why these guys went as quick as they did and ended up in the final race of Q3. 41.9 for Kong last time, a 41.6 and a 41.7 for Bleasdale and Johansson.
Yeah, Victor Johansson's lap time only a tenth of a second off Gabrielsen's. At very different points on the track, with Gabrielsen still to joker. So Gabrielsen and Kong coming sideways over the crest. Here we go then, Gabrielsen in. Gap back to Victor Johansson is 5.9, so he's definitely going to get that. It's Bleasdale, he might get in front of Bleasdale as well. He could do with a car in between him and Johansson. Bleasdale, I don't know if he's quite close enough to make. There are always 2 cars in between, so this could affect the qualifying standings. Gabrielsen takes a checker flag and the fastest time by a long way, and his rival Victor Johansson is down in P4 in this with a 2:39.6, but that is still faster than anyone else has gone in the other races. So Johansson is 4th in this session. We'll get the points for you now. They started today equal on 132 championship points each. Johansson's not getting away from the line, Hal. It was almost like it looked like a slow reaction at first, but I don't think it was.
Might be something going on with the hybrid as well.
Yeah,
he relies so much on the electric system in the car to get him away.
Yeah. Gabrielsen gets it. Is this the year that we see the Open Two-Wheel Drive title go to something a little bit smaller than Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson's machines? Look at that, what a beautiful sky up here in Nysum, at the Nysum barn in North Denmark. Lucas Gabrielsen takes it, Victor Johansson is 4th, and we'll take a look at the standings. End of qualifying for Open Two-Wheel Drive. Top qualifier is Lucas Gabrielsen, and Kenneth Kong is in between him and Victor Johansson, so it is a 2-point advantage to Lucas Gabrielsen as we head into the semi-finals. But also interestingly, of course, Gabrielsen and Johansson will line up together in semi-final number 1, so if they both make the cut, only one of them is going to be on the front row in the final. So it's kind of not a must-win encounter, but it would be nice to win it. It is a must-go-through encounter. If you miss the final at this stage in the series, it's going to be a big points advantage to your opponent. Bit of track water in, we'll be ready to go anytime soon. Supercar lights. Darback, Oscarson, Larsen and Phoebe Cake. Cake's reaction times have improved. Got to hold on to the revs for a bit longer if she wants to max them on the run to the first corner. Tobias Darback on the inside needs a win here. Got to get away from these off the line. That's better by Phoebe Cake. That's much better. Staying in the gas for a bit longer. Now he's got to get the car turned in. Go and chuck it in. Get it up the inside. Darback runs out wide. Opens the door to Oscarson. Unfortunately, Phoebe Cake there is going to get caught up with Larsen. Larsen has a proper tank slapper.
I'd say the car's broken for Larsen, the way it's moving around. Maybe a rear link. Darback's up the inside of Oscarson. Oscarson's going to have another look up the inside through turn 4. Darback's had a terrible misfire through Q2, and they've been working hard on it in the paddock ever since, but seems to be going okay at the moment for the local driver.
Wipers are on. The screen's absolutely filthy for Oscarson in P2. That's where the track's been watered. Visibility in these cars is pretty tricky at times. Not so much on a hot day like today, but even just getting the wet track smeared over the screen. Then you're at your point where it's not very clear without the wipers. You put the wipers on, it makes it worse. And you want to spray about 5 litres of water on it. Oscarson goes off to the Joker. Nobody's jokered yet, so this is just a choice or a tactic. Wipers are going ever so slowly on that car as well.
Well, I said there's a lot of friction on the windscreen with it being dry at the moment. Making the wipe motor red hot, no doubt. But it's also difficult to be reaching for the switches when you're busy at the wheel. Look how smeared it is across the screen. I guess he's got no windscreen washer fluid, or the washers aren't working.
Visibility would be awful, wouldn't it?
Well, it could be, or he could just have a little gap just in front of him that is making it not so bad. So it's hard to know, isn't it? Now, sometimes you can see through the smallest of gaps. Yeah, your overall visibility is probably a bit compromised, but it's amazing how you can drive a competition car with very little visibility through the screen when you need to. So often you see a bonnet come up on a car, don't you? And you can see underneath the aperture or one of the cooling vents in it, perhaps.
It does help if your seats are right on the floor in that occasion. Darback overall, let's have a look. Tobias is P3 overall, yeah, 1 Q1. As Hal said, an issue in Q2 meant he was 6th. So he's only 4 points off the TQ spot of Lucas Anderson. Anderson has a 3rd and a 1st. I think beating Anderson and Mounier will be a big ask, but you never know with what's going to happen in their race. Darback is very, very tidy in the Joe's lap on the inside line. So check and back for Tobias Darback, 236.6 is would have been enough to win Q1, but not Q2. Track history was a bit different, but definitely in the ballpark for a session win. Tobias Darback with a 236.6. Session leader, 1 race to come for Supercar lights, and then we're on to open 4-wheel drive. Which also has a good entry next weekend at the Estering. We're going to be seeing Rennie Munich and Mandy August there. Going to liven things up, definitely, especially among a championship fight. Anderson, Mounier, Darback, Vitols and Norlander. Norlander's engine still smoking, still hasn't blown up. Anderson claiming a bit of space on the inside. Mounier going out with him now. There's contact between the front 3. Vitols going for the round the outside. Darback swallowed in the dust in the background. Vitols might just get here and does. Slots back into P3, but it's Anderson, Mounier, Vitols. Darback goes Joker straight away, and I haven't even seen where Norlander is.
We talked about the variability of the start positions, didn't we, at the start of the weekend? And again, we see that side by side with Vitols and Anderson, but it was Anderson that came out on top by just not getting too sideways and not allowing Vittels to get the advantage by sending it right around the outside. You can be too defensive, can't you, and lose that bit of time on the tighter line. Again, Anderson under massive pressure from Meunier, and the other title rival in this battle, Vittels, in the background, who did his title chances no harm at all, did he, in those horribly wet conditions yesterday by taking the win. Meunier right in the rear of Anderson. Vittels will joke this time around. I think we can't quite see from that drone shot, but in the background I suspect the black machine has indeed gone in.
He mustn't he, looking at the gap. So yes, and the tick appears on our timing screen as well for Vittels. So Vittels has gone in. Norlander is still circulating, yeah, it's just a little way off the back and hasn't jokered. So Vittels and Kevin Darback both been in. Championship standings, as Hal just pointed out, 2 points ahead for Meunier from Vittels. Anderson was just 6 points back from that lead as well. Anderson at the minute in the TQ spot ahead of Meunier, and both the Darbacks in between Vittels and him.
Anderson's done the fastest lap of the session so far as Meunier goes into the Joker this time around. I think Vittels has either made a mistake or has a bit of a problem, perhaps a problem because he's fallen into the clutches of Darback now. Darback's got damage to the front of the car to suggest they've been in a battle, but Vittels was right there with Meunier when he went into the Joker, and now they're some way behind. Darback having a look to the inside, a 40.8 last time around for Lucas Anderson, so he is absolutely flying. That's 3/4 of a second quicker than the fastest lap of Tobias Darback in the previous race.
So Anderson here with Meunier in the background having joke, and Anderson needs to keep this tidy, gets good rotation on the car on the way into the joke lap. Meunier over the standard lap, but Anderson will be there before he gets to the merge. Anderson comes out through that last corner, and the oil giving these guys no trouble whatsoever. Anderson takes the win and the fastest time in the session with a 2:33.575. Meunier with a 2:34.2 is quicker as well. Vittels, though, he's not as quick as Tobias Darback was, so he's going to end the session 4th with Anderson in that TQ spot. The points will get just a little bit tighter at the top. Never saw it happen to Norlander in the background. Watch for the dust here. Okay, that's what happened. Norlander gets put to the outside barrier by a little bit of contact from the looks of things. Spun
into the wall by the look of it as well. Yeah. Very hard to see in the dust. It is very dusty now, isn't it? Especially on the outside. Love that drone shot riding above Vittels in his dusty wake.
This was the merge right at the end of the race, but no contest really. Anderson just there ahead of Meunier.
Anderson was flying, wasn't he?
Yeah, class. So Lucas Anderson wins the session. What does that do to the qualifying standings? Let's have a look and see. So Anderson retains the top qualifier spot, having got the 2 wins in Q2 and Q3. Q1 went to Tobias Darback. Meunier, second. Vittels is down in 4th. So that's going to just bring Anderson a little bit closer to his rivals. Meunier 1 point closer to Meunier, which is going to put him 5 points behind. But a little bit closer to Vittels, who's 3 places back from him. So
Darback will take that, definitely, after that misfire in Q2 that they struggled to fix. Front row of semi-final 1. Good starting position for him.
Yeah, he was... Oh, we've just had information from Race Control that Maiko Tam is out of open 4-wheel drive. That is a massive bit of news, because that is going to open it up right up for Ulrich Linnemann. But Linnemann has got to do a good job of hanging on. Now, I don't know if he's out for the rest of the day or just out of this qualifying session. We'll find out. If they can get the car repaired for later on, there are only 11 entries, so he will make the semi-finals, but this is massive jeopardy for the championship leader here. Meanwhile, you're Ericsson, Svensson, Ostring, Turin and Tanovic. Good start from all the cars in the middle of the grid. Best start maybe for Hans-Joran Ostring in the Hyundai. Ollie Ericsson tapped the barrier on the inside line, gets the car out wide. Ericsson going to get there first.
Ericsson squeezed into the wall in turn 1, not as badly as Svensson getting squeezed into the gravel in turn 2. That's been a reprieve really for Ollie Ericsson, who is now out front. Ostring, who failed to finish Q1, I think, earlier on, Andrew, under pressure from Philip Turenne, but Ollie Ericsson's weekend could have been a lot more miserable had he been pushed that bit harder into the wall and broken the car. Fair, not lucky to get away with it, but fortunate not to have more damage or get forced harder into the wall.
So what about the Maiko Tam news then, Hal? What's your thoughts? Obviously we'll have to get out in the paddock and try and find out if we get a break.
He was slow but didn't fail to finish the last one, so I wonder if that's some sort of catastrophic transmission issue they don't necessarily have the parts for, but they do have. TT Motorsport have got a lot around them, a lot of bits around them. They've got a couple of M Sport Fiestas, so maybe it was an engine issue or something that they're now trying to change. They'd
need the session, wouldn't they? They'd need all the time from Q2 through to the semis to get it done.
But I'm sure Nicholas Dubernard has headed off down there as soon as he sniffed that bit of information, so we'll do our best to find that out. Ericsson, meanwhile, going fastest in this one, a 39.5. If you look at the results of yesterday, you would expect that, but he is in the FC2 against the supercars in open four-wheel drive. Of course, Svensson going no further, so Ericsson is the sole FC2 runner here.
Yeah, Ericsson not in the championship fight because he missed Latvia, if you remember. If you were watching that weekend, he and his partner had their second child. In fact, it was after the race weekend, which I think Ollie was a bit annoyed about, but his other half have made it quite clear he needs to be at home, and I think that's totally fair. You have to put things in front of rallycross sometimes.
I've been there.
Yes. Oh, yes, you were there, weren't you, as well?
I was, yeah, but
Turenne's parked it as well.
My son also arrived after the event I missed, but what can you do?
But didn't he also arrive? Isn't it Hollius week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very inconvenient for Hal Reese, isn't it? of all the weeks. Oh, Yasmin saw him back at home. Into the joke lap goes Ericsson. Ostring goes in behind. And they'll come round with two cars out of this one. No contest, really, for Ericsson. We'll compare the time to the previous sessions just to see. It's very dusty, but it is also ultimately dry now. And the time is a 2:28.3, which is in between the two fastest times so far. McConnell did a 2:28.2 last time.
I hope we get to see what happened to Turenne, because that's an odd place to go off. I wonder if it's died on him and he's just driven it into the gravel.
Yeah, I was thinking that to get it
but
out of the way.
I don't think you would drive it into the gravel. I think you just put it on the outside in the tarmac. So
unless he knows it's dropped a load of oil or something, or is going to.
I don't think you drive. Yeah.
Well, a couple of cars in the sandpit, so we'll take a look at results in a moment, and then we'll get the track team out. Here's the start again, so we can take another look at what happens in turn 2. Ericsson on the inside look. Ostring turns in on Svensson as well. There's absolutely nowhere to go. Ericsson bounces off the barrier, which pushes those two out wide. Nothing he can do there. Tiny tap on. Svensson got absolutely billiard balled off, didn't he, into the gravel on the inside.
I'd say the pack came across on Ollie Ericsson, didn't it?
He's got nowhere to go. Look, it's not even a car.
I actually don't think Ostring did anything wrong there either.
No, it's a racing incident, but there's nowhere to go, is there?
So Ostring's then run wide into the loose.
He bounces off the bank, I think, does he? Or does he just straighten up?
Svensson's had a tiny bit of contact with, Svensson.
Everybody.
No one's at fault there. It's just Svensson's collateral damage.
Yeah, all four cars. Well, not hit, got hit by all four cars.
And then let's see if we can see what happens to Turenne later on, who's at the back of the pack in your shot here. Is this the moment? A lot of flame.
Flames out, nothing underneath the car.
Yeah, it's just died on him, hasn't it? And he's there you get a great example of the travel in a supercar, of how much the wheel went up into the arch. But
what happened to Tanovic? It was absolutely miles off the back as well. Tanovic made off the start, didn't he?
Yep.
Good job
17 seconds
after he's no, okay. He's just given it the Simon Tiger treatment.
He's had no luck, has he, in the last few rounds? Finland was a disaster for Philip, and sometimes it's just not working out for you, is it?
No. Good lad, though, to get it parked in the gravel trap away from everyone. There we go. Getting it recovered and we'll be underway.
Just about ready for race 2 of Open 4-wheel drive. There are currently 1,345 people watching the stream, and there's only 116 likes. So do the right and proper thing,
like and
subscribe to RallyX, because it makes a massive difference to being able to make this production.
Ollie Eriksson is alongside us in the studio watching what's happening. He's keen to see what happens in this one. McConnell, Linneman, Janssen, Martinson and Vranks. Linneman's been squeezed here, needs to duck out of this. Fraser's on the inside, can't do the classic round the outside, but stays on the inside line. Janssen bounces off the bank, Linneman gets into P2, Casper will try them round the outside. Linneman holds on though and goes with Fraser McConnell. Side by side in contact again in the background between Martinson and Janssen. So another good start from Franz, this time from the inside of the grid. Now he's got to get after Ollie's time.
Martinson did absolutely the right thing there, didn't he? As McConnell is under massive pressure at the front of the field from Ulrich Linneman, the local hero. Martinson also all over the back of yesterday's winner, Casper Janssen. Martinson was fair to Janssen there in turn 3 and got on the brakes early to allow Janssen through. McConnell, though, is just in that rich run of form here, which he perhaps hasn't been in all season long.
It counters the dust. Linneman somehow holds on. What I was going to say, Hal, is coming out onto the straight. Most motorsports, you're looking for a toe. Here it looked like McConnell got a push going onto the straight from Linneman. Supercar power just as he came through the right. Watch through here. Linneman, I don't know if he's going to get the same exit again, but he comes through. He's not quite as close to the previous lap. He was on McConnell's bumper as they came through the left-hander. Now this time he looks to come and pass the Jamaican on the outside line. The FC2 will be on the limiter, but only just, and Linneman can't quite make it stick.
That sort of move from Linneman would put off a less experienced driver, but the FC2 drivers here, Ollie Eriksson, Fraser McConnell, Casper Janssen, are so astute that if Linneman's going wide, if you're not going to run wide by being too late on the brakes, you're not going around there, sunshine.
Stick to your line, stick to your braking point. Yeah, but it's doing that, and Linneman goes Joker this time, so Linneman's gone Joker. His only rival, really, from that point of view, is Martinson in the background, and Linneman's going to get there first. So now Ulrich's got a little bit of clear track in front of him. Vranks has dropped in behind him, so Vranks not on the same pace as Linneman here. Linneman, Vranks, Martinson at the back. It's 2 FC2s out front. Will one of them end up at the front of the overalls for this session? Will it be Eriksson from the previous one? 2:30, 2:28.3 is the target time. It's very competitive.
What I meant by Vranks earlier on, by McConnell, sorry, is that all year long he's been desperate for a really strong result. It just hasn't worked out for him. He's going to head into the Joker this time around, but the first corner aggression is really working here, isn't it? We're going to see.
Let's see the lap times, as he comes through the merge. Fraser down at the bottom, Ulrich Linneman at the top. Linneman maybe going to get there first. He does, just in front. Ulrich Linneman racing at home edges. Fraser McConnell at the merge, goes over the line. And it is a 2:27.5. Linneman goes fastest to win the session. Where's Fraz? 2:28.1. He just edges. Oh, wow, yes. Ollie Eriksson is 2/10 behind. Ollie, jump on. Ollie is 2/10 behind Fraz and 2/10 in front of Victor Vranks. It is tight at the top, isn't it? Wow.
That last lap for Linneman, though, was a flyer, wasn't it? A 38.2 relative to Ollie's best, which was a 38.9.
Few people getting caught out with the wide run. What's the grip levels like, and with the dust as well, Ollie, now? And the visibility down this straight, the one point, we literally, after this, we literally saw that, well, it's the dust, of course, from the start. You come through here, look.
The gravel on the asphalt that dries up real quick and dust.
So we're not sure whether you guys can hear Ollie at home or not. His mic is switched on here at the track, so yeah, there we go. Yes, Ollie was just saying basically it's pretty slippery out there. Sorry, your mic wasn't faded up, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, don't worry, we enjoyed it. Me and Hal enjoyed your insight, Ollie. There you go. That's, let's see, so you're ahead of Ranks. Well, I'll tell you what, get the standings now. Let's take a look at the standings. This is what Ollie wants to know about. He was in P4 and he remains in P4, so very close, but holds off the others behind him. Linneman takes the TQ today from Fraser McConnell. Yesterday it was Ranks on the TQ. Then it's after them, it is Ranks and Eriksson, Janssen, Martinson, Ostrain, Tanovic, Svensson, Turren and Maiko Tam. The big question mark is, will Maiko Tam be back in time for the semi-finals? Because Tam has got seemingly an issue, and Hal, if he doesn't make the semis, obviously absolute nightmare. He's going to hemorrhage points to the others in the standings.
Yeah, catastrophe if he doesn't make it, because he's only going to get whatever you get for 9 and then nothing thereafter. So
I mean, it really would put the championship into Linneman.
Well,
106
Linneman will lead the championship now anyway, won't he?
Yes, he will. But I mean, Philip Martinson was some 18 points behind Linneman. So Linneman, in theory, that goes to Germany with no rivals, but he's going to be in that situation. How many supercars have we got in Germany?
I think it's close to 30, no?
Yeah. So we
got Nathan. We got some guys coming from the south coming up.
Yeah,
so
we've got the Munich and
Nathan Notting
and the
coming.
August. Yeah. So I don't know.
Those guys. And if ever you went to a championship finale needing a good result, you don't want to go into turn 1 at the Estering and come out.
No. And Ulrich, bless him, he's just, if he goes there, but it all depends on Tam. So stay with us because we need to find out whether or not Maiko Tam is going to be back in time for the semi-finals. We're trying to find out now. Sorry. 15:35, which is 15 minutes time from now. So in about 15 minutes, join us as we get ready for the semi-finals here in Denmark. With a surprise, apparently. Hooray! I love surprises. Welcome back to the Nysum barn in northern Denmark. We're here for, I don't even know what round it is, but it's the third to last round because we're going to do it all again next weekend. Round 8, apparently. We're going to do it all again next weekend at the Estering with a double header to wrap up all the championships, but with loads of drivers coming back from the south and the north and the mid, and just some people who really like racing at the Estering. It's going to be fun. Now, what's also fun is you can buy Hal Ridge for 25% off, but only during the finals. Now, I jest slightly, but Hal, you're wearing the bundle.
Yeah, so there's an exclusive offer coming out now for this T-shirt and this cap, which is the Beyond Limits, Beyond Borders RallyX T-shirt. The deal is 25% discount for this official bundle. It's only available between now and the end of the Open 4-wheel drive final, and there's only 25 of them available.
So 25% discount on 25 of the bundle, which is the hat and the T-shirt that Hal is wearing here.
Which also ends in however long it takes to get through these semis and finals.
And if you're the 15th one, you get Hal Ridge free as well.
There's the bogey prize. that'll cost some amount in postage, won't it?
I really want to post Hal somewhere in Europe. Where would you like to be posted to, Hal? Preferably somewhere south in the sunshine.
As far away from you as possible.
And he gets to spend another weekend with me next weekend in Estering. But in all seriousness, if you want the bundle, the hat and the T-shirt, 25% off for only 25 items between now and the end of the finals, basically. So it's a finals offer. There it is on your screen. Look,
and
final
of course,
25.
At RallyX.shop.se.
Shop.rallyx.se.
Shop.rallyx.
Yeah.
Those words in the correct order. You can see them on the screen.
That's the one. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. Read it and weep. Or read it and
update
order.
As well is that Mike Tam had a drive shaft issue. They carry the spare car with them, as we discussed in the broadcast of Q3. So they are currently swapping the drive shafts between cars and that sort of thing. So expect to see Tam back out for the semi-finals.
Marvellous. Fraser McConnell's obviously snuck one of these in. Look into the commentary box there. There's Jamaican flags up on the banners behind us.
It's been there all weekend. Just meandered around the desk.
Yeah. Okay, clever. Semi-final time here at the Nysum Barn and Crosscar Junior semi-final number 1 is coming up for you first of all. Front row, Nielsen and Antila, there's Manisto and Matalamaki, and Schnack and Perimaki at the back. This, of course, means that Svedland and Pira are going to line up together in the other semi, which is fun for us. Nielsen gets a good run away from the line. Hal discussed this earlier on. Yesterday it was a wet start, and that meant it was a nightmare. 3-wide contact, pushing me wide. Nobody really comes out of that terribly badly. Manisto gets up the inside, and Nielsen drops into P2.
I was worried for Antila there, who's had such a poor run of fortune despite having amazing pace. So easy to break the steering or something in those 3-wide contacts in the first corner. Got away with it there when he's currently 3rd in this train of cross-car juniors in the first semi-final.
P2 Matalamaki, Hal, in the white car, bottom right of your screen, can only just see over the screen. As out front, Nielsen's trying for around the outside, thinks better of it and drops in behind. Manisto, who holds the position. Good top end from Nielsen, either that or a better exit from the previous corners. Might see it again here. So this is a favoured overtaking spot, and if not, then it's a good place to go Joker. I think got to go, Hal. I think Nielsen has got to go Joker here if the car in front doesn't, and I don't think they will. And it doesn't. Okay, fair enough. Doesn't want to get caught in the traffic behind, I suppose.
I wouldn't have gone then.
Yeah, because not enough people have gone, have they?
So much traffic behind you, you just can't risk losing all of that time. That's a close merge between Schnack and Antila.
So Antila, Perimaki and Schnack have all now jokered, and Schnack has come out at the head of those. Remember, it's the top 3 from junior cross car. Nielsen, as long as Nielsen thinks Manisto is going quickly enough for it not to be an issue, it's fine, isn't it? But now that Schnack is in clear air behind, great shot there from the drone of the run down the straight. With 3 cars having gone, you can risk it now.
Such a clean line right on the inside, the width of a cross car.
Does go, Nielsen does go, House, and Nielsen looking to cover off the 3 cars at the back have already been in, and it is a good decision. Howe was right, stay out a lap, and he runs over the gravel at the merge. Not a great one. Sticks it out deep up the inside, goes Schnack. Schnack takes the position, ends up in the wall. Contact there, losing ground now. Nielsen, as they come onto the straight and around the outside, comes Antila looking for a pass as well, but can't get through. It's disastrous, isn't it? Little mistake on coming out the Joker.
Great awareness from Antila, who's going to look to the inside again here. A bit too much momentum, has to get that scrubbed off by sending the car in. saw that Nilsson had lost that momentum and then was hovering around in the background, not getting out of the throttle because you don't want to lose that momentum out of that corner. Now he's all over the back again, coming down the straight. We'll look to the inside. Nilsson's also late on the brakes, throws the kart in. This, of course, currently a battle for the last spot in the final from this semi. They all throw it in unison through the final corner. A couple of laps to go. The top two still to Joker, fastest lap of the race so far. Nilsson that time around in the 45.0.
Nilsson has got to try and do something here, and still no guarantee of a spot with a pass, but
Nilsson be frustrated here, was going for the win up front and is now battling for a place
in
to
the
be in the final at all.
Yeah, in the final at all, and also under pressure from behind as well. So Nilsson with Antilla looking for a way through from behind. In front, dropping into the Joker lap, goes our lead two cars. It's going to be a tight merge here, and it's all up for grabs. Nilsson going to get third, I think, as they come out. It is a train. Nilsson looks to the inside, don't make the same mistake again, puts a wheel on the gravel, gets contact behind from Antilla. And Manisto takes it from Schnack, and Nilsson on the last lap, still one more to go. So everybody's jokered now, tactics played out. So Nilsson is in now, but still big pressure from behind.
They caught Matlamaki a lot in that last run, didn't they? And yeah, managed to all climb a position.
Super pressure here. Antilla is yesterday's top qualifier and is trying to find a way through, but there is only one last chance to do it, and it is at the end of this straight. Is he going to have a dive up the inside? It'd be brave, but he does go, comes in late, runs into the back, pushes the car wide. That's going to be a penalty for Antilla, 100%. Nilsson gets up into P2, but that is a real shame. Was it Schnack, I think he took out? So Manisto comes through. Schnack has been taken out with that late braking manoeuvre by Antilla. Crosses over the line. Matalamaki gets P3, and unfortunately that means there's nothing Rainies can do with the penalty. If Antilla had got P3, then you could penalise and let the driver behind through, but they're not in the right order to do that. That's a real shame, Hal.
That was a brilliant move, Mantilla, right until the moment it wasn't. Like,
yes.
The lunge was fantastic, and then it
Yeah.
just ran that bit too much on, and kablam out.
A little bit too
Game
far
over.
in. So, yeah, there we go. Take out on the brakes at the end of the straight. I say, unfortunately, I think that will be a penalty. Let's see where Antilla's not in the mix for the championship.
It's kind of irrelevant now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Penalty drops you to last, already been disqualified on the timing screen, actually. So the black flag is already applied, and that's the reason. Absolutely cleaned out Schnack. What a shame for Schnack at his home event. For Carl, who's been quick this weekend, not making it through to the final.
Yeah, and yesterday Antilla was the top qualifier and didn't make the final yesterday. So it's a shame, but there we go. It is a learning process. And I'll tell you what, they'd wipe the floor with most of the adults out there, both in terms of their lap times and their ability to judge braking zones, distances, make passes, etc. They are very good indeed. They're going to make the occasional mistakes. Isak, etc. Pira, Svedland, Hukar, Stubrick, Fredriksson, and Kangasaho. I need to learn how to say that. I'll have to go see the family. Kangasaho at the back. Finn, if you're wondering. 3 Finns. Dane, Sweden and Norwegian in this one. This etc. on the front row with P2 Pira. Svedland trying to find a way through from the back. Svedland's alongside Hukar. It's Pira versus Svedland, remember, for the championship. Svedland is very tentative in turn 1, trying to get to the inside. He's going to lose position here to Fredriksson as well. Svedland gets dumped to 5th, and P2 Pira is up front. Svedland over on the Idagon Joker there. How, I mean, you could end up in traffic. Let's see. Svedland's pretty brilliant at recovery drives, and he's right on the back of P3.
Again,
Hukar.
I don't think I would, Andrew, because he's
out.
bounced over the car on the inside. He's kept his foot in the throttle. The last thing you want to do is come out of the throttle
and now he's
again.
trying to make a pass here on the straight. Look, he's alongside, and he's going to out-drag down the long straight. Got to get the braking right here. Oh, it's very late, but it's not late enough. Hukar goes even later on the brakes on the inside line. Needed another 20 metres on the straight to get that done.
Nothing you can do once you've gone to the left. You've got to try and pull it off, but it was never going to work unless, like you say, you've got a much bigger run. Now it is going to work. Over the jump, down the second straight, on the inside line. Will Hukar come across? Hukar so late on the brakes. Svedland backed out of that, Andrew, and just thought, I better save it for another day.
Now goes Joker. Okay, that's going to come out behind Kangasaho, sorry. Japanese-sounding Finnish name, Hal. Must find out how to say that properly. Apologies to the family if they're watching. We do our best. Send us a voice note if you know. Up at the front, the lead may be changing.
Pirra and Isaac Setra were side by side up the straight. Then Isaac Setra looking to the inside of Pirra. Well, contact between the pair just rips the bracket off the wheel arch. Shows the fine margins in the racing between these two.
Pirra again, same as yesterday, how multiple inputs, very comfortable on the loose, but multiple inputs through that tarmac hairpin up at the top. Svedlin's gone Joker and has come out in front of Stubrick Fredriksson, but where is Svedlin in comparison now? Isaac Setra goes Joker. Svedlin up the inside, and that's Kangasaho making a mistake, I think, at the end of the straight. So that's actually played into Svedlin's hands now. Svedlin coming through on the standard lap, going to get another position as well. So Svedlin gets back in front there too. So Svedlin moving up through the category, drops himself into P3. Isaac Setra's joking in front of him, it's just Pirra out front. This is a good recovery from Svedlin. All he's got to do is make the final, but it's a good job here.
And look how much he's closing on the back of Isaac Setra at the end of the straight. Remember how close Isaac Setra was to the back of P2 Pirra when we were watching them last time around. So this could be an amazing recovery for Carl Svedlin.
I want to see him in the final, to be honest, with Pirra, because we want it to stay super close. There's only a point between them until qualifying when they're separated by a couple. Isaac Setra goes deep. Svedlin will have seen that with 3 laps to go. It's still all to play for, 2 now as they come down to the start-finish line.
Pirra's been in the Joker, out of sight of our shot while we were watching Svedlin, and got back out in front. So it's situations normal in terms of the order before Pirra went in. And it's so classic, isn't it, that from a dramatic race like that, where there's still a lot of jeopardy, as soon as all the Jokers are done and the gaps start to weak out by even a few tenths, all of a sudden it calms down a lot after being rather frantic.
Yeah, Pirra would have taken another. Pirra would have a 3-point lead coming to this race, Hal. And if the positions hold as they are, it will gain another 2 points, so it'll be a 5-point lead. And there's a mistake there for Isaac Setra again, and Svedlin is now all over the back of Isaac Setra. There's still another lap. Isaac Setra's made a mistake in that corner twice. P2 Pirra's driving away, and Svedlin is now really... Look how calm he is on the wheel. There's barely an input in there.
He'll be very keen to get ahead of Isaac Setra. Good exit for Svedlin. Look at the closing speed. Look to the inside.
Oh, no. Gets closed down by Isaac Setra, and there isn't any room.
I think it's borderline, isn't it, to be closing the door at that high speed into that sort of braking area. Svedlin right in the rear of Isaac Setra. Won't be delighted by that. Again, Isaac Setra moves over to the left.
He's having another look, and he has a lunge. Svedlin looks to the inside line. That's brave in the championship fight. Somehow gets it stopped. Isaac Setra makes the same mistake again. That's brilliant pressure in my book from Svedlin. Takes the position, so Svedlin nicks a point back, and Pirra will only be 4 points ahead as they go into the final. P2 Pirra goes through. Svedlin going to get P2 and will be on road 2 in the final. Great stuff.
Like you say, made a little bit of contact, not enough to force Isaac Setra wide, but enough to apply massive pressure and just put Isaac Setra off enough to miss the braking point and then sneak through on the inside. They both make it through to the final. What brilliant racing between these young drivers.
Particularly, say, Svedlin here, look, Hal, he's got the inside line on Hukar. I wasn't sure if he was just being cautious in turn 1. You don't see it there. Loses a position, ends up P5. You were right, definitely, that you shouldn't go Joker. It's more really his trajectory. You almost think, well, just bail. But actually, I guess he's thinking he's going to get Hukar on the exit. This was around the outside try, wasn't it? And look, he needed another... he literally was almost there, wasn't he? 10 centimetres could have turned in on him.
No, I think you need more than that. I think you needed a few metres, didn't you? Just because the car on the inside will always have that closing speed. But this trajectory has down the second of the straights. This is Isaac Setra applying the pressure to Pirra. So Isaac Setra was in all of the battles in this one. Little nudge in the rear there. That was the first of the mistakes, wasn't it? And then... well, that was the second mistake.
Yeah, there was a time, it wasn't so big. Is there contact on the... Well, we might see it from the front. That was a little bit... Maybe should have left the car width for me at that speed. But if you don't know they're there, and he might not have known until the contact. If there was contact between them, it was a long way further back. I think it's good from Svedlin personally. Hal, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, agreed. Even if there was contact, it hasn't affected the braking.
No, it's too far back. Yeah, it's a long, long way back. I was amazed Svedlin got it stopped on the previous lap when he was offline on the dirt on the inside and still managed to get it in there. Pirra, Svedlin, Isaac Setra go through. 3 seconds separates them. 4 points separates Svedlin and Pirra in the championship fight with today's final and, of course, the doubleheader at Estering next weekend to go. Definitely going to Estering. Definitely going.
Me too.
Indeed.
Well, barring any mitigating circumstances.
Well, fingers crossed, eh, mate? It's 5 days away. Cross car. Thomas Merstad, the championship leader, is your top qualifier on the front row. Jensen alongside, then Julalami, the other Jensen, Martin and Gotherson at the back. So for me, this is about Julalami and Eek Merstad. Most of all the Jensens are in there, and I can't tell them apart at all. There is a number on there, but Thomas Eek Merstad gets away well. Gotherson from the back of the grid has got up into P3. Julalami slots into 4th. They're all playing it safe, keeping that inside line. Julalami goes Joker immediately, and this time I think it is a good decision. But he could come out in the traffic. How it's not that easy to pass. But P4 maybe didn't want to sit in that line anyway.
For me, that's high risk because Frederick Martin, we know, is still learning this game and hasn't had absolute front-running pace by any means. So it depends how long it takes those drivers ahead to Joker, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It is risky. But if
also
only the top two go through.
When you're running 4th in the first corner, you've got to try and do something, haven't you? So, so you're throwing the dice there. That's really a driver decision at that stage. And clearly, Julalami's confident with his pace. He was telling us in the studio yesterday, wasn't he, that he's feeling good in that car and he'll feel like he can press on.
Yeah, none of them go Joker, but he has got good at it. Because the delta here is slightly bigger, you do get a few laps at least to have a crack at it. I can't, Julalami is there in the background.
I guess one of the complicating factors here is that Pace Motorsport run one of Julalami's teammates, run one of Julalami's rivals for the championship. So,
in Ugar, they won't move him, will they?
So why would Pace Joker
leave him
Martin
out
now? And knowing that Martin's unlikely to make the final, of course you want to give him the opportunity because he's a customer like Ugar is, but at the same time running 4th at the moment with 2 drivers behind having jokered, it's unlikely to be your day. So and Martin's not in any sort of title fight, so you'd really want to try and help Ugar as much as you could.
So Martin on the back of this pack. They're not going slowly, that's for sure. Gotherson dips off into the Joker. This may be an attempt to cover Julalami behind, and I think he's going to get it done. I think something's happened with Julalami that we haven't seen in the background.
Julalami's gone, hasn't he?
Well, has he? Yeah, maybe. We need to... No, it's Jensen. Jensen's gone.
Sorry.
So Julalami is still there, but for me the pace wasn't how. It was a 41.5. Frederick Martin did a quicker lap time. Everybody's gone quicker than Julalami on this last lap, so Julalami might be dropping out the final here.
I lost my final pair of glasses weeks ago, and spotting a livery on a speed car Wonder from that height on the drone is tricky the best of times.
To be honest with you, mate, it was as much a guess for me, so don't worry about it. Eek Merstad with that wonderful car control. I'd love to see him in a supercar.
We have done in Norway a few years ago. It wasn't a front-running supercar by any means.
I want to see him in one now. But then on the other end...
Interesting, isn't it? Look at Svensson. Stunning, incredible in a cross car. Just doesn't seem to have the same sort of performance in FC2 as some of his rivals. Yet to better the results of Ericsson and McConnell and the likes, Janssen. So yeah, it's tricky. The transition. Sometimes you can be amazing at one discipline. As Julalami looks to the inside of Gotherson. This is not working out for Julalami, who won yesterday.
No, it is not. Svensson was good though when we saw him in a supercar, wasn't he? So rather than an FC2. Oh, Julalami's got to make passes here, and multiple passes. And actually, Frederick Martin goes Joker now to try and cover Jensen. I think Jensen will get him. Is Martin going to come out in front here of Gotherson? He is. This is a great drive by Martin. They're side by side. Gotherson runs out wide. Martin on the inside. Best drive we've seen, I think, from Martin so far, Hal.
Absolutely, yeah. Got a lot of conviction in this race. And Julalami's going to look to the inside here. Gotherson thinks better of it. Isn't close enough to have a proper look. We'll try applying the pressure as Gotherson spits flames from the rear of his speed car. Look at it, hopping sideways over the curbs. There is nothing to choose between these three on the final lap.
Well, coming down the hill now then, it is Jensen who's a little way further out in front, who's pretty much guaranteed a spot. Only the top two go through. Eek Merstad, though, in the championship fight, leading the championship 3 times on the championship podium, but has never won it and goes through to the final. Jensen goes with him. Meanwhile, the 3-time-in-a-row winner at the back of this pack, Julalami, has won the last 3 events. We saw him yesterday, he said, I need everything to go perfect, and that is not what he needed today. Julalami is out. Eek Merstad with a great start on the inside in the red and blue. Look at this, claims a little bit of land on the way into the first corner, puts a bit of rotation on it, but then crucially doesn't run it all the way out wide. He holds that nice line on the inside. Something broke, look, on Jensen's car, spins him off to the inside. What was it? Front suspension linkage. Did well to get the car out of the way, and the TV team, good job finding that as well. Gotherson and Martin. Gotherson, good respect to Martin there in terms of space.
Yep, absolutely, very hard, but fair racing between these cross-car drivers. as ever, as Norwegian crosses the line. Reminder there on the screen to use code 25 to get your discount on the merch available for these finals only. Confirmation of the result: Mørstad and Jensen progress through to the final later on this afternoon, and there's some big names not making it through in that result.
Yeah, Yellow Army, the main one, the championship prize fighter. This in theory gives Eek Mørstad a good advantage. A lot now rests on Ugar. So Ugar on the outside of this second row was on 116. So he's only 8 points behind the leader, Eek Mørstad. He now needs to make it. 3, Orav Schnack, Ugar, Christensen and Isak Setra in this. Ugar looks like he's got a good launch from the second row, but on the front row, Vettel 3 and Lucas Orav 3 on the inside. Orav bit of contact from behind, and that's an absolute nightmare. That is a nightmare. Ugar, it's 5 cars. That is not. Ugar ends P6. How that is a shocker, but it could have been a lot worse.
It could, but he's going to.
Great decision.
Changed his mind there because Orav went into the Joker. Ugar was clearly going, then thought better of it. Now up to P4 with a bit of clear air. We know he's got great ultimate pace. That could have worked really nicely for the Estonian from total disaster just a few seconds ago.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? It was like the sea parted in front of him. One car half span, one went Joker. He changed his mind but didn't lose any time in doing so. And he now needs the drivers out front, which is Christensen. Christensen in front of him and Isak Setra to have problems here. Ugar's going to have to make a move. Go on, just go for it. So Ugar's got to make a move. If not, he needs to go Joker. He looks to the inside line. Ugar, we said to him yesterday, he said his dad said, you just got to do a reset. I said to just go out and enjoy it. Is he going to go Joker? He does. So Ugar gets himself out of the traffic. He's trying to cover off the 2 cars behind. It's going to be close between him. No, he's lost out again. He drops to P6. Too much time lost behind the car in front, Hal.
I'd say that's game over unless he can perform an absolute miracle from that place on track at the moment. It's going to look to the right-hand side of Lucas Orav going down the straight. The 2 Estonians going at it, but it's Ugar with the driver most to lose here, having come here leading the championship. This could all be playing into the hands of Thomas Eek Mørstad through these semi-finals.
What a shame. I really thought it might be on after what happened with the 4 or 5 cars at the back all having an issue in turn 2. I thought that it might just be a scrap between them, but run wide there. So Schnack ran wide. Orav though can't find a way through, and ultimately this is just letting everybody out front drive away.
But to Ugar's great credit, he hasn't been too conservative in this race. He's absolutely thrown it down. It's just not working out for him.
No.
Sometimes it doesn't, does it?
No, it's gutting though, isn't it? It is gutting.
Tree though, let's talk about the race leader for a moment, is absolutely flying out front. A 40.7 is the fastest lap of the race. There's no one else in the 40s. A 41.3 is the next best for Victor Christensen, who we saw here in the Supercar Lights last year. 2.7 seconds behind. Ugar continues to apply the pressure to the back of Lucas Orav. Of course, the points will be important for every position he can get, but really he needs to be getting through to the final.
I suppose how
Look at that lead. Sorry, Andrew.
The thing here is what's the gap, isn't it? Like Ugar, if he could get to the front of these 3, Schnack hasn't jokered, he's a goner. So it's about whether Christensen and Isak Setra are within range or not on the merge. But Ugar's
They're
still
miles ahead.
So you think it's too much?
Too much, yeah. They're not even in the shot, are they? I wonder if we'll see from one of these camera angles where the lead 2 are. But Tree is 3.2 seconds up the road from Christensen, and Christensen's...
Yeah. Ugar's gone. Ugar's gone from the back of the pack. Where is he? No. Sorry, we're looking further up. We're looking at Isak Setra and Schnack. I thought he disappeared. Isak Setra goes Joker. Schnack stays out, I think.
It's Isak Setra and Christensen
it is,
at the front
yes.
there. Schnack.
Oh, no. OK, it is game over 100%. Oh, what a shame. But not a shame for Eek Mørstad, Hal, and having been on the podium 3 times in the last 3 years, it'd be nice for him to go to Estering with a healthy championship lead. Another look. He's going around the outside, surely not. Oh, now Orav almost drops it on the brakes. Beautiful car control inside, now over the grass, and oh man.
And another fastest lap from Vettel Tree at the front of the order, 40.5. What an extraordinary drive. This is nearly 4.5 seconds ahead from the other driver who is yet to joker.
A mistake from Isak Setra in the background, so Tree coming over the top. Isak Setra's going to drop back here. Vettel Tree comes through. Ugar moves up into P4, I think it is, but it's going to be 3 who qualifies.
Christensen second.
Yeah. Orav third. Ugar gets 4th.
Isak Setra had a problem there at the end, clearly.
Yeah.
Shame for the Norwegian. What a performance there from the other Norwegian in that race in Vettel Tree. let's have a look back at that first corner incident where they all got tied up together except the race leader. Tree is free of that. Ugar gets in the rear of Orav, and then it's Jensen in the side. Actually, Jensen getting in the side of Orav, if you watch here, Andrew, stops Orav getting overly rotated. Look at where Jensen is. He sort of pushes Orav straight, and that's what saves them both. Otherwise, Orav was going to get spun round there, and then they've all been stuck together.
I thought they were going to end up hooked up and unable to move, but I'm just looking at this how Vettel 3 qualified behind Eek Merstad. I'm going to find the championship standings from yesterday because we only had the top 4 written down, and Vettel 3 is 5th in the standings, and the other 3 have gone. So I want to see how far back he was after yesterday. Let's have a look. No, Vettel 3 was P6 and he was on 90.
We had a shocker yesterday, didn't he?
On 90 points, yeah, no, he's miles off. What a shame. So basically, the story here is that 3's gone. Yolalami hasn't made it. Ugar hasn't made it. Turner hasn't made it. The only one who's made it is the championship leader, Thomas Eek Merstad. Wow. Passy Penttinen. Come on now, Passy. Let's go.
Focus, Passy.
Yeah. No missiles at the end of the straight, Passy. Let's go. Penttinen, Hukar, Nilsson, Lindequist, Cerner and Terraping. Cerner is in the mix. Sorry, he's on 107. Cerner is in the mix at the back of this lot. So Romet Cerner needs a great result here, having taken a win earlier on in the year. His first win, if you remember, ever in Finland. Romet Cerner needs to get some good moves done. Gets up into P3, gives Penttinen a little tap. So Cerner is up into P3. How? He's the only one really who can keep the fight going towards Eek Merstad.
But there's still a lot to play out in this race, isn't there? The first driver to have jokered, Tamal Terbring, in fairness, doesn't really have the ultimate pace of this pack.
And his teammate, don't forget, Cerner, so you know, pace may well do something there to help him. Passy Penttinen just in front. Oh, it's a crash! So Hukar's missed a gear, Penttinen ends up on his roof, Cerner goes to the outside, looks like the car's broken. Surely that's going to be a red flag. Bodywork comes off the back of Hukar's car. Is it a red flag? I think it is, yes. Yeah. Everybody on the brakes. So Penttinen is on his roof, up at the corner at the far end. Just look, we were watching Cerner in P3 and then into shot came Hukar, who must have missed a gear, Hal, because it was almost stationary.
That's also a disaster for Hukar. This could all be playing into Cerner's hands because Hukar's lost the rear bodywork. Will there be time to go and get it?
Yes,
when
and put it on with no rear wing, then the car handles differently.
But the cooling,
yes,
I think
true.
The rearing is
less
negligible.
Less
the
crucial.
Cooling is off.
Was Cerner still running because he ran out wide and the car looked broken? We're going to have a look with the director's going to have a look and see if we can find the car with Cerner with the red scoop on the roof to see if he's still running.
I think I'm watching the replay on the
he
YouTube
pulled off
stream.
to the side,
I
didn't
think
he?
he just got out the throttle, to be honest.
Do you actually think he's still okay? We think he's still running at least. So Hukar's back there. No, that's in the background, that's Terraping. So
Hukar
where is
stopped.
Romet Cerner?
Hukar stopped. You can't see this on your screen. There's Rainis Vanitis, the race director.
Right, Rainis is running out and having a word. Look, yeah, so you're seeing...
We're just having a quick look at the replay. Hukar is parked in the middle of the track. Penttinen clears up the back of him and rolls.
Hukar carries on there, though.
Yeah, gets a nudge and gets going again.
Penttinen's pushed back over. Where is Romet Cerner?
Oh,
Penttinen is fine.
What a shame. I'm gutted for Passy Penttinen because he's been really quick this weekend and it just hasn't worked for him. Clapping the spectators who are clearly cheering him with his RallyX race suit on. What a shame for Passy Penttinen. Had done all the hard work and he was an absolute victim there. Total collateral damage from Riku Hukar's problem.
Right, I think we might be able to see the replays, how they're just digging them out for us now in Stockholm. So, third in your picture is Romet Cerner coming in with the yellow and the pink roof
Watch
scoop
the blue
on
car
top.
at the front to start with.
Misses a gear or so. So Hukar is at a standstill at Penttinen, bang, Cerner, bang. Absolutely nothing they can do about that.
I think
Hukar carries on.
Fine.
Is Cerner okay?
Yeah, I think absolutely
He's
fine.
pulled off to the side. Yeah, okay, so we think Cerner's carrying on. Look at this. So this is what we were looking at. Cerner needs to make the final to try and keep a championship fight alive. I mean, it's not over for any of them at all, but you know, odds are what you want in your favour.
Okay, the geometry might be a bit out on Cerner's TN11, but I think it's A-OK and all be
Not
good
as
to go
out
again.
as on Penton's.
No, well, that's yeah, that needs
It's running
more.
a bit more camber, isn't it, than it should be. Good to see Passey's okay, but we knew he'd be okay with a crash like that. Here it is. There goes the scoop off Hukar's car. And
What a shame
Cerner
for
would be in the
Penton,
background.
who's been great this weekend, hasn't
Yeah, he has. He has. There is Cerner heading back. So where was so Cerner was still up there, Hal?
But
Or did he go back? Did Cerner go back to check if Penton was okay? Maybe.
We didn't see, did we? But if someone's just rolled in front of you and you clean them out, you probably expect it to be stopped, don't you?
Yes. Yeah. Right, Passey Penton's cross car going on the back of the scoop. We'll see if we can get in touch with race control and find out what is going on with the restart. Penton, I'm sure, won't be able to restart. The others, in theory, should. We're not sure what Hukar's car will look like if he gets it back to the grid. Well, I think he's back at the grid already, but...
Hashtag 1 more year on the rear of Penton's car. Under that dirt, it says 0 days
incident-free.
Since incident, or words to that effect.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, Passy, I think you've got another year to do because you've shown way too much pace here this weekend to give up
Pacey
now.
Penton this weekend. We want to see him do a bit more. Right, stay with us. We'll just get this lot regridded if we can. They are getting the rear wing on Hukar's car, look. Okay, I reckon they're looking like they're going to run open two-wheel drive first of all, give the cross cars a little while to re-prep because the open two-wheel drive cars are in the grid already. Final 25, if you want 25% off a hat and a t-shirt together, only 25 of those are going to go at the same time. And yeah, so you've got to get in before the end of the finals. Look at this, tie wraps at the ready, Hal, tie wraps and rivets. What you spotted here?
Jarmo Vosa, head of Pace Motorsport there on the phone to whoever. Don't forget to like and subscribe, please, all those people viewing at home. There's currently 1,500 people watching, and there's only 211 likes on the stream. If everybody liked the stream who's watching right now, that would make a colossal difference to the reach of this broadcast and the potential for doing more stuff in the future. So please do go on and like the stream from today, if you do like it, of course. There is Jarmo having a chat to Romet as we're about to go racing with open two-wheel drive, and this will be a good one.
If you don't like the stream, what are you doing watching it? So like the stream. Hal asked you nicely. I'm telling you, like it. Just help the team out here. Everything's on a tight budget. Look at this. Look, look, look.
It looks
So
square
like-
enough to me, says
Yeah,
Jarmo.
that's what we call eyeballing it. So you just go, what does it need? It needs 0.5 of a degree of toe out. Or you eyeball it, which is you look at it and go, yeah, it'll be all right, mate. So he's had a look at that, and those, I'm pretty sure they'll be regridded after this. Open two-wheel drive, semi-final number 1. It is your championship prize fighters on the front row, Gabrielsen and Johansson. They are separated by just a couple of points after qualifying. Then Roy Rass and Jensen on row 2, Wallach and Darren Bleasdale on row 3. Both the Bleasdales here this weekend. Let's see the start this time round, and it's another rocket ship start for Gabrielsen. Johansson trying to go the long way round but can't, but he's wise enough, look, to shut the door. Is he on everybody behind? Roy Rass is going to be there, and Johansson just gets it in. You hear a bit of screeching of tyres in the background, but Johansson holds P2. Is this damage limitation? How? Which of those cars is better suited to the Estering? Have we even seen Gabrielsen at the Estering?
I think we did last year. I'll have to dig into my very poor memory banks. Much better start that time around, though, for Victor Johansson. Was neck and neck with Gabrielsen into the first corner. Great job on the likes from the viewers on YouTube. More of that, please. We're on 271 now. That's likes in just a couple of minutes. Let's get to 500 likes before the end of the broadcast today. That would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's easy. Get it done. Then it moves up the algorithm. Then more people start watching it. Then you get more free-to-watch rallycross coverage. What's not to like? Takes you 2 seconds to hit the button. Do it.
Wallach into the Joker this time around in the BMW M3. He's going to pop back out sideways as he is. Something's happened to Bleasdale, has it? I think so, in the background. Yeah, Darren Bleasdale appears to be missing off the back of the shot.
Still good to timing. Is still circulating, but I agree. Yeah, it's unusually away.
Unusually big gap, isn't it?
Yeah.
9.1. Jensen also with a 8.2 gap to the leader. So maybe something's happened between them.
Wallach is 6.7 off, so they're only 1.5 off the back of Wallach. Gabrielsen able to just hold a gap over Johansson. I don't think any of them is holding anything back. Johansson is being super smooth here, Hal. Look at the inputs.
He is generally, isn't he? That's his style, as we've seen over the years now.
He's going to be going away and making stuff, isn't he, over the winter? If this doesn't work out, he'll have to come back with something even more of a weapon. I do love... now he closes on Gabrielsen. So he closes just a little bit on Gabrielsen at the end of the straight. You can hear in the background the rotary engine in the Citroen Zara of Magna Roy Ras braking at the end of the straight. So is this the chance now then for Victor to go into the Joker? No, he thinks not. He thinks another lap and apply the pressure.
Yeah, well, he can't really, can he? Because he's too close to Roy Ras behind. So he definitely needs to go again, in my opinion. Looks like Roy Ras has gone in the background.
So that'll open the door for strategy for Johansson.
He'll definitely go this time around, I'm sure. Fastest lap of the race so far. Last time, Roy Ras did indeed go into the Joker according to the timing screen. So perfect for Victor Johansson. If I was Gabrielsen's spotter, I'd send Gabrielsen now, actually, just to in the hope that Johansson follows too.
Just dummy him off, you mean, to send Gabrielsen. Yeah, I mean, it's a lap early, why not? So watch for Gabrielsen. Does he go Joker early? No, he doesn't. He stays out and Johansson goes in. So Johansson goes in the drone and Victor goes in with him. Vigo, sorry, goes in with him. Victor, of course, driving the car. Almost taps the barrier on the inside with a big Mercedes. Hal's looking up at the weather, so am I. I don't think we're going to get wet finals, but you just never know. Now Johansson needs the perfect lap. This has to be the push lap. He has the best lap of the race. It was 3/10 quicker than Lucas Gabrielsen.
3.8 seconds the gap when they cross the finish line, so it is going to be close.
So Johansson is going to come down off the tarmac part of the track. Remember, Gabrielsen through the little loose gravel section in the Joker. Let's get out and see what's going to happen. Watch for Gabrielsen splitting off to the left-hand side, and then you'll be able to see the wide shot of them coming over the crest. Here it is, inside line, Victor Johansson. Gabrielsen, though, I think is going to get there first. Johansson's going to be alongside him. Johansson will go for the long way around the outside. Gabrielsen clips him, but that is a brilliant drive by Victor Johansson. 2 perfect laps at the end of the race. Johansson takes it and puts himself on the front row. Gabrielsen will be on row 2. Roy Ras coming through with Slavomir Wallach just behind. Roy Ras going to make the final. Wallach just misses out, and an equally close battle here between Jensen and Bleasdale over the line. What a drive by Victor Johansson, Hal.
And great respect from Gabrielsen and Johansson there. Gabrielsen gave Victor enough of a tap to say, oh, you sod, I was nearly there, but not enough to push him round. Not that the little starlet was going to push the end of Merck anywhere, but you know, it was enough contact to have a good race of it. But I don't think either of these two are going to be firing each other off before the end of the season. Having said that, probably be a massive bum fight in the S-Ring, won't it? But great race between those two. Great pace for Victor Johansson. He looked like he was struggling a bit earlier on. Yeah,
as well. In the first couple of laps, Gabrielsen looked like he had. Look at Gabrielsen, he's on the brake, how to avoid really clattering into the car. You say good respect between them. Victor just with the fastest lap. In fact, on his last lap as well, a 40.7. So I think he went another 3/10 quicker on that last lap. Good job by Victor Johansson. Gabrielsen and Roy Ras will make the final. Gabrielsen, I say, that's going to be a point back the way of Johansson. It couldn't be closer between them.
Lots of people in the comments saying Gabrielsen wasn't at the S-Ring last year, so...
good stuff.
There we are.
Thank you, everybody. Terrible memory from us. Well done to you. Hukar on the front row, on his own. Oh, and the back bodywork comes off Hukar's car immediately. Oh no, and Cerna's retired. Romit Cerna, as he retired, he's pulled the car off to the side of the track.
It was actually in the middle of the track on the straight.
Yeah.
Coming down, it was fortunate really that Hukar's bodywork, as he gets sideways through the tarmac section, he's actually in no man's land, isn't it, in that first corner run? But where?
Terrapin's gone Joker. Cerna went straight on, Hal. Is he parked on the straight or not? From the left we can't see. We'll see when we come back down. So the bodywork is off the back of Hukar's car. And now, yeah, now we get to find out, well, 2 things. Does it affect the cooling, like you said, Hal? Well, it will definitely affect it, but how much?
It's humid today, but not super hot, isn't it? As they come over the straight, where is the TN11? It's not there. So
there's one just going up the straight now. So Romit Cerna did cross the start-finish line at 45 seconds, some 15 seconds back. So Cerna,
it's done, isn't it? He's not going to make the final this afternoon.
Not going to make it.
Eric Nielsen going well in second, just a 10th shy on lap time of Hukar last time around. Lindqvist as well would dearly love to be in the final this afternoon to make up for the disappointment of yesterday and that puncture that robbed him of a good result.
Terrapin is still out there as well, but some 10 seconds back, whereas the top 3 are covered by 1.7 seconds. Only 2 of them can make it. I guess it's just here, Hal, about not making a mistake at the end of the straight. That's been the #1 place where people have dropped it. Nobody gone Joker yet. They'll all be waiting, won't they, for Terrapin, who's apparently going slowly, or at least has had an issue not to be in the window.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's miles away, Terrapin. I mean, doesn't regularly have the pace to trouble the front of the finals, but at the same time isn't as slow as the performance here is suggesting, so probably has a problem as well. Oh, and Nielsen's
there we go.
Gone off.
Yeah. Both looking at the timing screen as Terrapin drops another, and there's Turner. So Turner's pulled off at the front end of the straight. The mistake from Nielsen has put Lindqvist through. Now it's Lindqvist's turn not to make any mistakes. And Hukar, remember, without the rear bodywork, surely they'll just stay on. And Joker this time round for Nielsen, who must be super frustrated with that.
Perfect for Lindqvist to make up, as I said, for the disappointment of yesterday and that puncture. He had no idea where that puncture had come from either, so it's one thing if you've run sideways over a curve and pushed the tyre off the bead and you can be a bit annoyed at yourself, but the tyre just went down. He had no idea about it. 315 likes now on the stream. Get pressing that thumbs up button to like this broadcast and help it get up the YouTube algorithm.
I'll tell you what we'll do next time, Hal. We'll do an offer where when it hits 500 likes, an offer kicks in. What do you reckon?
If we can determine who does the 500th like,
no, because then they'll start unliking it and reliking it. I know what people are like. I bet they can unlike it.
Let me try.
Yeah, Hal's going to unclick it.
Oh yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah, no, so don't do that. Just keep liking it. But when we'll do something Estering. If we get enough likes at the Estering, we'll do some sort of special offer or a competition for the final round.
Well, we can send them a full send medal, can't we?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we've got full send medals here to give away.
I will personally post a full send medal to the winner of the competition. We haven't determined what it is yet.
Okay, sweet. We'll do something. We'll do something in here or Estering. We'll do something here. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. All right. So if we hit 500 likes, Hal will come up with a competition, and we'll send you a full send medal. Only drivers can get a full send medal normally. Lindqvist goes Joker. Hukar having jokered already on the previous lap comes through. So eventful, but not in the end. At the finish line, Hukar takes an easy win from Lindqvist. One mistake from Nielsen cost him a place in the final. Real shame just at the end of the straight. Terrapin coming round, and there, unfortunately, is Romet Turner, who it appears did get some damage from the previous run. Look, Turner got away okay. Does he turn in and have broken steering in the background? There goes the bodywork of Hukar's car. Turner avoids that. He just goes straight on here, look. I don't know what happened to Turner, but either way, Hukar did a good job without the rear wing, without the rear bodywork to take the win, and we'll go through to the final with Lindqvist.
If we get 1,000 likes on the YouTube stream before the end of the finals, I will arrange for someone in some sort of competition that we arrange before the end of the stream to have a passenger ride in either an FC2 or an FC1 as early as next weekend at the Estering.
I like that, Hal. It's ballsy, but I like it.
Well, I can sort that out.
You reckon?
Yeah.
All right. There we go then. I like it.
We make the rules.
Yeah. Say it on TV and it's true, mate. You know the score. Right. Second semi-final now for Open Tool Drive. If you're wondering what's going on, the cross-car semi got stopped and then restarted, which is why we're in this situation. Romet Turner there just across the bottom of the grid. We got Kong and Bleasdale on the front row. Then it's Van der Warrenberg at Neyens and Liskowitz and Morgan. Morgan is missing, actually. Morgan is not there. It was Morgan, of course, who blew a diff up or something earlier on and chucked a load of oil on the track, wasn't it? I think.
I don't really want to think about blowing diffs up, thank you.
No. Is that because you own one?
What, a diff, yeah.
Yeah, well, you actually own a couple, don't you? Many.
Different ones. Did you see what I did there?
Yeah, I did. It's been a long day, Hal. We've got a 3.5 hour drive back to the airport together. Wow.
In the smallest car in history with the most people you've ever seen.
Yes, yeah.
5 up.
Yeah.
It's basically 5 up in a micro. Dacey's version of a micro.
Is it 5 up? We haven't actually ascertained who's coming, have we? We think we've got the engine engineer, me and Hal. the engine engineer, Rainy Snittish, the race director, and potentially Nicholas Dubernard as well. Quite sure there's enough room in a Dacia, but we'll figure it out. Wheel spin for Bleasdale off the line, through the little bump as the track crosses over. Kong gets down to turn 1 first of all, and that's about the most sensible start we've seen all weekend. Nayans was P2 yesterday. At the minute he's in 3rd place in the semi, and that would see him through to the finals. Van der Warrenberg tries around the outside of Liskowitz, but then just goes backwards.
What a drive this is from Kong, having just turned up yesterday evening. Bleasdale will be keen to make it through to the final. Had great pace at the S-Ring, Valkenswaard, another legendary rallycross circuit earlier in the year, but also had some difficulties, was in Montalegre to start the season. Really enjoying their RallyX maiden campaign, the Bleasdale brothers. Nayans on the podium yesterday, of course, in that absolutely chaos rain-hit final. Van der Warrenberg was good a joker that time around, but Liskowitz went in, so the Dutch driver changed his mind very sensibly. Bleasdale is throwing down here to get on the back of Kong. Kong with the fastest lap of the race last time around on a 41.7. Bleasdale just a 10th behind on a 41.8. Nayans doesn't really have a response, but his battle is really with his Belgian-Dutch rival Van der Warrenberg at the moment to make it through to the final in the 3rd position. Bleasdale again doesn't joker. The gap back to Nayans last time around was a 2nd and a bit. This time Nayans does joker in the background. I think has come out ahead of Van der Warrenberg. We've missed that. Haven't seen on screen how that's played out, but crossing the timing line, Nayans is in 3rd.
Is he P3? Yeah, he is. The difference between these two cars out front, Hal, is massive, isn't it, in terms of the way, look at the lean in the BMW, how soft it is compared to the Vauxhall.
There just isn't in the compliance in the chassis, and the VX220 just doesn't have the travel, and you can't create the travel in it because the wheel arches are so high up in the car as it is. Great battle between Van der Warrenberg and Nayans.
Bleasdale's gone in. This is the cover off Nayans. Bleasdale should come out in front, does come out in front of Nayans. You just saw in the background a flash of the white car as he came through in the merge in front.
Bleasdale's done the fastest lap of this race, just a few hundredths quicker than Kenneth Kong. Bleasdale set to go through to the final in 2nd and will be desperately keen to get through to the front row by closing the gap to Kong. I think Kong will respond this time just to try and maintain the track position with a joker strategy.
Let's see if Kong goes in. Kong does go joker, so Kong drops into the joker lap now, and you can see from the drone, is he going to get there? Bleasdale's done a great job here. Bleasdale might get to the merge first, and he does. Fantastic job by Jason Bleasdale as he gets to the merge ahead of Kong. That's a brilliant couple of laps, Hal.
Fastest lap of the race so far, just when he needed it for Jason Bleasdale. A 41.197. Absolutely delivered. A purple lap, that means the fastest lap of the race so far when he needed it most, having just edged closer to Kong before taking his joker. Great job from the British driver.
Johansson's quickest lap was a couple of tenths up on this, but Bleasdale here is looking at the potential to take a win if he can. If he finishes here, he'll be front row. If he could get a good start against Johansson and put him in the traffic, he could get interested.
Off the line,
he has, yeah, he has. That would be fantastic. Bleasdale takes semi-final number 2 and will be on the front row in the final with Victor Johansson. Kenneth Kong and Nick Nayans make it through as well as we get a drift display from Niels van der Warrenberg over the line. And then Liskowitz comes through in P5.
confirmation of the result. Bleasdale, Kong and Nayans progress to the final later on this afternoon. Van der Warenberg and Liskowitz go no further today.
Supercar lights up next, semi-final number 1. Anderson on the pole with alongside Tobias Darback, Kevin Darback row 2, Pontus Oskarsson and Phoebe Cake at the back. So the Darbacks are smart here, they can cover off P2 and P3 from Oskarsson being on the outside of the grid, and Anderson's just got to get away because he's in the title fight. Anderson claims a bit of space on the run to the first corner. Oskarsson immediately gets in between the two Darbacks and doesn't let them get away with it. He's going to get the inside of the other one as well. Not quite. Oskarsson can't get past Tobias. Kevin might as well, no, won't go joker with Phoebe there. I want one more lap to try and get a window in with Phoebe. But here we go. Good start by Oskarsson, Hal.
Had the potential to be messy, didn't it, into turn 2. Oskarsson looking to the inside, but he backed out of it sensibly. I actually thought that Tobias Darback would be more keen on trying to get around the outside of Lucas Anderson. Looks to the inside of the Swede at the bottom of the hill.
There's a little nudge, wasn't there, because you saw the bodywork, the clamshell bodywork open up on the other side of Anderson's car as they came into that corner. Look at the braking zone now, and that does make it tricky to pass up there. You've really got to get alongside on the exit of the previous corner and be on that inside and force them out into the dirt if you want to make a pass on the brakes there now. It's better when it's dirty the whole way across, isn't it, that everyone's got no grip. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm all for that most of the time. Anderson does the fastest lap, 41.2 or 41.4 for Darback. Oskarsson doesn't really have a response there, and a 41.8, 44.9 for Kevin Darback, who's been in the Joker. Tobias Darback would love to win at home and is really applying the pressure to Lucas Anderson for the race lead.
So look at the points just quickly, as I say, we'll keep you updated on these. Anderson is on what was on 139, but was the top qualifier, so he out-qualified Vitals and Mounier, who were both in the next semi-final. So that just takes a couple of points off it. Basically, it's super close, but Anderson obviously must make it through. Good, sensible drive so far. I think Darback just want to be in the final, Hal. Of course, he'd like to be on the front row, but at this point, there's, I don't know, book your place, I think.
Kevin Darback going fastest of all on a 41.2 last time around, 3.1 seconds off the back of Pontus Oskarsson. That could be a real fight between the two young drivers for the last place in the final.
Just one wheel on the dirty line there for his older brother Tobias. Oskarsson, I think, has gone joker. Oskarsson, I think, went joker in the background there to try and cover off Darback. Darback's got him. Darback's got him in the background. So Darback managed to get out in front of Oskarsson. That's for the place in the final. So he's made it through as it stands. But obviously Oskarsson's got a couple of laps to try and get back past again. And the other thing, Hal, is, I mean, if he's on that much of a charge, Kevin, could he get Tobias? I think 4.8's enough.
Tobias shot 4 attempts last time around to Lucas Anderson. Anderson has just edged that gap, hasn't he, enough to feel a bit more comfortable rather than having Tobias who jokers this time around, and he's going to be comfortably out, I think.
Yeah, he is.
In front of his brother.
Open the throttle early to get the rotation on the car. You just see the rear end of the car step through as he turned in. Excellent stuff. So they're both the Darbacks looking like making it. Lucas Anderson, Phoebe has a joker, but not going to feature here. It's about whether or not Anderson comes out in front of Darback, and he should easily do so.
I think the Darbacks will be pleased with that, but also disappointed that they were top 2 in free practice 1 on Friday afternoon, and then subsequently haven't really been able to convert that. You can't really bring yesterday's final into account, because it was absolute chaos, wasn't it, as Anderson goes into the joker.
Championship fighter Anderson is. He's done a brilliant job here. It's been a perfect drive in this one. No mistakes. No real pressure from behind, to be honest. So Lucas Anderson will go through to the final, and that then puts a bit of pressure on Mounier and Vitals to do the same in the second semi-final. Both the Darbacks making it home in Denmark.
Fastest lap of the race for Tobias Darback on the last one, but just couldn't quite do it. Phoebe Cake has had a bit of a moment there somewhere. Where is that? Bottom of the hill by the old Jokers, and that's where Fraser O'Connor went off yesterday. have a look back at that one. Darback went to the outside of Anderson. Oscarson tried threading the Supercar Lights needle between the two red and yellow machines. Had a good old look up the inside of Tobias into turn 2, but opted not to bury the nose of his black and orange car any further down. That there was about as much pressure, like you say, Andrew, as Lucas Anderson got. Controlled the race thereafter, just eking out the gap by a couple of attempts. Confirmation of the result: Lucas Anderson, Darback Tobias and Darback Kevin make it through to the Supercar Lights final.
How, what are the likes at? Peter's asking now, what's that group? What's your plan for the competition? Are they at 500? What's the likes at? 500?
No. 1,000 likes and a passenger ride in an FC2 or an FC1.
Right.
500 likes and I post them on a full send medal. That was the deal as we get ready for the second semi-final of Supercar Lights.
Mounier and Vitals on the front row. They should be relatively easy for them, although Larsen moves to the inside and tries to Larsen tries to make it hard. Norlander at the back of the pack clatters the barrier on the inside. Now Norlander comes in a bit hot to the outside line, but Vitals and Mounier get away. And if they do the laps they've been doing in recent days, then they should check out at this point, and it'll be a battle between the two of them to see who joins Anderson on the front row. And that is going to be important because Anderson, third in the standings, is going to want to take as many points off them as he possibly can.
Mounier's been great this year, hasn't he? I think overall on very different circuits, as we've said, from his homeland in France. Double Super 1600, RX3, whatever you want to call it, champion in France. And been very good in Supercar there as well when he's driven the Volkswagen Polo in recent events.
I think it's good for him, isn't it? You've said before, Hal, about how different the circuits here are in the Nordic region than they were in the French region. And it would be fair to say that he's bang on the pace here, isn't he? He's leading the championship here with brilliant experience of way more varied circuits than the French scene, which is admittedly an enormously strong rallycross scene.
Yeah, I mean the question is where does that take you? But that's a much wider topic really. Without
it gives you more options to go somewhere and be competitive, doesn't it? He goes, when he first came here, he wasn't as competitive as he is now, with the experience on the loose surfaces, the more loose surfaces, I guess.
Sure, but. It's just great to have French drivers here, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
Be good to see some more in the future. Be good to take RallyX to some different countries as well in time. There was a question earlier from someone about going to Lydden Hill. That's the RallyX organisers talking to all sorts of different circuits at the moment. That's about as much as I can say on air. But yeah, it'd be fantastic to have RallyX in the UK. The home of rallycross, where it was created on the 4th of February 1967.
It's coming up for another anniversary in a couple of years, isn't it? Year and a half.
Crazy. Doesn't feel like 10 minutes ago we were doing the 40th anniversary at Lydden Hill when Dave Bellamy won the super final in a Lotus Elise. George Tracy was there in a Peugeot 307 supercar that was very new indeed.
And then the 50th was World
feel like
RX,
you're getting old then, don't you, when you remember stuff like that?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Feel like you.
I do know what you mean.
Loiec in France in just a few weeks' time.
Clara Anderson and Andreas Backer are there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Who else?
Driving for the PGRX squad. They haven't announced all of the drivers. British Championship's joining as well. British Championship's got at least 10 entries, more I think.
Vitals goes Joker with 2 laps to go. The pace between them is so close, isn't it? Drone unfortunately not working there, so Vitals comes out easily in P2 and has now got to smash in a perfect 2 big old push laps, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, 1 lap. The Joker needed to be perfect plus this lap, doesn't it? Meunier the same out front. We've seen a couple of people get the overlap done, Hal.
Yeah, and I also think if you can carry the pace on the standard lap, gives you a fair advantage, doesn't it, by going around the outside. At the same time, you can keep the nose in from the inside of the Joker merge, so it's probably 6 and half a dozen, but I do think carrying that momentum around the outside is good, and Vettel's on a big charge here.
Let's see, comes round through the tarmac section, and it is a big push, but Meunier is there first. It cools very close.
And stops the car on the apex,
yeah. Lock up. Meunier did a lovely job there. Takes the checker flag. Vettel goes through in P2. Larsen goes through in P3. And so the 3 drivers who are in the title fight have all made the final. Now, Hal, we get to find out whether or not Maiko Tam is going to be able to do the same, don't we? With the issue he had earlier. If you've missed it, he missed Q3. They had a drive shaft issue. They fixed it, and he's going to be in for the semi-finals. He's the championship leader, and if he drops out, then it's Linnemann's to grab a hold of, because next weekend is going to be complicated. He's lining up 6th in the first semi-final, so let's stick around. Semi-finals coming up for Open 4-wheel drive. Then we're going to have a chat with, no, sorry, we're going to have what are we doing? I can't remember. We're waiting for finals at that point. So a quick break, and then we'll head into the finals. And in the finals, we'll try and have a catch-up with the 3 drivers who win the first 3 finals in the break between the 2 sets of 3 finals. That keeps it nice and simple, doesn't it? Meunier, Vittels and Larsen go through. That's all we need to know. They're facing Anderson, Darback and Darback. Stick with us. We'll explain it as we go. Vittels rolls back behind us in the paddock. Right, here we go then. Maiko Tam on the outside at the back is the championship leader. On the front is Linnemann, who is his challenger. Then you got Franks, you got Janssen, Ostreng and Svensson. So 2 FC2s on the inside of the back 2 rows. Great launch on the front row from Franks and from Linnemann. Franks has got to go for the outside move surely, but Linnemann pitches the car in wide. Casper Janssen's looking to that inside line. Janssen's going to get P2, Frank slots into 3rd, and that is a train all the way through turn 1. They slot all know what to do. Svensson the first to Joker. Good move from there, I think, to get himself out of traffic, having ended up P5. Remember, the top 3 go through, and Maiko Tam, here he is, your championship leader. Is he going to make it? He's got work to do from there. Tam
changed his mind there on the Joker option on the first lap, sends the Ford Fiesta sideways onto the loose surface section. There was a squeal of tyres there in the background. I wonder if something's happened to Svensson we didn't quite see in the shot. Victor Franks all over the back of Casper Janssen, but on the first corner, Maiko Tam really had a good run around the outside, but just couldn't make it work and got shuffled to the back.
They all knew, didn't they, just to shut the door and just get into a line on the inside. Franks is late on the brakes, but he doesn't make any contact. Tidily done. Decides not to go Joker, so he's going after Linnemann and Casper Janssen as well. Casper Janssen yesterday won, don't forget. Tam's gone in as he, so Maiko Tam's gone Joker. That'll be to cover Svensson. Let's see the merge in the background if we can. I don't think he's got him. I think Svensson's there.
Franks all over the back of Casper Janssen.
Linnemann through the hairpin up at the top end. Janssen drops a wheel onto the grass on the inside line.
Franks is all over the back of Casper Janssen, but doesn't seem to be able to do a lot about the pace of the SE2 over the jumps.
I thought he might have gone Joker on the previous lap. I know he doesn't want to be behind Ostreng, but now really he's got to do something. If Casper doesn't go, he's got to. Yeah, he does. So even with the laps we've got to go, is that going to cover Svensson or not? Maiko Tam look is at the back of the pack.
Tam lost out badly there in Franks the Joker strategy behind Svensson.
Franks has got him.
Franks needs to hope that Ostreng Jokers next time around, because he doesn't want to get held up there. This is Tam on the back of Elias Svensson, but it's not going to be enough from there. We can kind of forget Maiko Tam at this stage in terms of the race victory.
Tam in P6, what's he going to lose here? Linnemann's going to get 6 points.
And this is where Franks is losing time. Ostreng doesn't Joker again.
Yeah,
this is bad news for Victor Franks and his hopes of passing both Janssen.
He's not going to, is he,
Linnemann.
basically? Ostreng is super sideways, and that's just bailing time as well, while Casper Janssen and Ulrich Linnemann are driving away. Looks like the dry conditions are certainly favouring Linnemann in the supercar here.
38.2, fastest lap of the race last time around.
Oh, and Ostreng's dropped it. Franks gets picked up. That's a nightmare. Ostreng gets rolled. Ostreng gets rolled. He dropped it. There was nothing Franks could do there. If Franks has got through with 2 laps to go, Ostreng's on his wheels. I reckon they'll continue, but we'll see. Now Maiko Tam's putting pressure on Svensson at the end of the straight. There is Victor Franks' car. Oh, wow, okay.
If Franks has got damage, Andrew, Tam has to get past Elias Svensson.
And make it through. Try and make it through.
In the next couple of corners.
Yeah, you're right, Alan. He's pushing him. Maiko Tam has seen the opportunity to make it through. He's going to try and pass him on the straight here. Looks to the inside line. Svensson covers him off on the brakes. Ostreng's car is parked offline. He's okay. The race can continue. That's great news for us. Smoke now from the back of... oh, there's a lot of smoke from the rear left of Svensson. Is that bodywork damage from the tap, do you think? Sideways again. He looks to the inside. Tam flies over the jump. He's late on the brakes, but Svensson's equal to him on the brakes. Sideways again, Svensson drops it. Tam goes through, but it won't be enough because Victor Franks is there. Linneman's gone through the Joker lap. He's come out in front. Linneman takes the checkered flag. P2 goes to Janssen, and Franks, who has had a car roll over the front end of his car, makes it in P3. Carnage at the end of that semi-final.
Franks is just having no fortune this year, is he? He did absolutely nothing wrong there. He was just hovering. Arguably, he ought to have jokered later, but then you can't necessarily wait for Ostreng to go in.
Oi, 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 that's, oh wow, so much damage, what a shame.
Ostreng's come back to Supercar this weekend, open four-wheel drive.
What a
After
shame.
a long period away, he was hoping to race in Estering next week. They've now got a lot of work to do to that car. A few years ago, Ostreng also had a big moment there. Did he roll there as well on the outside, or at least ended up in a
I remember
ball of trouble on the outside there?
One of the lights cars had a massive shunt there, do you remember?
That was
I can't remember who it
Linus
was.
Osland.
Yes, it
but
was.
Ostreng also had a big moment there at
So
some point.
Look at the way they all got in a line. So everybody in a line. There's nuance. Oh, Linneman, look how he just kissed the wall on the exit there. Really pushing his luck, but to be fair, he stretched his legs and he got a decent lead over Janssen. Here's the moment. Here's the moment. Ostreng goes backwards, lights the throttle up. I get why he's lit the throttle. He's trying to pull it back, but actually at that point, it would have been better to roll out of it and let Victor slot underneath him. But he wanted a place in the semis, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't think you can really apportion too much blame on that.
No,
Because
not blaming
all
him,
he's
but
trying to do is
he's
save
full
it, isn't
throttle
it?
trying to save it, and there's a point at which you go, come off the throttle and leave the gap. Franks is coming through.
But in a four-wheel drive car, you come off the throttle and you're going to have a spin.
Yeah, but he's gone.
To save it.
He's gone. My point is he's made the contact. I feel he's driven into Franks' line. He's by staying on the throttle.
He has, but when you're, but he won't have been looking at Franks.
No, I get
He'll
it.
be looking left up the track with his arms crossed over with his foot buried on the throttle.
Maybe not looking the right way. Either way, yeah, it's a big. Well, it's unfortunately for him, it's a big penalty to pay, isn't it? For what was a little run wide moment. I don't think I've ever seen a car roll like that over the bonnet of another car. Not in that way. Really strange.
We see tyre on tyre with tyre stacks and stuff, don't we? But that's quite different. There is Ostreng's car, and
yeah,
I'm sure it'll be recovered pretty quickly because they can drag it. It already is being dragged onto the.
Linneman wins it from Janssen and Victor Franks. We can have a quick chat with Rainis Nittish. Rainis, that was some moment, wasn't it? Oh, we can't hear Rainis. Let's get Rainis faded up, please. We can't hear Rainis. Say hello, Rainis. Can you hear us? We still can't hear Rainis. Say hello, Rainis. Somebody somewhere fade up Rainis' mic, please. No, still can't hear him. Okay. There we go. Well, no talking to Rainis. We'll do some sign language. Never mind, these things happen. To be honest, Hal, there isn't a decision to be made, is there? Because, I mean, Ostreng's made a mistake, paid a very big price for it. All you can do is tell him.
All you can do is disqualify Ostreng.
Yeah, because it's not. I think the point is it's not Franks' fault. Can we have another look at it? If we can take another look at that, if we've got time, yeah, we have got time. Let's take another look at that incident, please, if we can.
But
and just
all you can do there is penalise Ostreng.
Yeah, there's no point. Is there? He's
well,
had a bad enough day already.
He's not going to care, is he? Doesn't make any odds.
No, what a shame. Here it is again, Hal. So, talk us through it.
So you're in Ostreng's car, the rear's gone. He's looking left there with his foot buried on the throttle.
I can see your point.
So I don't think he's looking at Franks at all. It's just really unfortunate. If I was in a supercar, then you'd have your arms crossed over and your foot buried, because the way the differentials work with four-wheel drive, you need to keep your foot buried because in the hope it's going to drag the nose back
I'm with
forwards.
you. I just think a little awareness to a car that you knew was right behind you on the racing line would also be a good thing. But I see your point. I do see your point, but I also feel like Ostreng will look at that and go,
oh yeah, but the moment you come off the throttle,
you're gone.
Just going backwards into whatever's behind you.
I'd rather have gone backwards into the dirt than roll the car. But you wouldn't have known you were going to roll the car,
chances
of
of
course.
rolling
Yeah,
like that
that's
are so
so
slim.
unusual, isn't it?
You might have bumped into someone and broken the front bumper.
To see a car
That's,
go over like that is pretty wild. Have we got any more semi-finals left, or is that it? Yeah, we have. We've
Next
got another
semi-final
semi-final, right. Semi-final 2. Okay, then. One last semi-final, and then we'll get on to the finals. Fraser McConnell is on the pole for this one. Ollie Eriksson outside, then it's Martinsson and Tanevek. And Turan is not going to make the start. This start is so important for the 2 on the front row. Fraser McConnell's got another great start. Eriksson will go for the round the outside, but Fraz has covered it. A little nudge there of contact, and Eriksson ends up getting bailed down into P4. So Eriksson now, I would go Joker. If the 2 cars in front don't, he must, because he can edge them. Well, he can certainly edge, I think he'll be able to edge Tanevek on pace, yeah.
Tanevek pinball into the first couple of corners there. The Polo was just getting bounced between both the Polo and the FC2. The car previously run by Roma Motorsport here in Denmark, now driven by the Norwegian. Martinsson had a shocking start then, didn't he? Went to go to the outside, couldn't get the move done, but he's now ahead and he's all about trying to hunt down Fraser McConnell, who I think has been the star of the weekend so far. Really has been really on top of the FC2 here.
So McConnell will just want to check out. Basically, I mean, it's done, isn't it, in terms of what's the gap between him and Eriksson as they come over, well, check as they come over the line. She's got to keep it clean.
What a rubbish series of events, sorry Andrew, what a rubbish series of events for Philippe Turan, just having absolutely awful reliability. For seemingly no fault of his own. Obviously you don't really know what he's doing in the car, but you've got to assume it's just mechanical gremlins, which is poor for him.
Martinsson hooked the wheel on the inside there and went sideways.
Oliver Eriksson, fastest lap of the race so far, last time around, the 38.7. I would have jokered Martinsson there, I think, but where is Tanevek? Tanevek has gone somewhere. I think that was Ollie Eriksson we saw flash through. It is. Ollie Eriksson's ahead. Tanevek's been in the joker. Ollie Eriksson responds. McConnell's gone fastest lap of the race so far on a 38.4. Kevin Eriksson giving Fraser McConnell the information in that spotter-driver relationship, saying, come on, Ollie's doing purple laps. You need to get a little bit more out of your FC2, and McConnell's done just that. He'll go again here. Martinsson's choosing to try and cover off Ollie Eriksson though. Watch the black and yellow car in the back of your shot. Martinsson's easily got this done. Easily done.
Eriksson was unlucky, wasn't he? I think because Fraz, as you say, Hal, is in such a rich vein of form, he just knew what to do in turn 1. He knew Eriksson would go for the round the outside. He put a bit of rotation on the car and just held it on the inside line, and that worked perfectly. It just made Ollie's job difficult. Unfortunately, then Ollie had one option, didn't he? It was either jump in behind Fraz or go for the send, and with the send you open the door and everybody said thanks very much and came through. He'll still make it, but he wanted to be on the front row.
You can take those risks, can't you, when there's less drivers in your particular semi-final. It would be more difficult had Turan been there, or indeed in the other semi-final. So,
and it's going to be Fraser in theory, Hal, who has to do it next time, isn't it? Because Fraz has now come through the joker and comes out in the lead. He's going to line up alongside Linneman in turn 1, and Linneman knows this track so well. He will also know to nail it onto that inside line.
But if there's 2 drivers that have been enjoying the T1 Sen this weekend, it's Linneman and McConnell, isn't it?
It is, yeah, really excited about that. Fraz yesterday won the FC2 final, but missed out on the open four-wheel drive final. Casper Janssen took the first ever win for the FC2 in open four-wheel drive, and I'm sure Fraser would love to take a win today. We were getting a load of messages from Jamaica when we lost the signal. Some of them from people watching Rallycross around a swimming pool. How dare you? We had a swimming pool here, but it was in this next corner. Fraser McConnell comes around the left-hander, and he's going to take the win in semi-final number 2. And that's going to put him onto the front row with Linneman. Through to row 2 goes Martinsson, and through to row 3 goes Eriksson. So you're going to have a supercar and an FC2. Oh, no! Damage there. You're going to have a supercar and an FC2 on every row of the final as Tanevek is climbing out of the Polo, which has clearly hit something. I don't know what, though. All right, let's take a look at the results then. Tanevek gets out with the steering wheel. Fraser McConnell wins from Martinsson, Eriksson, Philippe Turan, DNS, Tom Daniel, Tanevek, a DNF. Doesn't tell the story really of how close it was on lap times at the front, and as I say, really looking forward to 3 FC2s and 3 supercars in the open four-wheel drive final.
Let's have a look back at that one. McConnell made the best of the starts. Ollie Eriksson went for the sender around the outside. Fraser McConnell, sorry, on the inside. Got a bit of rotation in the car, and Eriksson just got nudged out that little bit, then just got hung out to dry in turn 2. Tanovic was there nibbling at the rear. Eriksson went into the joker for the first time of asking, and then just pushed as hard as he could. Martinson had a big hop moment there going up the hill. That barrier comes at you very close when you're pointing at it, but
yeah,
as before, keep your foot buried in a four-wheel drive car, pulls the nose straight. Didn't really see what happened to Tanovic there, but McConnell takes another race win this weekend. It's McConnell, Martinson and Ollie Eriksson. Oh, here's Tanovic, who's... What on earth has happened there?
He's hit the barrier on the left, doesn't he, and then spun it back the other way, I think.
That must have been a proper brown pants moment coming over the double crest, wouldn't it?
That would have been a bit fast, definitely. We're going to get off air quite quickly because we're back on at 17:05, which is in just 15 minutes' time for all the finals. Don't miss it. We'll try and get the winners from the first 3 finals to join us in the box. We're working on a competition for likes. How, what are we on?
Hang on, quick refresh. 381.
Well, you're miles off. If you get to 500, someone can win a full send medal. I mean, you know, it's not the best thing ever, but if you get to 1,000 likes, someone's going to win a ride in an FC2 at the Estering. So come on,
or whenever you can make it next year, whatever.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Money, that's fair. A ride in an FC2. Yeah, money can't buy that. How many people are watching?
1,620.
Like, if we all like it now, somebody's going to win and ride an FC2. And also, you've got to take a screenshot of YouTube with you having liked it. That's part of entering the competition. You don't just get to enter because everybody else liked it. Like the stream, damn it. Right, we're going off air. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
We'll just...
So this, have you got the bus as well? This is
Give me a
welcome
minute,
back,
it's
by the
all
way.
falling apart. Hang on.
Oh mate, you smashed up Victor's Lego. What are you doing? They're going to turn that round.
She can sit down. She's on the radio.
Yeah,
look. She can sit down. as well.
Come
Oh
on,
no,
sit down, that's
hang
fine.
on.
They can all
Don't
sit
show that
down.
on television.
They can all sit-
Oh no,
really?
wheelchair's crashed.
Okay, we can't have that. Right, let's turn this round this way. Look, this is like the podium area. Hope you're enjoying this.
She's drunk.
content.
Look, she
She's
needs to
had
lie
too
down.
many
She can have a
jars.
lie
Too-
down.
What, can we have the bus just quickly? Look at Victor's car, by the way. We need the bus.
So this is race control. This is the podium. This is Victor at the top of the podium. There's Jerome in his cap. There's Kuba taking the pictures. There's Andreas Eriksson handing out the trophies.
There's me and Hal, I guess.
This is the DJ booth.
Well, yeah, maybe that's us. Look. Well, I don't wear hats.
Hang on.
But this is the best bit.
That's a train. What noise does Victor's bus make?
I don't know, really. What does it do?
Oh no, I'm in vision. It doesn't work.
That's fine.
It
here
can
comes
be a
the-
reveal.
Look at this, look.
Move the world.
Okay, move that. There we go.
Victor's car. Show Victor's car first.
Look at this. Got the roof on it, look. It's just wicked.
So the bus looks very much like Victor's bus, which is impressive.
It really does.
And then the back comes down. I thought, well, that's quite cool. Look, does the car fit in there?
Does it?
Try and put the car in.
Whoa. I think Junior Cross.
Of course it does.
Oh, mate, look at
Car's
that.
inside. But then,
Look at this.
take the top off.
Just roll it towards him, look. Look at that. Actual interior of Victor's
Toilet,
bus. No, they're saying
table,
we need to go to the grid.
flowers.
We don't care about that. The juniors are going to have to wait. We're looking at Lego, which was invented in Denmark, by the way. Well done, Denmark, along with Danish bacon, which is not such a thing as it was.
Absolutely. I bet this is real, where the bonnet of the car goes. Anyway,
yeah,
we
we have got to go. Like and subscribe to our YouTube feed, but also please go and like Estering RX's Instagram feed. They've just messaged and said, hey, we need some more followers for next weekend. So go find Estering RX on Instagram. They're doing lots of content ahead of the finale of RallyX 2025 next weekend. You can follow them on social. You can follow our account as well, of course, which is official RallyX, I think, or at RallyX official.
446 likes on the YouTube stream.
Nearly up to 500. Someone's going to win a full SEM medal. In the meantime, someone's going to win a junior cross car final. P2 Pira, Manisto, Nielsen, Svedlund, etc. Matalamaki. Watch for Svedlund in the black car and P2 Pira in the number 16 on the pole, because they are the two drivers who are fighting for the title. P2 Pira's got a great start. Manisto is going to get to turn one before Svedlund again. He's in a melee in the background and might lose more positions here. Svedlund holds on to P5. There's a bit of contact in front. I might go. Yeah, I was thinking it's no, they're all quick, aren't they? Yeah, they're all quick, so you can go at this point. So Svedlund's gone joker. Pira's in P2.
What an opportunistic move from Sebastian Ease, etc., who was loitering in the background, and when everyone else was getting a bit stuck up together trying to go for the around the outside move, he just snuck through on the inside. So thank you very much. Running P3 at the moment. What a great job from the young Norwegian. Championship leader coming here, P2 Pira, all over the back of Manisto as they go up the hill. Where is Carl Svedlund in
Coming
terms
round the
of
yeah,
gap?
he's coming in the back, not too far back.
3.1
Yeah.
last time when they crossed the line. Oh,
He wants a bit of carnage in front of him, ideally. They're
He's gonna
side
get
by
it.
side in the background. He's etc. is late on the brakes, and there it is. That's the first of it. Nielsen's going to just be held up, and look at that. Svedlund's on. Nielsen's gone. Svedlund's going to get him.
but he needed Nielsen to joker then. He doesn't want
Yeah,
carnage and then
of
to be
course.
held up.
Of course, yeah. But every time someone touches, or if these guys in front get into a battle, that will all help Svedlund. Look at the front. P2 Pira and Manisto, what are they doing? 45.0s.
Fastest lap of the race so far by
44.7.
some margin from Carl Svedlund, a 44.7.
3/10 on both your leaders, who both did a 45.0. In fact, all three of the top three drivers did 45.0 on that lap.
P2 Pira is all over the back of Manisto, climbing the hill across the two crests. They're not really jumps in junior cross car.
P2 Pira coming in hot on the brakes, but they're all tidy. It's etc. in third. Pira goes joker. This will be the cover off Svedlund. This is for the championship lead, remember. Svedlund on the standard lap in the black car.
Gonna do it.
Pira's going to get there first. No, Svedlund around the outside. Svedlund gets there in front. So Svedlund's brilliant first lap. Had a terrible start, slotted into the joker, banged in a lap, and is in front of his championship rival.
It was so close there between Matalamaki and Nielsen as they crossed the line. I thought Svedlund had a really slow exit out of the
me
corner
too.
inside the joker, and then just
It
carried so
standstill.
much speed over the crest. Great job from the JC driver.
Contact
These two are
there.
still fighting really hard at the back.
and Nielsen hooking up wheels again all the way through. That's quick through there to be doing that. Nielsen trying to hold the inside line, but Matalamaki is in front now.
44.2 last time around for Svedlin. He needs to keep that kind of pace up if he wants to get to the back of Manisto.
So here are the two leaders, Manisto and etc. Yeah, they look at behind. Svedlin and Pira are already onto them. They haven't jokered, Alan. Look at the window. It's absolutely tiny already. They're there. They're on the back of
2.8 last time, 1.8 this time. They've taken a second out. Another fastest lap of the race from Carl Svedlin on a 44.01, a 45.0 last time around from Manisto. They're getting absolutely eaten up.
etc. looking up the inside and gets it done. Needed to make a move, Howland has now got to stay out to try and gap them and hope that Manisto doesn't go and hold them up.
They both have to stay out now. They've got no choice, have they? If
well, Manisto's going to get
swamped.
So they may as well stay out, but etc. just needs to. Oh no, I wouldn't have gone.
Definitely,
I wouldn't have gone because you're giving away the place. Okay, I suppose it's guaranteeing a podium, but for me, I would have stayed out and hoped that Manisto,
because the gap wasn't big enough to Manisto. If Manisto does an absolutely mega lap now, could slot in between Pira
and a perfect joker, could lose the podium position. So yeah.
Meanwhile, Carl Svedlin, Andrew, drops into the 43s on a 43.9.
That's an epic lap time. Svedlin onto the back of Manisto, doesn't matter, doesn't need to pass, but does pass anyway. Svedlin up the inside, has Manisto now as a barrier between him and P2 Pira, his championship rival. This is a championship winning drive. It's not going to be enough because they're going to go to Estering almost equal on points, maybe even equal on points, but it is a brilliant drive nonetheless by Svedlin. And to be fair, etc. in the background too. So round the final corner, Carl Svedlin, look at the merge in the background, but etc. has got it done. So Carl Svedlin takes the win from his rival P2 Pira. That's going to put them insanely close on points. etc. defies our opinion and gets P3. Manisto fourth. Great driving, and worth reminding everyone at home, no spotters for the juniors. Just brilliant stuff.
Stunning performance from Carl Svedlin. What a drive that was. Didn't seem to get it off the line that well. Let's have a look back. Maybe moved a bit, didn't quite get the drive. Look at the outside of the grid there.
If you watch here, he's P5, so he gets run out wide here.
On the brakes,
Nielsen gets up the inside. Look on the inside. There it is. So, etc.'s got through, and Nielsen drops to the back. And he just sees nobody's going, he goes, all right, I'll go. Brilliant.
It's also a good opportunity there because you're at such low speed in the pack. Picked up the throttle, rotated the rear around, and then you're pointing it at the corner.
You've got time to look to, haven't you, where everybody else is. Do you think it's going to rain or no? It is getting a bit dark.
I know this was a great race, but
I can see.
Having a little boy myself, it's quite emotional actually. Maria Eriksson, Oliver's mother, is holding Oliver's oldest son, and Oliver's oldest son, who is
waving at him,
is enthusiastically waving at his dad as he goes out in the FC2. What a wonderful scene for Oliver. What a wonderful scene as well for Carl Svedlin.
etc. as well. They were so close to the woman. Yeah, it was lovely, mate. I was in the eating area earlier on. Oh, that's Jerome, is it? Okay, Jerome, that's probably a little bit over the top with the child on the back, but you know, at least the child's wearing a crash helmet. Svedlin takes it from P2 Pira. We don't need him back quite that quickly because we've got a break in between the two finals. What we need is the other cross car winner back as well. We'll get him queued up in the studio here, and we'll give him a box drink or something, having taken the win in junior cross car. I think he's had a wilder ride back to the paddock. Yeah, so I was in the eating area earlier, and they were going, no to the cakes. You can have an apple. He did not look happy.
Yeah, that's my life.
Yeah. Right, Merstad and Tree on the front row. Hukar and Jensen on row 2. Lindequist and Christensen on row 3. Hukar told me earlier, I'm going for the win. But for Thomas Merstad, none of his rivals are in this final. This needs to be safe but assured. He loses the start to Vettel Tree, gets a little nudge from behind from Hukar. Hukar's covering off the inside line, but not well enough, because Jensen gets up the inside now. Jensen picks up the back of it. Merstad just wants a clean run. Oh no, Hukar's put it in the gravel on the outside, and that'll be the win gone, in my opinion, just because it's so close between these drivers.
Absolutely gone, I would say, and clearly some borrowed rear bodywork as well.
Yes.
From another team for Riku Hukar, with his own rear bodywork having been leaving the chat earlier on.
Fantastic stuff up towards the hairpin at the far end. Vettel Tree gets it rotated. Merstad looked a little bit more assured in there. Merstad doesn't need a win here, Hal. He needs to capitalise with the most points possible when his rivals aren't in here. However, he would love a win.
But what pressure must Vettel Tree be feeling now? Never won an event. Need to look back at the stats. I don't think he ever made a final. No, he definitely hasn't won. Had he made a final before this year? I don't think he had.
I'll look for you.
Really come of age this year. has Tree as part of JC Race Technique, and this is a stunning performance against Thomas Ingmerstad, who is the benchmark in the cross-car category.
Made the final here last year, Hal, but only got P6 in it. So in a year, Vettel 3 has gone from being P6 at Nysum to leading the final. Under pressure from arguably, I think at the minute, well, no, not arguably, Ingmerstad has been on the podium in the championship for the last 3 years. The other champions who were here with him have pretty much moved on.
Like I say, the benchmark,
yes,
I think Ingmerstad
he is the benchmark. So, yeah, it's a fantastic performance.
Ingmerstad gets a lot of rotation in the car.
Going Joker. Ingmerstad drops into the Joker.
This is to cover off Lindqvist behind. He's going to get it done.
Is it? No, he's covered off who car?
Yeah, Lindqvist.
Lindqvist, sorry, yes, Lindqvist at the back of the pack. Mind you, that does put him in traffic, Hal, but is this just about banking points now?
Well, I would have stayed out. If it's just about banking points, you'd stay out, wouldn't you? You'd run second because he's not being held up by
I think that's a lap too early.
Me too,
I think it's a lap too early. I think to put yourself in traffic when you're the class of the field, and with Vettel 3.
Classic championship situation as well. You're not sure what to do tactically. Do you
Get
try and get out of the traffic? Do you need to go for the win?
Vettel 3 not going to go this time round. Let's keep an eye on the lap times. Vettel 3 with the best lap on the last lap. Is he going to do another one this time? Look at the attitude in the car. Round the left-hander. Jensen is in P2. This is another brilliant performance actually by Niklas Lukas Jensen, and this time he goes faster again. It's the best lap again on the last lap. Vettel 3 is absolutely throwing it down here.
What an extraordinary performance this is. Didn't make the semi-finals yesterday, I don't think. Stunning drive to make it through to the front row of the final, and now to be commanding this race at the front. Christensen also doing a great job on his return to RallyX this weekend. Drove in Supercar Lights last year, doing a stellar job.
Niklas Lukas Jensen, who's in P2 here, Hal, I think his best result is a third place. Drops into the Joker lap now, and that was here last year.
One lap.
Let's see if he comes out in front or not. No, he's not going to get there. So if he can hold on, that would still be P3. It's still a brilliant result, but I think he would have been hoping for more. Hukar's still in the mix.
Just a 10th off last time around for Vettel 3, so still going quicker than anybody else. Thomas Ingmerstad did a 40.5. Tree didn't do his fastest lap of the race, but he did do a 40.1, so still 4 tenths quicker than Thomas Ingmerstad.
Let's see, this has got to be perfect.
In the final couple of corners.
Yeah, don't mess this up. Get it turned in. It's tidy over the curve on the inside. He's got enough time, but he knows it's Ingmerstad who's coming. He sweeps through the Joker lap. It's perfect, and he's destroyed them. It's not even close. Vettel 3 comes through the final corner and will take the win here at Nysum Barnum. P2, though, goes to Ingmerstad. Ingmerstad, he spins it, drops it on the brakes into a donut as a celebration flames out the back of Ingmerstad, who pulls across in front of him and does donuts around next to Vettel 3. That's brilliant stuff. The drone's down there too. Merstad gives him a round of applause, and as are we, because that was epic.
Double victory for JC Race Technique in the junior and cross-car categories on Sunday in Denmark. 2 Norwegians on the top of the podium. Thomas Ingmerstad also knows how important that was for his championship challenge going into the final weekend. They're delighted for each other.
Yeah, it's lovely,
isn't
it?
It's so rewarding when you see someone get beaten and then be delighted for the person that's just beat them, because
absolutely.
Thomas Ingmerstad has won in this category a lot, and he'll know both how hard it is and how much it'll mean to Vettel.
Look at the start. Vettel 3 gets off the line as well. Look, just comes in across. Ingmerstad's pretty clean. Well, he is clean, isn't he? He's clean as a driver. Comes in behind. But Ingmerstad knows as well how that P2 here is a brilliant result when none of his rivals have made it through. It puts him in the strongest position going to the Estering. But the Estering turn 1 is wild, and none of these championships are over, are they? It's just about getting the best odds you possibly can, and that's what he's done.
It's tricky, isn't it? Sometimes I wonder if you'd want to go to Estering as the chaser.
That's what. Funny enough, that's what I said to you guys last night. I said, do you want to go there with a target on your back, or do you want to go there P2, P3, and a few points to gain?
Knowing you need to just send it in the first corner and hope for the best.
It's the idea of just going as hard as you can rather than trying to hold on for a championship. Having said that, Ingmerstad's been in the podium 3 times, as we said many times today, and he will know what to do. But knowing and getting it done, 2 very different things. Oh, there we go. Bit of a social media shoot going on. Is that a hat? Is that hat merchandise?
Yeah, that's Maiko Tam cap.
Yeah,
I've got one of them.
I'm impressed. Has Tam got a final to do? Did he make it? I can't remember. No, he didn't. Okay, so it's fine. He can afford to do a social media shoot. They're just checking the pictures. No, another one. And he's like, really, really? Great stuff.
Getting heavy.
Yeah. Okay, we're on to the FC2 final. Fraser McConnell, the top qualifier in this one, as he was yesterday, and he won yesterday. Ericsson is outside him. McConnell's going to start the open four-wheel drive final later on the outside, so roles reversed. He managed to hold off Ericsson last time, didn't he, in the semi-final from this inside position, with Casper Janssen and Elias Svensson on the back row. Bosh, 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 no rest for the wicket. Let's go. Good launch by McConnell on the inside line. He'll surely get that rotation. And Ericsson goes for a much wilder and much wider send this time, but McConnell can watch him from the inside line. Up the inside of them all. Svensson tries a move up to P3, up to P2 even. Ericsson gets run wide. Janssen goes joker. Ericsson slots into P3. McConnell defends the inside line again. That was a proper send from Ollie too.
12 out of 10 for effort from Ollie Ericsson, and 10 out of 10 for execution, because it just didn't quite work out. That's a full set medal all day long, isn't it?
Definitely. That's
yet again, Fraser McConnell used his experience and nous in the first corner here to get to the front. Svensson was very racy as well, wasn't he?
Great
in the first
start,
couple of corners. Ollie Ericsson looks to the inside of Svensson going up the hill. They're side by side.
Wow.
Ericsson gets through, and now he's going to be all about chasing down his teammate.
Oh, Svensson looks back at him on the brakes at the end of the straight. There was barely any room between the Armco barrier. I reckon Svensson will go joker. He does. He knows he's got pace here. Svensson knows he's got pace. He's now got to come out in front of Casper Janssen, but Janssen might be there on the outside, side by side of the merge. Svensson's there first. Janssen up the inside, over the curbs. Janssen passes him, hooks a wheel in the dirt. Fantastic stuff, and that puts Janssen right in the window with Ericsson and McConnell as well.
Brilliant, brilliant move from Casper Janssen. Came out of the throttle, waited for Svensson to go deep and then cut back underneath him. Those two are pushing really hard at the back of the order. Let's
see then if Ericsson responds. They're risking a puncture as they pull over the inside line as they come down here towards the end of the straight. Is either of them going to go joker from the front? They don't. So McConnell and Ericsson stay out.
McConnell did the fastest lap of this race so far last time around. 38.4. What does he do? This time it's a 38.3. Ericsson's on a 38.4. Ericsson doesn't quite have the pace of McConnell at the moment. McConnell won the FC2 final yesterday, his first victory of the 2025 season, and he'll be very keen to double up here this afternoon.
Is he going to go this time? Now they've got to the point of having a winner. You just think both stay out. What about Ericsson? Let's see. Okay, into the corner where the joker split is. Is anybody going to go for safety? Ericsson goes, and it might not be safety, it might be defensive on Casper Janssen. It's a good move. He's there in time. So Ericsson gets out in front of Janssen, but nothing they can do about McConnell at the moment.
You also, in that scenario, drop out of Fraser's immediate peripheral vision, and Fraser then is relying on Kevin Ericsson, his spotter, just to let him know how hard Ollie's pushing. You put yourself in a situation there where you need to push a bit harder. You don't really know what Ollie's doing behind you, so it's actually quite good strategically to get away and let that gap increase for a little bit.
You worry if you can't see them. It's like, where have they gone? Then you don't know if they're going quick or not. I think McConnell goes joker. Let's have a look and see. I think he responds. He does. Fraser McConnell into the joker lap. Watch for Ericsson now on the standard lap. McConnell's joker is tight and he comes out in front. Now he's got to defend for a lap. And we have seen some good passes, but at the minute, Fraser McConnell has the pace.
Gap's big enough, isn't it? I don't think Ollie Ericsson's going to do anything stupid either, is he? Yet again, going to have to play second fiddle to his teammate this weekend. But what a brilliant performance from both of them, especially the first corner. What a show they put on, where they laid it all down trying to get to the front. And I think thereafter, you're sort of saying, whoever gets through turn one first, we're not going to push each other into turn two. And McConnell, again, was so confident.
One more show to come, of course. He's got to try and win the open four drive final. He's got to do it from Ollie's position on the outside of the grid. But McConnell's had a couple of outsides and a couple of insides. He's made it work. He made it work yesterday when he won the FC2 final, and he makes it a double for the FC2 final here at the Nysum Barn, where he took his first Supercar victory. This place is good for the Jamaican. Ericsson's P2 with a mega drive. P3 goes to Casper Janssen, and we're going to see those three drivers again in just 3 finals time when they line up in open four-wheel drive. McConnell's going for a donut. He's I'm having one. I'm having a donut now. We'll see if we get a second one afterwards. Good for him.
They're relaxed donuts, aren't they? They're not full. Oh, okay, they're not that relaxed after all.
Just warming the diff up.
Great job for Fraser McConnell. It's basically his hometown here in Nysum now, isn't it? First victory here a few years ago. Let's have a look back at that first corner. McConnell on the inside, Ollie Ericsson on the outside, goes wide, goes for the big old flick, buries the throttle. He's looking at his teammate there. runs the nose wide, and there comes Svensson, who forces his way up the inside of Janssen. Great awareness here from Elias Svensson, backs out of it, tucks back up the inside. Look at, we're not going to see the contact there between the two of them.
Look how close McConnell and Ericsson.
Svensson is sailing in like a train there, isn't he?
Such a good lunge. And all the contact in turn 2, but all really measured. Fantastic stuff, it really is.
Fairly gentle contact at the same time, wasn't it? It wasn't that aggressive. That was a great move from Ollie Eriksson. That made me wince as the barrier came towards him on the right-hand side.
Over the crest at the top of the hill, look, Svensson trying to find a way through. And this, look, was McConnell. Look at the pinpoint accuracy. I said to him earlier, did you hit that, mate? Nope. Absolutely sure he didn't, and he didn't. So it was a brilliant job by Fraz to take his second win in FC2. I think he's driving amazingly. Yesterday he was denied by terrible weather and a rubbish start on the front row, but that's hopefully not going to happen again today. We'll see. We'll see. Fraser McConnell wins the FC2 final from Oliver Eriksson and Casper Janssen. Elias Svensson comes through in P4. We are literally rubbing our hands together here in the studio about how brilliant the action has been. I mean, it was even Jerome, who's at the back of the studio here, was very fast in that quad. But yeah, you be careful with our star drivers on the back, Jerome. But yeah, how just brilliant. McConnell, class for me.
Yeah.
Well, and these two we're going to get in the studio in a minute. We'll bring you in. Absolutely brilliant. Double win for Svedlin, first win for Vettel 3. Amazing. Yeah,
great set of finals. Svedlin, stunning recovery. Vettel, stunning debut win. Can't say more about that. And Fraser Nolly put on a great show in the first corner there. Yeah. I know there's only 4 FC2s, but the racing has been absolutely brilliant. Svensson tried to capitalise, and we're going to see a lot more of that in the open four-wheel drive final a little bit later on.
We'll get Ollie Eriksson over in a minute as well. Right, there are a lot of classes here. If you're not familiar with them, we did a little roundup of them in Portugal. So we're going to get our guests ready for a quick chat. You take a look at what the classes are. We've got 3 of them still to come after this short bit of interviews with winners and so on. So don't go anywhere. There's no need. Those were epic. There's going to be more to come. So if you are new to RallyX, or if you just want a reminder, we have a bunch of different cars that race out on track. So let's go and take a look at each of our different classes.
The RallyX ladder begins with Junior Cross Car. 600cc engine, 9,300 RPM. They're limited because you can race one of these machines when you're 11 years old. You can begin in the year that you turn 12, and they're limited because it's all about learning for the future. The racing in this category is super, super close. The drivers are absolutely amazing. This is the perfect way to get on the RallyX ladder.
So, once you're done with junior cross car, you can move up to cross car, but not until you're 16 years old. So that can be 5 years of experience. You're going to need that experience because these cars don't have any of the limits that the junior ones do. So we're talking 15,000 RPM from between a 750 and a 900cc engine as a general rule. These things are absolutely rapid. They can lap the track nearly as quickly as a supercar in some conditions, and we've seen some of the best racing in the history of RallyX between the weapons that you can see here.
So if you're on the RallyX ladder, you probably go junior cross car, and then move on to one of the four-wheel drive classes. But this is the wild child of the RallyX paddock. Open two-wheel drive is exactly what it says on the tin. Run anything you want, as long as it's only powered by 2 wheels, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, it really doesn't matter. This is the reigning champion, Simon Tiger, who runs a BMW M3 with a rotary engine and a turbocharger attached. There's such a wonderful array of cars in open two-wheel drive. It's the traditional rallycross class that's part of RallyX, and it produces amazing action and, more importantly, amazing engineering.
Okay, so cross cars and open two-wheel drive, the clue's in the name, they're two-wheel drive. If you want to make the step up to four-wheel drive, this is the first car that you use if you're on the RallyX ladder. This is a supercar light. They've been around for 10 years. There's more than 50 of these chassis in the world, although some of them have been modified into a car that we'll show you in a minute. Four-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre normally aspirated Mount Tune engine with around 300 horsepower. They're running through the gears now, warming the engine up. It's a fantastic piece of kit if you're looking to learn four-wheel drive and make your way up to the more powerful cars.
The headline category in RallyX is open four-wheel drive. And one of the main contenders is the traditional Supercar machine. These have been the gods of rallycross for a very long time. Previously known as Division 1 many years ago, 2-litre turbocharged engine, 6-speed sequential gearbox, permanent four-wheel drive transmission. They can out-accelerate a Formula 1 car to 100 kilometres an hour. But what RallyX is doing is opening up four-wheel drive to a range of machinery. Space frames are allowed, different four-wheel drive concepts are allowed. Let's take a look at one of the new kids on the block.
So if you were watching RallyX last year, you will already know who that new kid is. It is the FC2. Now, Hal mentioned supercars have been around for quite a long time. They're actually a bit of a dying breed. It's quite hard to find the parts for them. And the idea behind the FC2 is to create a vehicle which can compete very nearly with those supercars. Now, the Ericssons developed this car last year. They didn't quite manage to take a win, but they were right up there in the mix. And you'll see the FC2s in open four-wheel drive, but they will also have their own final all year as well. 2.3 litre, turbocharged, sequential gearbox. They're around 450 horsepower normally, but you have a push-to-pass button on the car, which gives you an extra 100 horsepower and takes them very, very close indeed to the output of those supercars. It's an absolutely brilliant piece of kit. We've got a packed tent here. It's going to be a brilliant season, and those are your classes for RallyX 2025. So double winner this weekend. Carl Fedlin joins us in the studio. Absolutely brilliant drive, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
Well done, Carl.
Thank you.
So the start didn't go your way. We were like, it's P5. What a nightmare. But you worked out perfectly. Tell us about it from your point of view.
Yeah, at the first on the morning it wasn't. This wasn't my day. The speed wasn't here, but it was better and better. And the final, I don't know. I just drive.
You went Joker, didn't you, on lap 1, and
exactly.
And then just kept smashing in the lap times.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, so we've got some of your race here. So this is where are you? Here you are, P5. Look,
yeah.
And here, did you decide because nobody else went?
Yeah, I decided to do that.
So if somebody had gone, you would have stayed out, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you guys don't have a spotter, do you? So.
No, we do.
Yeah, you do.
You have
Okay.
spotter,
So it would have been nice if somebody had told us that, wouldn't it? There we go. That makes more sense. But you decided this one on your own.
No, Joel, my spotter.
Really?
Joel Christopherson, yeah.
Okay. There we go. Right. So there we go. So juniors do have a spotter. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it, Hal? No, we knew they were good, but mate, absolutely fantastic performance. Championship is super tight between you and P2 Pira.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what the points are, but
I think I'm 1 point off the P2 Pira.
1 point behind,
yeah, exactly.
Which is pretty. I mean, it was tight when we came here, but yeah. So you're ready for estering.
Yeah, super ready.
You like estering?
Yeah, I love estering.
Okay, he loves estering, everybody. Hal, I think he's got to have a full...
So Carl and Peter have scored exactly the same points today based on qualifying, semis and final. So still a point apart.
Absolutely brilliant.
Going into the final weekend.
Full send medal, mate, just because you've been epic this weekend. I don't know how we're going to get the headphones off.
We'll worry about that in a second.
We'll figure out that in a moment. Well done, again.
Thank you.
Honestly, top drive, top drive.
Cheers, Carl. Well done, mate.
We are going to get Vettel in to come and have a look, take those off, take your medal with you. That's inside. We're not, how do we do it? Look, we'll just, there you go. That works like this. There you go. Thanks, mate. Well done. We got another one here. Come and join us. In you come. Mate, brilliant. Get these headphones on. We'll switch you on. Here we go. How are you feeling?
Can't describe it, you know.
Really?
I can't stop smiling.
It was how good were those lap times?
Incredible. Especially after a tough day yesterday, getting onto the front row of the finals, a massive deal in itself, and then just to bury a driver like Thomas Merced on purple lap after purple lap. How are you feeling in the car?
You know, I got the best mechanic in the world in Ian.
Oh, that's cool,
you know?
man.
So he knows how to do the car, so I'd like to drive it, you know. So I'm much confident in the car, and I like how it settles, and yeah, you know, I like a soft car, and he's an expert on that.
You've had some good results. I mean, you got the top qualifier earlier this year in Latvia in a P3. You've made the final a lot more this year. So it's all coming together?
Yeah. We had some unlucky moments in Älvsbyn and some tough conditions in Finland. But, you know, we got the pace now, so I'm very happy.
Such a massive step up for you compared to last year as well. Now working with JC, of course, but it's night and day different to previous seasons.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's been a lot of improvement, you know. Much improvement on the car.
Epic stuff, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Hal, I think we're handing them out left, right and centre, but it was such a good drive, mate. It's a full send medal for this year. Yeah, but I'm sure the big trophy is the one that you're looking forward to picking up the most. But honestly, we're so impressed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a great drive. I know everybody at home is as well.
Cheers.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Right, we'll let you go. We're going to get Fraser in for a quick chat as well. All the winners from the first 3 finals. Big up Fraser McConnell. Mate, don't worry. I know you're desperate for one, but you're getting a full send medal because you pulled it off around the outside twice, on the inside twice. You must be pretty stoked with how turn 1's going.
Yeah, it's you know, just been trying to be unpredictable and just going with instinct rather than trying to have a plan, because you know plans always go down the drain. So I've just been, you know, going in there with an open mind, and
look how close it was between you.
I could see I could see the windscreen of
I
Ollie.
said in the commentary, I said Fraser will be able to watch him. Did you?
No.
No, I would have loved it if you had, you cocky kid. That would have been brilliant. I said, I think in commentary you'll be able to watch. Yeah, is that too accurate?
Monaco stuff.
Yeah.
Monte Carlo.
Monaco barrier kiss, champions wall on the inside line, and then some. Hal said, what did you say, Hal?
I thought they were gentle donuts, and then they were less gentle. But in all seriousness, Franz, you've been close this year, but it just hasn't worked for you at any of the rounds we've done so far. There's been something lacking in something. This weekend, that seems to have totally transformed. What's the difference? Why is it going so much better here?
I mean, hard to say. Everyone is so competitive in this field, and it can just come down to anybody's day, you know. This is the only track on the calendar that I've been to previously. All the other tracks have been my first time there. So, you know, that being said, I should probably be way up to speed on the Sunday. But, you know, just everything is so rushed, and I would like a bit more time to get up to speed. So coming here and going into free practice 1, I was able to just go like bang right on it from the get-go, rather than learning something brand new.
Yeah, trying to learn the track and then get the pace. We have to go to the grid. You need to go and get ready for the main final. You're going to have a crack at Linneman. Yes, mate. Well done.
It's the final around the outside is coming. I hope Linneman isn't watching this, but I'm going to do it.
He's going to do it, says Fraser McConnell. Big up, mate. Good luck. We know Jamaica's watching, and we know you're proud of that, so get out there and send it. Open two-wheel drive coming up next. Fantastic stuff to get the winners in the studio. Well done, Peter and co. Brilliant plan, and Jerome as well. We'll get him to slow down a little bit, I promise. Victor Johansson on the front row with Bleasdale. Johansson gets away. Gabrielson on the second row can't find a way through and has to drop into P3 as Kong comes around the outside. Kong trying to get up into the lead. Bleasdale is holding P3. Kong gets into P2 and Gabrielson drops back into 4th place. Gabrielson goes joker on lap 1. Roy Rass was going to go and changes his mind. So good shout.
Really, Jason needed to get at least alongside and around the outside of Victor Johansson to have a chance of beating him, but Kong's looking to the inside of Johansson.
Oh, Nick Nayans is out.
Further.
Nick Nayans has parked it, and there's no way through for Bleasdale at this point. So, right, Bleasdale needs help now. The kind of laps he was doing earlier on. Lucas Gabrielson's gone joker. That's the other thing they've all got to be aware of. Look at the back quarter of Victor Johansson's car. If I were... Do you, if you're Victor, bearing in mind this is about the championship, do you just cover off Gabrielson and not worry about the rest of them?
No, you need big points because anything could happen next weekend. In my opinion, you need to keep going, hope that Gabrielson gets into a bit of traffic, but it's no good finishing 4th and 5th with Gabrielson. You need big points from today to try and have some kind of a buffer going into next weekend.
Gabrielson at the minute, look, is at the back of the pack and behind Per Magna Roy Rass as well in the Citroen Zara.
But Roy Rass yet to joker.
Oh, but Gabrielson does the fastest lap, 41.0, goes a second quicker.
Right on the back of Roy Rass. Yep. So unless he can get by or Roy Rass jokers this time around, that's now going to...
He's 4/10 up. He's 4/10. Yeah, I agree. He's 4/10 up in terms of Johansson's pace, but it's about how ballsy Johansson is feeling about staying out, isn't it? Really, whether he wants to defend it or not. It's a real shame Nayans is parked there because it's the only place you can overtake on this track.
Bleasdale jokers this time around, getting held up.
Not a bad decision. Is he going to come out in front of Gabrielson? No, not quite. So maybe should have waited. But there we go. Could be enough to hold on to P3, but they really need Roy Rass out of the way.
Depends if he can get stuck onto the back of Gabrielson and Roy Rass. Gabrielson's going to look to the left here.
Going to go for the long way round in the Starlet, and he's in front. Gabrielson has done it. Gabrielson has got past on the straight round the outside. I don't think we've seen anyone make that stick, have we?
Extraordinary. We didn't really see it from that rear shot, but he must have been a long way ahead going up the straight under the bridge to get tucked back in like we didn't see. Who was it that tried to do that? One of the cross cars, I think, early on. He just couldn't quite get it stuck.
You're right, that Mark II Escort being there really ruins an overtake opportunity, doesn't it?
It's making me livid. I'd go down there and push it the other way myself. Kong's coming out behind Gabrielsen. Roy Raffs has gone. Now Gabrielsen has been freed up.
Johansson has to joker next time. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, Gabrielsen is free of the traffic and the Starlet is sitting down on the rear wheel and firing flames out the back and did the best lap on the last lap again by 0.3 of a second. So should Victor Johansson... Oh, Gabrielsen's run wide. Kong up the inside. That's the mistake that Victor Johansson needed. Johansson has to go now. His spotter will surely have seen that on the feed and will go.
Yeah, Victor's wife on the radio, as normal, will send him in this time around. I'm absolutely sure of that. Yes, they do indeed.
He's gone. So watch then, Victor Johansson should come out clearly in front of Kong here as they come around. Kenneth Kong into P2 as the jokers are all played out now. Gabrielsen, can he make another demon pass on this straight? Got a light. Oh, was that a wheelie?
A wheelie out of the final corner for Lucas Gabrielsen. Really, I hope he gets ahead of Kong here and we get an epic title fight into the final round in Estering.
He's only going to lose, what is it, 8-5. Yeah, he's going to lose 4 points, isn't he, here? It's not ideal, could have done with P2, but there you go.
He's having a look at Kong.
He's all crossed up, he's hanging on to it, he's trying to catch a wasp with the steering in there, and of course there's nothing he can do. That parked car, no! Last lap anyway. It's a brilliant job by Victor Johansson. Hasn't always looked like he's had the pace this weekend, but has got it done when it really counted. And Kenneth Kong entering this round at the last minute has put a car in between him. Bleasdale trying to get past as well, but can't get alongside Gabrielsen. Bleasdale for me deserved a podium this weekend. It's a shame he didn't get it, but we're looking forward to a fantastic title fight between Gabrielsen and Johansson.
You're right. I think Bleasdale did deserve a podium based on his pace and his
front
performance
row in the final, you know.
Just didn't work out with the Joker strategy, did it? Delighted for Victor Johansson. Put so much into this championship, into his home event in Alsbyn, into the development of his car.
Epic Lego truck in the commentary box.
Indeed.
That's worth points to me.
And a proper innovator, isn't he?
He is. As we have frequently said, he would be an asset to many a motorsport team, wouldn't he, with his ingenuity. That is a hybrid Mercedes-Benz that has just won the Open Tour Drive, if you're not a regular viewer. Like and subscribe, please. Howard Ridge, give it a refresh for us. I think we might be at the 500, are we? Let's have a little refresh. 499! 499 likes, one more like, and we're going to do some sort of a competition for a full send medal. You can't get a full send medal from anywhere. We're going to check it again. Right, come on, let's have a look. Come on, let's have a look. Yay! 500 likes, there we go. It's 500 likes on the stream.
I don't really know what we're going to do about the competition now.
What competition should we do?
Quickly.
Hello.
As quick as Victor Johansson.
Yeah, Peter, come up with a competition.
Well, that was my job.
Victor Johansson coming out of the last call. Yes, Hal, that is your job actually. I know there's quite a lot to do in the next bit, but figure it out. What do you want to do? Something in the comments? YouTube comments? Do you want something on Instagram?
Victor Johansson absolutely made up with that. It's rare you see him celebrate with such emotion.
Why don't you decide how much you would pay for the Victor Johansson Lego set and then get everybody else to guess what it is? guess Hal's price for the Lego set, or something else. What was Jerome's lap time on the quad bike? Come on, Hal, you ever think about it? They're all down there in Parc Ferme. We've got just a couple of races left to go. The Jacks are being the Jacks and the Wets are being wheeled down to the paddock now. So there's pretty frantic energy going on behind us. The teams are wheeling wet weather tyres and Jacks down to the start grid now. Is it raining? Not yet. I think we'll get away with it, but who knows? Okay. Another championship fight. Anderson, Meunier, Darback, Vitals, Darback and Larson. Anderson, Meunier and Vitals are your championship runners. Good start by Anderson on the front row. Vitals trying to put the squeeze on Darback on row number 2. Anderson moves Meunier out wide. Darback coming up the inside. Darback might get P2 here. He pushes Meunier out. Nicely done. Tobias Darback gets into P2. The championship runners are kind of all looking at what each other are doing. Meunier drops down to P4.
Disaster for Meunier there, getting shuffled down the order. Bit of contact in the background between the other Darback and Larsen. Stopped him losing any more places. Great move though for Robert Vittles to capitalise on that.
So Meunier now has got a tricky one, Hal, because for me, Meunier's been the class of this field in terms of pace. He's just been brilliant. I know Anderson was on the pole, but Meunier's put in some brilliant lap times and has been super smooth. Oh, look how dark it's getting. Are we going to get another wet final for open four-wheel drive? It's just suddenly got dark. The teams were literally running past us with tyres and jacks.
I'd take a mid-race downpour in this one, but that's exactly what the drivers don't want.
No,
you don't want it to pour down while you're on dry tyres in the middle of a race.
And Mounier gives a little nudge there in front to Vitols. Vitols is in behind Darback. I think Vitols and Mounier will be disappointed that Anderson is getting away here. Don't forget, Anderson is the one who's trying to close the gap in the points.
40.9 last time around for Lucas Anderson, the best lap of anybody in this race, the only driver in the 40s other than Robert Vitols, who is flying behind as well.
Anderson was some 6 points back coming into today, but then out-qualified everybody, so he out-qualified Mounier by 1, Vitols by 2, closed that gap down. Obviously he takes the win and gets 8 points, everybody else to be a few points back. I mean, this in theory is going to put it so close. Vitols goes Joker, that releases Mounier.
Risky strategy from Robert Vitols.
He's trying, no, I was going to say, he's gone too early. He's gone too early, he's going to come out behind Larsen, isn't he? In the background, watch for Larsen, he does. That's a shocker for Vitols. They tried to do something different, needed enough laps to get it done, felt obviously they had the pace. Unless Larsen goes on this next one and he hasn't caught up to him, but I think he'll catch him. What do you reckon?
Darback with the fastest lap of the race so far in second. The pace is strong at the front, isn't it? Vitols is now on the back of Larsen. He's going to lose out a little bit. Could easily go for the lunge at the bottom of the hill.
He's got to try and make a pass in the background. Look for Vitols making a pass. Is he going to try? Is any of the leaders going to go? Darback goes Joker. So this is to cover off in the background. So this is to cover off Vitols.
Larsen doesn't go.
No, Larsen's still in the way. Larsen's actually done, he hasn't jokered. I'm going to say done a good job, but gets out in front. So Darback has covered off Vitols at least.
Vitols won't be on the podium this afternoon unless all this whole train can get after Julian Mounier, because if they stay out and Julian Jokers now, it's going to be a right old bum fight into the final corner of that lap, isn't it?
Oh, Vitols is sideways and he's looking up the inside of Darback. Larsen goes through Darback, gets a tank slap of Vitols, can't find a way, and the other Darback is now on the back of Vitols. Larsen's going really well here, Hal.
This is a disaster, though, with him having not jokered in Larsen. For Vitols and Darback tripping over each other behind the driver who hasn't jokered, and he goes again, Larsen, but then again, nor does Anderson or Mounier.
Larsen doesn't go, and I think that will mean that the pace is capped. Larsen in a pack here, Hal, is probably driving the best we've seen all weekend, in a pack with the fast drivers.
Mounier, fastest lap of the race on a 40.5 or 40.6 last time for Lucas Anderson.
Mounier was P3 before Darback went Joker. Was Darback second? Yes, he was.
He was, yeah, but then he made that mistake, didn't he? Really, Vitols wants to try and get ahead of the car that's smoking there, coming up the hill. He wants to try and get ahead of Darback, doesn't need to be on the podium.
Well, they're both going to go this time, so watch for Anderson and Mounier dropping into the Joker. Larsen will have to go, which will free up Darback, but I think Mounier will have edged him, and he has. So it's a great drive by Anderson and by Mounier. Unlucky for Vitols, the strategy didn't pay off this time. Anderson takes the win after a P5 yesterday. It's going to put him right in the heart of the championship fight. Spins the car in delight at that result. And Mounier P2, Vitols in P4. Vitols was P2 by 2 points. I reckon it's going to be epically close in the standings, Hal. I really do.
3 wins from 3 for JC Racetech in the finals this afternoon. Crosscar Junior, tick. Crosscar, tick. Supercar Lights, tick. Just the FC2, just the open four-wheel drive final to go for JC with Svensson.
So what have they won? Sorry, can run us by it again.
Junior, Crosscar and Supercar Lights.
Brilliant.
Today.
Brilliant. Right, gather yourselves up, people. We've got one last dance here at the Nysum Barnen. It's Linneman and McConnell on the front row. McConnell's having to start from the outside. I think we said, didn't we, he's done it twice from the inside and twice from the outside. The wets and the jacks are kind of still in place at the end of the paddock.
It's not going to rain.
No, it's not, is it? Although if it did, Hal, again, mid-race, we'd take, wouldn't we?
Yeah, sure.
We'd take mid-race. You thought your competition yet?
No.
Right, we're going to send the camera down to the holding area by the podium, try and get the winners of each of the different categories down there.
No, I definitely hope it rains.
Yeah, oh yeah, good point. We'll see Peter get soaking wet, yeah?
No, just Nicholas. Peter can stay dry.
No, that's fine, okay. Poor old Nicholas, he's not listening, is he?
No.
He's not listening.
He's furiously writing some stats down. Now he's glaring at me, but he doesn't know why. Confirmation of the Supercar Lights result. Lucas Anderson, Julian Mounier, Tobias Darback is the fly in the championship fight. Oitman
Roberts Vittels fourth, Kevin Darback, Mads Larsen with, I would say, the drive of his career
That's
so
what I
far.
think so too. I think the difference there, Hal, was that Larsen has been in the slow heat all weekend without the influence of those fast drivers, and that's why it's so important to step up to a category where you're not the quick person. Okay, final race of the weekend, open four-wheel drive. On the front row, home racer Ulrich Linnemann. Next to him, double winner in the FC2 category this weekend, Fraser McConnell, who loves this track. Kasper Janssen, second row with Martinsson, and then Franks and Eriksson at the back. It's a great start by Fraser McConnell on the outside of row number one. Martinsson gets into the side of Janssen. Martinsson spun round in the wall on the outside. Ollie Eriksson goes round two. We don't see what's going on. McConnell's out wide. Linnemann gets the whole shot. McConnell drops to P4. All kicked off before they even got to turn one.
McConnell into the Joker for the first time of asking. That could be a brilliant move to get some fresh air. Bit of damage to the front of Victor Franks' Peugeot 208. He's obviously been in the rear of Kasper Janssen that little bit. Janssen, yesterday's winner, remember, in the torrential rain here in Denmark, is the one giving chase to home hero Ulrich Linnemann.
I think we'd had so many good finals, Hal. Eriksson's off, so Eriksson is parked. Where is that? That's in the section before they get to the main track. So that won't stop the race because they only use that once. He's on your left now. And it's about now Fraser McConnell's lap time versus everybody in front of him. Is anybody going to respond to his lap on this one? Yes, Victor Franks goes. So Victor Franks has gone to try and cover off McConnell, and I think he's going to have enough. He does. Too much to ask, wasn't it, for another brilliant final?
Frank sporting an orange bonnet now on the 208 after he got driven over in the semi-finals by Ostrang. Fastest lap of the race on a 38.1 for Ulrich Linnemann.
Linnemann, of course, in the championship fight. Maiko Tam is not in the final. If Linnemann takes the win here, Hal, the one category we had that we thought was not going to be wide open is going to be wide open between those two at least.
Tam's had a shocking weekend, hasn't he, the Estonian, with the Ford Fiesta, and just a week to go to the final round. Linnemann didn't get the result he wanted yesterday, salvaged a podium with horrendous visibility in the Polo in that pouring rain.
Linnemann supported this series all year long, Hal. He's tried so hard for so long.
He only planned to come to the first round.
Yeah, I know. And it just, amazing stuff. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. It's a home win and a championship fight we're looking for, but let's see.
If ever there was a rallycross addict, it's Ulrich Linnemann. I think I'm up there, but he keeps trying to retire and can't shake the bug, can he? Has to keep coming back.
You tried and you bought a historic car, mate. There's no hope, is there, basically? So, I'll get one for a hobby instead. I think it's the best car you've ever owned. Certainly the biggest money pit, isn't it? Poor old Hal.
But Linnemann's always trying to stop driving and do other things, but the lure of racing a supercar is too great. It keeps coming back. Being in a RallyX title fight come the end of the year is something I don't think he expected going into the first round. He desperately wants to win here. I don't want to curse him because he's racing at home.
It would be his biggest title, wouldn't it? Winning the RallyX title.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yes.
He was the annual bridesmaid in Super 1600 in the European Championship for many years.
But I say, we're getting ahead of ourselves because he's got to have a perfect weekend next time. He's doing a great job here so far.
This is trying to cover
Janssen, he's coming over the top. He's trying to cover Franks, as Hal says, and he does get there. He's behind Franks, doesn't matter. Good
sensible
move.
from Linnemann to not get into the rear of Janssen. Meanwhile, Franks has done the fastest lap of the race, but there's nothing he can do about it. I wonder if Frank's got a minute because he's just dropped back a little bit. Linnemann in the brakes, trying to avoid the back of Janssen. Janssen's going to be third at best here.
You can hear the limiter up the straight there from Fraser McConnell as well, desperately trying to get back in the battle. He's had 2 wins in FC2, but it wasn't to be in open four-wheel drive this weekend. Yesterday's win in open four-wheel drive went to Kasper Janssen. He's crossed up on the brakes, but this time round, he's got to go into the Joker lap. The rain has held off just enough, and over the crest comes Ulrich Linnemann at his home track in Denmark. He took a win at the start of the season in Portugal. This puts him firmly in the championship fight next week at the Estering. A win for Linnemann in Denmark. Frank's right on his rear bumper. Kasper Janssen gets P3 and Linnemann pitches the car into donuts in front of his friends, his family, his fans and his supporters. Absolutely made up for him.
Brilliant job. Worked so hard to make this happen. He's taken on the big teams for a very long time, as Ulrich Linnemann, with much less budget than many of the others. Look at all the sponsors on the car. He brings all of those people to his home round in Nysum, and this will mean a massive amount to them and especially to him. See the drone floating around Linnemann.
How fantastic. Look at that. Love to see it. I really do. There's nothing better than a good story. We had some great finals. That wasn't our best final, but that's not the point. We had a wonderful result and a deserved result with a great drive from Ulrich Lindemann. He missed the fastest lap by a 200th of a second from Victor Franks. This was the start look. So watching the background, is it Martinson who kicks it off on row 2? Casper tries to go right, Martinson tries to go left. Neither of them gives up. Martinson ends up in the wall. Poor Ollie Eriksson, total victim of the contact there. Nothing he could do. The OMC mechanics are joining us now for a look at it. So look, Martinson moves in, and this it's tyre on tyre contact, isn't it? Front right and front left, and gets spun off to the side.
Ollie was absolutely collateral damage there.
Nothing
Total
to do.
passenger.
Oh, that sucks, doesn't it, for Eriksson? And Fraz, what did... Ah, look, Fraz was like, he said, didn't he, on going in? Until he said to us, didn't he, after the other attempt around the outside, he was like, yeah, don't tell him, but he's like, I'm going to go for it. And this morning he said, I was looking out the side window thinking, no, I don't think this one's on. And he got away with it, but he didn't get away with it this afternoon. I don't think he'll mind. I don't think he'll mind.
We haven't mentioned Franks here. Brilliant job from Franks, who's had a really tough season in RallyX in the 208. Was right on the back of Lindemann. Lindemann backed off a little bit towards the end, but Franks also had brilliant pace, did the fastest lap in this race. Victor will be delighted. Okay, he wants to win, doesn't he? But he'll be delighted just to be back on form and not suffering with the sort of problems he's had in recent rounds.
Yeah, he will. I think having a car roll over the bonnet of the car, Hal, was probably the monkey off the back, wasn't it, to be honest? Things don't get much more dramatic than that.
What a shot. That's one for the wall.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the advantage of having Vigo, isn't it, as our drone pilot. That's a shame, as we say, for Martinson and for Eriksson. But Ulrich Lindemann takes the win here in Denmark from Victor Franks, Casper Janssen. Fraser McConnell recovers to 4th after being in the bank in turn 1, but no recovery possible for Martinson or Eriksson. A DNF after a fairly aggressive start, I would say. Did you switch it off?
I switched it on.
I've just switched it on.
Oh. Brilliant.
So the lights take 10 seconds to come on. So they go, we're coming to the studio, wait for it. They should come on any second now. So you have to put the lights on 10 seconds for the studio. There they are. So I put them on, and then House, bless him, it nicely switched them on for me as well, but that was off. So high five. I hope you've enjoyed it.
No, we don't deserve a high five.
I felt like we're definitely not getting a full send medal. I felt like today got better and better as the day goes on. The start of today was a bit like, come on, guys, let's have a go.
So often the case, isn't it?
It is, but it was a crescendo of brilliant action at the end of the day. I loved it.
I suspect it won't be the case next weekend.
We've got Victor Johansson. Yeah, we've got Victor Johansson. Let's have a chat with him now.
Victor, winner of this race too in Nysum. It has been a crazy weekend. Top qualifier yesterday, bad luck in the final, and today you have been struggling in qualification. But you are the winner of this race. What's your feeling?
Yeah, of course. Now the feeling is great. We have 2 days completely opposite of each other. You know, as you said, top qualifier last day. Had great speed, great start. Then the rain started and puncture and didn't see anything, so it was like a crazy final P6 there. But you know, struggled the whole qualifying today. We did some setup changes, trying to find something in the start. But you know, we changed one thing, it led to another thing, and you know, the wheel kept on spinning. So we find something to the semi-final, showed good pace, managed to keep it in front of Gabrielson there, knip some points. So. And in the final, it was like all come together. You know, the grip was perfect, all the braking points on spot, everything was all right.
And now the last event of the year is going to be crazy because you are almost equal on points again. What's going to be the plan?
Yeah, you know, we take it race by race. You know, of course, it's a tight point schedule, but you know, I've been to Estering last year, and maybe that's I have a little upside there. Maybe the first day against Gabrielson, and then it's just a big start field. It's just mega many cars, so you have to be on point to keep it up there, make it to the semi first place, then hopefully to the finals.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
So they're heading off to try and find another interview. We're just going to see if we can have a... Oh, they've got Ulrich down there already, have they? Well, let's have a quick chat with Ulrich then, first of all. Stay with us. We've got a guest in the studio as well.
Ulrich Lindemann, congratulations. Fantastic day for you. It has been top qualifier, and then you just find a way to get a win here in Nysum, like last year.
Yeah, finally. Yesterday was a lot of ups and downs, and starting on pole yesterday, but didn't get the grip to get away. So this means so much to me, and come to Estering with the lead in the championship. I can say it gives me goosebumps when I think about winning the championship on Estering, where I crashed my car to pieces 2 years ago. I'm so grateful for this one.
You're full of emotion because it's not only a win, you are championship leader and you have something to play next weekend. Is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's epic. I can't describe it. I think I have to sing it tonight with a beer or two. In front of my home crowd, my sponsors and family. It's incredible.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kasper Jansson, another podium, win yesterday, P3 today. It's a fantastic weekend for you, no?
Yeah, of course, it's a nice weekend. We got good speed in the final now, so quite happy with that. And I don't know what the lap time was, but I think it was quite good. So now it's next step to just beat these supercars on dry conditions. So we'll try to do that in Germany. So.
You're also the FC2 championship leader. It's going to be quite interesting in Lux 2 the next time. What's your feeling now?
Yeah, so FC2 final didn't really go my way this day, but it is what it is. It has been a really good year so far, so we will just keep going and not focus on that. So.
Thank you very much and see you next week.
Thank you.
Now, Victor Branks. Victor. Finally, after some difficult races, you're back on the podium. I guess it's a huge relief for you after many races where nothing just was working according to the plan.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even yesterday, everything went exactly like we wanted to, and then we break some drive shafts in the semi-final and loses our chances. So I feel like this season is probably the worst one so far in my career, but we shown today that we can bounce back, and next week in Book Studio we're going to do the same thing again. Just never give up, and we're going to push for that win again.
And I remember that this car was winning the final last year with Peter Edström driving it.
Exactly. So it's possible, so now I need to make sure I do it, so looking forward.
Thank you very much, see you next week.
Thank you.
And now it's time to go back to the studio with Al and Andrew.
Thank you, Nicholas. Great job down there, mate. And it's not just Hal and Andrew. We're joined by a man who is a legend of the Estering, thanks to the most viral rallycross video, Kevin. Great to see you, mate. Kevin Eriksson, if you're not familiar at home. Go Google Kevin Eriksson round the outside. If you don't know about it...
9 years on, mate.
Yeah, this is the most correct full send medal we've ever given out. What a mate.
Yeah, I kind of feel I deserve this one.
Oh, you do?
Even 9 years after, I think it's still...
We'd have done it back then, mate.
I mean, I've tried to make it even better, but it's hard. I mean, I started very, very good with that one.
You did
I've done a couple of good ones after as well,
Nitro Cross
but
one. Where was it? Nitro Cross around the
Oklahoma, yeah.
Yeah, that was wild. It was 100 mile an hour in on the handbrake round the outside.
But I have to say, Fras kind of deserved this today also.
We've given him one.
He's done,
2 round the outside.
Moves, I think 3 or 4 times, and he perfection.
2 on the outside, 2 on the inside. He did tell us before that last final. He goes, "Don't tell Ulrich. I hope he's not watching. I'm going to get it." And it was just a bit too much, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he said directly, "I should have break down." But I mean, it's when you've done it so many times, you're kind of in the mood. Like you want to do it. It's so nice. When you do it, you kind of wave to them, but not. But it's Also in P2, it's tricky because either you have to do it or you you get pushed wide and you be out, P3, P4 out. So. I love this first corner, but it's like Estering. You're either the hero or the loser. You can't really be in the middle. It's impossible.
Yeah, it's a brilliant place, isn't it, here and Estering?
how's it been for you this weekend, mate? Spotting for Fraser, competing against your brother. It must be really satisfying with this group of FC2 drivers here that have such great pace but so much respect, and you really have to be on the ball with the strategy to try and make the most of the races.
For sure, I really enjoy it. I mean, I spot for Fraz also when he came into RX2, and I really enjoy it. I mean, he's a fun guy to spot. We've been competitors now for a while as well, so it was different, but I like the spotting side. But you know, FC2, I mean, it's really growing good. We have some good test days here tomorrow with some very fun drivers that we hope to have in the cars next year. And who knows, maybe I should come back and
I was just thinking,
be in the mix here as well. But it's good.
You could enter Estering. What, you know, now you've got your full 7
yeah,
medals.
but
come
I
back
actually think that all the cars are here are rented out now because it's been a good, good. But FC2 is good. I mean, we kind of have not given up, but we said, okay, we don't push it too much, used to beat the supercars. But even with the 450 horsepower, we are very close.
Right there. You're right there.
So, but you know, it's all in the end. You know, supercar is a supercar, FC2 is an FC2. If they can do, you know, they can do some good races together, but
we're looking forward to Estering either way. It's going to be good fun, especially with you spotting for Fraz at the Estering, the round the outside master with the round the outside apprentice, who's fast turning into a master as well. We could be in some fun turn ones. Hal, have you decided on a competition because we've got 500 likes?
No, to be honest, my head's way too full. But we'll do something this evening, and we'll post it on the RallyX social.
On the Instagram. Yeah, we're definitely on the Instagram. It might not be across everything, so if you're not on Instagram, tough. You'll have to go and join it. Thank you for liking the stream. It makes a massive difference to the reach of it. We want more people to see this brilliant sport. Kevin, thanks for all your hard work, mate.
Thank you very
event.
much. Yeah.
We know how much you and the family put into it. I'm sure you're exhausted, but it's gone. It's been a fun season, hasn't it? We've got one event to go next weekend.
Yeah, but now I'm on it. You know, I had a week of vacation. It was perfect. So now that was enough. So now we're back in it.
He's ready for the double header. It's a quadruple header, really. Hal Ridge, thank you so much, mate. Nicholas Dubenar, Peter, the whole of the TV team. Great job, everyone back in Stockholm as well. Hope you guys have enjoyed it, and we'll see you in 5 days' time. We'll be live for Saturday and Sunday from the legendary Estering Buxtehude. So join us there for the championship finale, RallyX 2025.